Hey, it's Ben Murray here, your instructor, and welcome to this training course where we're going to be going over how to start and grow a successful freelance business or agency business from scratch. Now, I just wanted to shoot this short, quick introduction video to say welcome and go over what you can expect in the training and the different videos and different modules. Now, first, this information we're going to be going over is going to work for anyone, including beginners, who want to start a successful freelance business or an agency business from scratch. It includes if you don't really have a big budget, even if you're brand new and you don't have a lot of business skills or success in the future. So this will work if you want to be a freelancer where you're primarily working alone, but you can travel, you can work in any location, or if you want to be an agency where you want to scale up, you want to get team members, freelancers, or employees you actually hire, and work together as a group. And the training is going to be divided into what I call pillars or kind of groups of similar video lessons. Specifically, there's 7 main pillars, starting with this first pillar here, where we're going to go over what it means today to really be an agency and the mindset you need to fully understand what it takes to start and grow successfully. This is information that's going to be shown from like a bird's eye view, where what it takes to be successful long term. Now, I understand that some of the videos, maybe in this first section especially, may seem appealing to skip through, but I really encourage you just to start at the next video as soon as you're done with this introduction and watch all the videos all the way through and make sure you take notes as you go as well. Now, after pillar 1, we're going to go into pillar 2, where we're going to start diving into the specifics, including the important steps that you need to do with your agency before you try and go out and make any money or get any clients. Now, this includes information like what's actually best to sell, what product should you sell, how should you position your business correctly, where should you target the people, the importance of creating a lasting brand, why that's important to set up, why you have to have a portfolio, and how to set up a full website as well, plus a lot more information you need. Then in pillar 3, we're going to start to go over how to find and prospect the clients. This is where we're going to get into how to get the clients. This includes kind of a general mindset and some example templates, like the general mindset you need whenever you're prospecting, as well as the specific in the weeds instructions on different channels, how to find clients with. So we're going to go over different channels like Facebook, Craigslist, Upwork, on where you can go to get the clients and how specifically to get them and get them to contact you back. In pillar 4, we're going to give you more ways to find the prospects, and I recommend really just picking one of these lead generation methods first and really mastering it before moving on to more. So you are going to get a number of different lead generation tactics and places to pick from, but for some reason you decide you pick one, but it's not working out. You're not stuck with that same one. You can try a different one and figure out where most of your initial leads are going to come from and just stick with that first method to start getting your agency off the ground and making money. So in 3 to 4, we're just going to learn how to correctly prospect cold but qualified leads. We're not going to get into closing them yet. However, that's what we're going to do more in pillar 5 and focus more in depth in that. Now, pillar 5 includes how to get these prospects on a call, how to close them, what to charge, how to create an accurate proposal that they're going to sign, how to deliver a product that reduces refunds and revisions, and a lot more than that. This includes important information on setting up a referral strategy as well, so you don't have to constantly be prospecting cold leads, and your business is going to start to grow from within, so the clients are going to be generating the warmed up leads for you. Now, in pillar 6, we're going to get into actually scaling your agency team. Meaning, so how do you go from just a freelancer doing everything from trying to find the clients, to contacting them, to delivering the work, doing everything yourself, to building a team that replaces you essentially and allows you to take on bigger projects, increase billable hours, and just makes your employability or your business a lot safer. If you're working as a team, you can get a lot more done a lot more efficiently. So we're going to get into how you can actually start growing your business. And then finally, in pillar 7, we're going to be wrapping everything up, going over the next steps you need to take and what you need to do next to start having success going forward. Now, if any questions come up during this training, feel free to reach out to me or a team member. We're going to help clarify anything. And of course, most importantly, make sure you're taking action on all this information. Don't just consume the info and then set it aside and try it sometime later. Actually go through and try what was said in each video before even moving on to the next video even. And take action on it in a way that makes sense for your own vision and your own path. Now, I say this, act on it in a way that makes sense for you because, like you probably know already, no single course has all the answers and all the exact steps to take. Like anything in life, you're going to have to put in a little elbow grease. And that includes figuring some things out for yourself, trying some new things, and seeing what's working, what's not, as you grow as a freelancer at agency. Now, this is going to be, basically the map or the blueprint to follow. But starting an agency is just like starting any other business. It's going to take some innovation and work on your end, and no one's going to have the exact specific steps on what to say, how to act, what to do in this situation, or what to wear in this situation. No one's going to have all the answers, not even like a coach that's working with you right over your shoulder, right? So just keep this in mind and realize it's okay to fail. Now, as long as you're taking action, that's good. All you have to do is just compare yourself to where your business was last week. So as you're starting out right now, you're at ground zero. You don't have any clients. You haven't taken any action. You haven't done anything. So just compare yourself as you're going through. How did you make any progress since last week? What about last month? Continue to review the training as well as you go along. And like I said, make sure to watch all the videos. As some, we're going to go over more detailed information. Then some other videos are going to be like a general bird's eye view where we're going to zoom out. And you're going to need both of this to have success long term. So that being said, thanks for watching this first video, and let's get into the training on the next video. Hey, it's Ben here, and welcome to this first video of the agency training. Now, in these first couple videos, we're going to be going over the right mindset of what it means to really be an agency and how to succeed long term. Now, before getting into tactics about how to get clients and the right emails and the right closing techniques, it helps to see the big picture. Too many people get worried about what to say in their email or how their site should look, what the latest tools are. They never get the foundational material of what it takes to succeed long term. They don't really see the forest for the trees. They're too busy wandering around in the forest looking for the next tactic or software that's going to put them ahead, and they miss the whole entire path. So these first couple videos are going to be all about just understanding the right mindset of what it means to succeed long-term as an agency business. So what is an agency? Well, if you look in the dictionary, you get a definition like this: a business or organization established to provide a particular service, typically one that involves organizing transactions between two parties. Now, whenever we think of an agency, you typically think of like a business that provides digital marketing services, like maybe helps a client get their Google Places set up, or maybe helps get their website set up. Usually some sort of business helping in message development or message delivery or advertising, like YouTube videos, something like that. That's typically what we think of when we think of an agency. But today, agencies can be so much more than just providing advertising services, and should be much more. Today, it's more about creating ads and videos for success. Today, you need to understand the strategy of the business you're working with. What's their short-term vision? What's their long-term vision for their business? You need to know what their mission is. What does the business actually stand for? What are they trying to accomplish? Is it about revenue? Is it about furthering a cause? What's their mission to really make a positive impact for this client's business? You need to know things like what do they stand for. It's not just enough, to put up a Facebook ad and have people comment on it and have a good, follow the attention, interest, desire, action format. You need to know, people want to know, like, what's that business stand for today? What are their rights? What are they for? What are they for against? What are their political affiliations even? People, in the day of today's internet of Instagram, Facebook, and transparency, people want to know what the client stands for. And you need to know as well to help your ads even be successful, to help your videos be successful. You need to thoroughly understand how your clients' funnels and pipelines work now. Again, it's more than just, a long time ago you could put up banner ads and, be relatively successful. Today you need to know, what their lead magnet's about, what their funnel's about. If you agree to do Facebook ads for them, and you just create the ad and they say that it's not working, well, is it the ad that's not working? Is it somewhere in the funnel that's not working? Is the entire kind of pipeline or funnel broken? It takes a lot more today to be successful. And that's what, agencies today need to do to really understand and get results for the entrepreneurs and businesses that they're working with. So what does it really mean to be an agency today? Well, you want to positively help your client's business And you want to develop an ongoing mutual rewarding relationship with them. Meaning that in some way you're going to help their business be better than when it was whenever you first started with them. And not only is their business going to be better, but your business is going to profit. They're going to pay you, your business is going to grow, and you're going to be able to help them with more resources. They're going to grow, and in turn, you're going to help each other out, grow and impact more people over time. So why even be a freelancer or agency today? Well, there's a couple of common sense things here that you've probably already thought of for yourself, and that's why you're even on this training. For example, you get to be your own boss. You get to set your own hours. You get more flexibility. You get to be the entrepreneur. And that's, kind of the main reason a lot of people gravitate towards setting up agencies or starting their own business even. You don't have to work for someone anymore. And there's more time to focus creatively on what you want to do. If you're a graphic designer, you can not only focus more on doing the design for people, doing that kind of stuff that you enjoy, but also focus on the projects you want to take on. What is it that you actually want to design? Maybe it's one thing to work as a graphic designer or maybe like a videographer for one business, but you kind of have to do the projects that they want. You have to film the weddings or do the editing that the client is paying for, or that your boss is paying for. But if you're the owner, then you can get to focus on what type of video work you really want to do, what type of designs you really want to do. So it's more rewarding. Of course, you can also make more money. You don't have a fixed salary. You can set your own prices, be your own boss. And this works for just being kind of a solo freelancer online or even offline, to even being like an agency business with employees and working with a team. And of course, it's more rewarding and fulfilling. You get to make more, you get to impact more people, you get to do what you love, and you get to see firsthand other businesses grow and get results. Now, what's the difference between an agency and a freelancer? Well, there are some problems, when it comes to being a freelancer that you might want to consider eventually, and which I would consider you really thinking about building a team and becoming a full-out marketing agency with team members. Now, as a freelancer, you kind of have to do all the work, from the billing to all the jobs to emailing the clients to closing it to the accounting, the analytics. There's a lot of tedious work. And whenever you're an agency, eventually you have to do all that stuff, but you can sit back, let other people do the tedious work for you, and then focus on what you want to work on. Also, with a team, as a full agency with employees, your billable hours will increase. As a freelancer, that's great. There's the freedom and stuff like that. But you can only work on one project at a time if you're the person who's doing the work. Now, as an agency, you can hire other people to do some of the work. You can, assign projects to team members, maybe even just outsourcers. And that way you can bill more and make more. You can be working less, but making more as well. So not only, do you have to do the work, but if you want, you can step back and let other people do the work like we just talked about. So you're still making money, but you're not there in the office as much, not on your computer as much. You can also make a bigger impact and take on bigger projects. As a solo freelancer, there's kind of a limit on the biggest projects you can take. If you take on a huge project that's going to take months at a time, and as a full agency, as a team, you can have people doing different parts and get it done faster. You can have bigger projects. You can have more of those bigger projects as well. And then finally, job security. Now, as more and more companies start coming online, more and more people today are realizing that they need to take their internet marketing seriously, their advertising seriously. That means that there's more opportunity for agencies. And this is the best time right now to be a freelancer or agency than any time in history. But, of course, that means there's going to be more competition. And, as an agency with team members, you can get more done, you can deliver better projects, there's not as much tedious work, you can sit back and focus on doing the job correctly, and it's no surprise that probably bigger agencies are going to put freelancers out of work. So if job security is a thing for you, which it should be, and you want to be around for a long time and be growing a business, it helps to be a full agency instead of just a solo freelancer where it's more easy to get beat out and crushed by a competition who has a full team doing exactly what you do by yourself. Now, like I said, it's a great time to get started. So don't get discouraged if you go through some of the training and it's kind of slow starting out, because there's more than enough opportunity for anyone who wants to do it correctly. And look at just some of these statistics that I found just from a quick search. Now, these are from surveys done by places like GoDaddy.com, PR Newswire, Cisco. First, we have 30% of small businesses plan to increase their digital marketing spend in the next 12 months. So there's a lot of people out there that they've come online, they have websites, but they realize that, a website doesn't cut it, that they need to seriously start investing in their funnels, their pay-per-click, and that's where you come in as someone who's an expert at that. 71% of small business owners do their digital marketing themselves instead of leaving it to experts. Again, there's a lot of people that, a few years ago, they realized that they had to come online, they had to get websites, they had to set up their Google Places, their Google Business. But they're finding out right now that that's a lot of work. And right now, most head of the entrepreneurs, they're managing the products, they're fulfilling the orders, they're taking care of customers, they're trying to do their digital marketing. They can't do it on themselves, so all by themselves. So this is where you come in to help take that over and do it correctly for them. 23% of small business websites get updated less than 1 year. So there's opportunity for you to go in there and help them keep up to date with their marketing. They know that they need to do it, but there's only 23% that are actually going in and finding the time to do it. Also, more than 99% of the U.S. employers are small business owners. So that's huge. So what you're going to be focusing on, as someone new starting out, you're not going to land McDonald's as a client. You're not going to land, Dick's Sporting Goods as a client. You're going to be working with small business owners. And the good news is, though, that 99% of U.S. employers are still small business owners. So there's tons of opportunity, like I said, for you to get started. And 6 in every 10 small businesses have yet to establish an online presence. So there's still people out there, they still haven't even got set up with a website yet, so you can at least help them with the very basics even. So what can you sell? Well, here I have a list of some of the most common things that agencies sell and get started with. And, there's things that you would typically consider or associate with an agency like video creation. For example, Facebook ads, sales videos, explainer videos. Videos are obviously very big right now. You can do SEO. Inbound and outbound SEO is still a huge thing that people need help with. Paid traffic optimization. That's very big, whether it's Facebook ads, YouTube ads, other media buying, things like that. Graphic design. There's a huge market still for people who need logos. They need their sites up. They need banners. They need ads. Any sort of graphic they need created. There's a huge opportunity for that. Email marketing. People still aren't taking email marketing seriously after all the data that's come in, showing how great of an ROI it is. So getting set up with email marketing is a big thing. There's funnel setup, content marketing, social media marketing, analytics and data, PR, and a lot more than that. This is just kind of a just a way to get you thinking and get you started. And you can even specialize within these major industries. Like you can be instead of just doing a whole bunch of video creation, you can be the main guy who profits mostly from SaaS explainer videos, just making explainer videos for technology companies. Instead of doing inbound and outbound SEO, you can just make a full-time living from just doing keyword analysis reports, being really good and being the go-to guy for that. Also, you can combine certain things to create different packages, like a gold, silver, and platinum package. For example, you can have a traffic and leads package that might cover some paid traffic and content marketing. And to do paid traffic, well, you have to be combining it with some content marketing anyway. So why not offer that as a full monthly package that you can sell for 4 figures or more to businesses? It even goes so far as taking part ownership today. That's right, ownership of their business, being a part owner, and helping them even set up more locations and taking entire control of their lead generation offline and online. So it's way more than just creating some banners today. As an agency, you can be invested in their mission, what they're trying to do, who they're trying to impact in the world, and for a part equity of their business, there's people doing this. You can help them generate leads offline and online, help them franchise their business, set up more locations, and even be a full-time partner. There's agencies out there doing that today. So in summary, it's a great time to be an agency as long as you understand that you're in the business of serving and helping your clients grow. Remember, it's a mutual rewarding relationship. You're going to help each other grow from the start. And it can be anything from you're just going to start with a very simple graphics, you're just going to be the logo creation guy, to being a full part of developing their brand, their message, their vision, their company culture, a lot more than that. All right, in this video, we're going to go over a couple important mindsets that you need to understand, things you need to be aware of to be able to succeed long-term as an agency business that you can keep in mind, especially when the going starts to kind of get tough. And the first one is whenever you first start out, you just be aware that this isn't going to be a vacation. There's not going to be any vacations you can take whenever you're first starting and growing your business, especially if you're trying to do it full-time and replace whatever job you have right now. Right now, if you work for a business, then you probably have coworkers, and everyone's doing their job. There's business developers, someone in charge of marketing, production. But whenever you start your own business, you're in charge of everything from the designing of the project to landing the clients to the analytics to closing to the taxes. And whenever you start out and you have no clients, you're going to have to hustle to get some and make sure that everyone's satisfied and you're doing everything correctly. And you don't really have a system whenever you first start out. Now, as you progress, maybe you'll hire more employees, or you'll at least get into like a system where you can automate and be aware of what's coming up. But whenever you're first starting out, it's going to be a lot of work just to even get organized and get yourself settled. So don't expect to land some clients the first week and then maybe take a nice trip the next week. There's going to be a lot of hustle if you really want to do it seriously and keep these clients. And that kind of ties in with point number 2. This isn't a get-rich-quick scheme. You're not going to, start out, land a $20,000 client, and then travel to Bermuda the next week. This is going to be, like starting any other real business, whether it's, in the startup world, whether it's offline world, where you're buying a franchise. You're going to have to roll up your sleeves, put in some effort, and being an agency isn't a get-rich-quick scheme. Also, you're going to have to wear several hats. Now, I kind of already mentioned this, but say, you worked for a business before and you were the designer, you were the graphic designer, and you're primarily concerned with how good your design was. If someone, told you your design wasn't good, that was bad because that's what your job is. However, whenever you're running your own agency, it goes way beyond just whether your design is good or bad or not. You're now in charge of, like I said, you have to be the salesman that closes the clients. You have to produce the graphic designs or the videos or the marketing, whatever it is that you're actually selling. You have to keep your books right, file your taxes. You have to have good social skills, dealing with the clients, effective communication and landing them. You have to always be closing. Think of the ABC, always be closing. Whether you like it or not, you're going to have to always be selling your services and trying to land and close clients. And for someone who, particularly, they're just really concerned with their art, how their graphics look, trying to make the best looking website, this is a hard stepping stone. You have to go out of your comfort zone from just, worrying about if your design looks nice or not, to even trying to land the client, get them to buy in the first place. And all of a sudden, making sure the design is nice or not, that maybe falls back. And of course, you still want to do a good job, but maybe that's not as important anymore as some other things that you have to kind of train your brain and understand. Now, what I mean by selling, you don't need to be sleazy or anything like that. You don't need to sacrifice your values or pretend to be someone you're not. As you'll see, you can land clients without tricking or being dishonest or anything like that. But you just have to understand that as an entrepreneur, as a business owner, especially when you're starting out and you don't really have a big team, you're going to be doing a lot of different things all at once. Also, there's no manual to this, and this is especially important. There's not like a blueprint or system where you just follow the steps, copy and paste, and boom, you're a $1 million agency raking in 7 figures per year. It doesn't work like that. Just like starting an agency is just like any other business. There has to be some creativity. You have to be solving a need that other people aren't reaching, other businesses aren't reaching to be successful. And starting an agency is no different. It's all about innovation. There isn't a manual or training or anything like that to help you succeed, except for really trial and error. Now, there's some pointers like this video we're going to go over as far as landing the clients, what's worked for other people, what's worked for me that you can follow. But, just be aware that you're going to have to use your own creative thinking in certain situations. Depending on the situation, you're going to have to understand that you have to write your own emails. There's going to be certain ways that you talk to clients. You're going to have to think outside the box to really make this work, or at least do some of your own critical thinking at times. You can't just mindlessly coast through starting a business. That's not how it works. Also, there's going to be unpredictable income when starting out with this agency freelance model. Now, instead of buying a franchise or something like that where there's a lot of startup costs, but then you kind of have like a fixed salary, with an agency, there's more potential. You can make more money. There's more freedom involved, but the income can be unpredictable when starting out. You may even have to work for free when starting out to try to get your name out there if other tactics aren't really working. So with starting any sort of business, there's a big risk. Just like if you would be trying to climb the corporate ladder in your business, or trying to start a SaaS company out in California and raise venture money. There's a risk. Now, there's not as big as risk when starting an agency, as you can fire clients if they're not working out. You can change your services around. You don't have to take venture capital. You don't have to go in debt to buy a franchise. However, just be aware that in the first couple months, you might not know what your salary is. You might not even have a salary when you're trying to build this thing out and start it. So, of course, it's less risky than building the next great tech startup. You're not trying to build Facebook here. You're not trying to accumulate venture debt or anything like that. You don't have to be stressed out and sleep 3 hours a night to be a good entrepreneur either. You can still enjoy the journey and be healthy, have family and friends like that. But you have to understand that you're going to have to roll up your sleeves, put in the work. And it might things that might come with that is not a steady income, not a steady salary right up front. Now, a few more here, just to understand, there's going to be fires to put out every day. You might think that it's going to be fun to own your own business. You're going to be able to go in the park, to go whatever it is, go surfing in the middle of the day. But the truth is that each week there's going to be some sort of issue. There's going to be some sort of fire to put out, whether it's an employee's upset at you, a client hired you and then they didn't like your the website or whatever, the marketing isn't working out. They're mad at you somehow that you didn't fulfill what you were trying to do, or maybe you hired someone and they did the job totally wrong and now you have an issue. There's going to be some sort of fire to put out, from hacking your site to the taxes were done wrong, the accountant did the taxes wrong, just about every week. Now, that doesn't mean that you're a bad entrepreneur. That comes with starting a business. There's going to be something you have to deal with. So just understand that it's not going to be a walk in the park. There's going to be things you have to deal with day in and day out. That's just part of the grind. Now, number 7 here, this is a big one. You need to have confidence when doing all this. Now, as you see, whenever you actually start and try to get clients and build out your agency business, there's a lot of competition. Yes, there's tons of opportunity. There's tons of clients for everyone, but without, like any other big opportunity, there's a lot of competition for it. There's no big opportunity out there that's just a hidden gold mine. There's people, if there's money to be made, there's people out there trying to do it. So there's going to be everyone from big agencies competing for the exact same job you're competing, to freelancers who are even better than you. They can produce better videos, better graphics, competing for the exact same job you are. And as a freelancer, freelancers get too tied up in their portfolio and their skills. Now, a great portfolio, really making a top-notch website, being able to have great graphic design skills, things like that are really important to succeeding as an agency. But in the end, the client will be happier to work with someone who is better at communicating, that can deliver on time, has good business skills, and ultimately helps them achieve what they want. Now, you have to understand whenever you do this that people don't care about graphic design skills. They don't care about how good your video editing is, how great you are with Adobe Photoshop. A pizza store owner only cares about selling more pizzas. They only care about landing corporate pizza gigs, for example, where they can sell as many pizzas as possible. They don't even necessarily want a website. They don't want to be on Google. They just want to make money at the end of the day. So you have to understand, you have to transition from being worried about having a great portfolio, making sure yours is the best, making sure you're the top video guy in town, to making sure that you're the top guy who can sell pizzas in town if you're working with pizza store clients, or you're the top guy who can get cars sold for car dealerships if that's who you're going to be working with. People get too caught up in worrying about how good their work is, if the person will like it or not. And 9 times out of 10, your client won't really care. They won't really understand what a good design is, what a good design isn't. So don't get caught up in that. Make sure you always have confidence when it comes to your work, when it comes to competing with other people for a job. Because in the end, all that matters is if you're helping the other business make money. or fulfill whatever goal it is, whatever mission statement that they've written down and you've gone over with them. So once you realize that this is just a small percentage, having a great portfolio is just a small percentage of what you need to accomplish. And it doesn't matter if there's someone out there who's a better designer than you, who's a better videographer than you. It's going to help you grow faster, get paid faster, and then eventually, work up toward a great portfolio that someone else envies or someone else wishes, hey, I wish I had the clients and the work that guy did. So here's something important. Write this down if you want. Don't compare yourself to other agencies or other freelancers out there, especially when you start. All you need to worry about as you go through this journey is compare yourself to where you started a week ago, or where you started a month ago, a year ago. Are you better a month ago than when you started? Or you have more clients a year ago than when you started? That's all that matters. Don't worry about the agency, the guy down the road that's pulling in $5 million a year, that's been around since 2001. Don't worry about that guy, because it's going to be hard to compete against that guy, because he's had a decade's head start, which is like 100 years in the internet, right? Only focus on if you're improving, your business is getting better and growing from week to week. Now, finally, the last mindset I want to go over here, number 8, you're in the business of helping solve problems. You're in the business of helping people. You're going to stay in business longer, make more money, and ultimately just be more fulfilled if you have a genuine interest in whether the company you work with benefits and grows as a result of your services. Now, understand that there's a lot of agencies out there that they're in it for the bottom line. They're in it for making as much money as possible. They don't really care if the client has success or not with their videos. They don't really care if they ultimately make any money. All they're worried about is getting the next big fat check. And yes, it's going to help you grow to a certain extent, but in the long run, you're going to lose money. You're going to lose even bigger clients, and you're not going to feel fulfilled at the end of the day. If it was all about just making money and you didn't help any other businesses grow, why are you going to be in it for the next 20 years or 30 years, which is really what you want to do, is keep growing the business out more and more. However, sometimes the opposite effect comes in for some new freelancers. They think that they're not good enough. They don't have enough confidence, as we talked about. And, they think that they have to work for free for months, or give away projects for free, or undercharge just to get by because they're not worth it. So, as long as you're helping them get to where they want, getting a positive ROI, you need to make sure that you're charging for your time. And ultimately, you have to remember that if you're not growing your business, remember, it's a mutual rewarding relationship. If your business isn't growing, then you're not going to be able to help them out in the future. If your client's business is growing fast, but you're not charging like you should be, eventually you're going to run out of steam. You're going to start doing the jobs incorrectly. You're not going to be able to help them out in new ventures that they need helped out with. You're not going to be able to understand new projects, like if they want to jump from Facebook to Instagram, and you were doing all the work on Facebook, you didn't take any time to understand how to grow their business on Instagram, then that's potential money that they're losing as well. So make sure you're charging for what you're worth, and ultimately you're helping them grow as a client and a business. In this video, we're going to go over selling and positioning, meaning what is it that you're actually going to sell, what's going to work best to sell, what's working right now, as well as how do you position your business to get the most optimal clients and make the most money right from the start. As far as selling, what I recommend is doing something called the monopoly strategy, something I call the monopoly strategy, as far as picking out what to sell and then actually starting to sell it and go out there and get clients. What do I mean by the monopoly strategy is that what you're going to do is you're going to focus on one sub-niche service and become A+ at delivering value and being able to do that quickly, meaning you're going to become the go-to kind of a premium authority guy at delivering this one sub-niche service. And then once you become the go-to guy for this, then you can start to expand your services. Pick one that's related to it, and become the go-to guy for that. So you're going to pick one small sub-niche, become the go-to guy for that, develop a client base, then start expanding off of that, get more clients and dominate those. If you think about it, that's really what Amazon.com did, right? Today they're known for selling everything in the world. They're the everything store. But, a long time ago, they started out with just trying to do books well. If you wanted to buy a book online, there wasn't that much interest, but if you wanted to do it, you could go to this place called Amazon.com, and they had a bunch of books that you could just download, and they were really good at, helping you place your order securely, and then it would be sent to your house. And then they kind of got good with books, so then they expanded to some other stuff. And then they decided to expand to a whole other industry. And then today they're in, thousands and thousands of different industries and thousands of different products. And Walmart was the same way, right? They didn't just have a corporate strategy that says, said, hey, let's go to all the big cities, let's try to be everywhere at once and kind of shock and awe people. They didn't do that, right? They picked one small location and they kind of became the everything store for that one location. And then they slowly expand the radius 50 miles. They put another store in and they try to dominate the 50-mile radius in that location, put the other small businesses out. And then they slowly crept across the country, one location at a time. And that's what you need to do as well. So, for example, what you can do is, say you want to, you have some knowledge on SEO. Instead of saying, hey, we do everything we can do everything in regards to SEO optimization. What you want to do is first just pick a small sub niche and be the guy that does that in your industry or your city. For example, you can do keyword research for different sites. Then, once you become really good at doing keyword research, you have some people referring you. You're known as, hey, that's Ben, the keyword research guy. If you need a keyword research report about how to get some extra traffic, well, this is probably the best guy to hire. Then you can expand to, now we're going to help you with on-site SEO optimization. So we deliver the keyword reports. We were really good at that. We're kind of the best in the industry. But now we're going to be the best industry at helping you put those keyword reports to use. And specifically, we're going to help you do some on-site SEO optimization for, maybe you can start out with WordPress sites and then expand to HTML sites. And then once you're really good at keyword research, applying that to on-site optimization, then maybe you can start doing like long-tail content marketing campaigns. So it doesn't really make sense to jump all the way to the top and say, hey, we're going to do these content marketing campaigns for everyone right away. It starts to do something really small, get some good examples of how you can do it, get some clients, sell those clients on optimizing their site, and then sell them on the higher ticket package of, hey, we're going to do these long tail content marketing campaigns for you once you already have like a base and you're expanding outward. Now think of it you can think of it as like, here's an example here that I have where you start out with just being the guy that's really good at getting divorce lawyers clients. It doesn't make sense to start out and try to get all types of lawyers clients, or it doesn't start out to try to get, get car salesmen, car clients, and then divorce lawyers clients, and then, auto repair people, these clients. You have to pick one business first, become really good at doing that and actually getting results. And not just, lawyers or salespeople or, auto part repair. You have to pick one within that. For example, divorce lawyers, not just any lawyers, but you're the divorce lawyer guy. And then after, you become good with divorce lawyers, then maybe you can expand to injury lawyers. Maybe you can even get referrals from your divorce lawyer clients to some of their injury lawyer buddies that they're getting clients from too and getting referrals. And then you can become the lawyer guy for your city. So you already have established case studies for divorce lawyers. You have established case studies for injury lawyers. You have some clients there. You're getting referrals. And then you can expand to, being the guy, the divorce lawyer leads guy in your city. And then once you are the guy in your city, then maybe you can be the guy in the next city for all those clients. You see how they kind of, it's kind of like an onion. You start in the middle and then you get bigger, bigger, and bigger. You can't start with the, the outer layer first if you don't have the inner layer, right? And, if you're thinking, well, I don't want my clients to compete against each other or anything like that. Well, maybe just be divorce lawyers for one city and then expand to divorce lawyers for another city and then add on, injury lawyers, one injury lawyer client in this city, then another injury lawyer client in another city. What you want to do is, I think you get the point, is you want to start out small with one sub niche, one city, and then expand outward as it makes sense to more and more cities. But you have to do one thing well before you can do more. You have to learn how to crawl before you can walk, right? And this is far easier anyway than doing everything under the sun. Now, how many times have you gone to your spam and gotten an email? I know I have, and I know your clients have, where it says hey, we're an agency in India. We can do your SEO, web design, Google Analytics, pay-per-click, Facebook ads. What does that say? It says, I'm desperate. I need some sort of income. I need some sort of job. We can do anything you want. We probably can't really do it well or do it at all. But, if you have a need, we're here to take your money. That's exactly the opposite of what you want to do. You don't want to try to do everything. And as you can see here, first, if you try to do everything, the jobs are rushed and quality's poor, and you're not going to get referrals. And the backbone of your agency business is high quality referrals from other clients and repeat clients. It's better to have, a few high quality repeat clients over and over, and try to bring in new leads every single month. That's way too much work. And you're going to be able to do that by doing a great job. Don't rush the job. Don't do a poor job, but you can only do that if you're focusing on one thing well. Next, looking desperate. Just went over this. If you tell someone that, hey, I can do everything, what's that going to say? Obviously, they're going to know that you can, which means that, hey, you're desperate for money, meaning that you probably can't do your stuff well. You probably don't know your stuff. We don't really want to hire you. You can go in the trash, or you can be marked as spam. Also, it's difficult to find your blue ocean. If you've ever read the book, The Blue Ocean Strategy, or finding your unique selling point, like I said, starting an agency business is like starting any business. You have to have some sort of creative insight. You have to find some sort of need that other agencies aren't really solving that well to really fly out of the gate and start scaling fast. And if you're trying to do everything under the sun, it's difficult for people to understand why you're unique. What's your blue ocean of clients? What's your purple cow, as Seth Godin would say? What's your unique selling point? It's hard to establish yourself as the go-to guy for wedding clients. You're the go-to guy for SEO. You're the go-to guy for explainer videos. There's no reason for people to brand you or refer you if you're just trying to do everything poorly. And also, as we're going to go over in just a second here, it's difficult to position yourself as the go-to guy in the authority. As an authority, you can easily outmarket people with less money. You can charge more fees. You can command more attention. If you're the authority guy in your niche, people want to come to you. Instead of you trying to beg and solicit people, they come to you because you're the guy who knows how to get X done in your niche. And if you're trying to do everything at once, it's difficult to be the authority guy there and be the premium marketing guy. And then, of course, you can't charge premium fees if you're not the authority guy. If you're just someone who's desperate trying to do everything at once, it's hard to build momentum and really make a lot of money for a little bit of work. So what should you sell? Well, I recommend choosing whatever niche you're going to be in based on your strengths, or at least what you're interested in, so you can get up and work every day and make progress from week to week. For example, if you work for a law firm right now, you hate your job, it might not be fun, but pick to help law firm clients because you have a massive advantage over everyone else. If you used to work in a law firm, you understand the business, how it works, and what they're looking for as far as leads and people to partner with for marketing. Now, if you enjoy graphic design, you're pretty good at it, you can spend hours a day, then pick graphic design to be on. Don't be the law firm guy. Just be someone who does general graphic design for offline or online businesses, if that's what kind of you have a significant advantage in, what's your strength. If you're really good at Adobe or Premiere or something like that, really good at video marketing. Obviously you don't want to be like pay-per-click, just because a lot of people are trying to sell you pay-per-click courses or Facebook marketing courses. And your strengths are how to use Adobe Premiere pretty well. We'll start there and be the video editing guy, and and really become the guy for that and charge premium fees for that. So you need to focus on where your competitive advantage is. Is there any softwares you own as well? Do you know email marketing real well? Is there friends in a certain industry that can give you referrals? So maybe if you used to work in that law firm, you have coworkers in there that can refer you, or maybe they moved on to other law firms and they need marketing people. Who can you get the closest referral? And as far as what city to pick, well, pick the city that you live closest by. Because one advantage is closing people in person, talking to people in person, going out to the business and studying it, talking to the people there, not making them leave their location. So pick a city as well that you live by, as that's going to give you a bigger advantage over some big New York law firm who's trying to sell stuff to people in San Francisco, where they're the entire country apart, right? Now, and you also have to think, if you're overseas, you're in India, and you have a large team, meaning that the currency rate is a lot less than people competing in the USA. You can hire more people. Well, that gives you a competitive advantage on, say, like freelancer sites. You can have someone just stay up all night. You can pay them to bid on jobs and get more opportunities that way. On the other hand, though, if you're in the USA and you were college educated there, then you're going to have a better advantage when meeting and closing bigger clients online, whether it's Skype, actually driving and meeting them in person. So maybe focus on bigger deals instead of smaller freelance projects if that's your advantage. Now, if you don't think you have any advantage, you don't think you have any strength, you're starting from scratch, or just pick something you're at least interested in. If you like videos, like watching videos on YouTube, and pick video marketing. If you've always kind of been interested in SEO, pick SEO. If you like graphic design, start in graphic design. Pick something that you're going to be able to wake up and get better at each day. So here's a quick exercise. As soon as we're done with this module that you can go ahead and do, and I recommend you doing it, is to define your ideal client and pick your service you're going to sell as an agency. Create what people call a customer avatar. So what's that? It's just a representation of who your ideal client is. You want to write down, give them a fake name, maybe visualize them, but write down things like how much are they going to pay? What's their budget? What do they really want? For example, if you want to sell explainer videos to startup companies, you want to write down these people are in San Francisco. They just got VC funding. They need an explainer video service. I want them to pay me $5,000 per video. Write that stuff down. Your ideal client. Who do you want to serve? If you're not good at video, for example, then maybe focus on just general marketing. Like I want to be the law firm guy. Specifically, I'm going to start with divorce lawyers in the Philadelphia area, divorce clients. And ideally, it would be great if I can charge them $100 per lead sent to their business, or maybe get them into some sort of package like providing marketing services for $1,000 per month, so $1,000 per client per month. And of course, be realistic. If you know nothing about explainer video creation, you haven't opened Adobe After Effects or anything like that, then it doesn't really make sense to write down, I really want a venture-funded client who's going to pay $10,000 per explainer video, but I don't live in San Francisco and I never put an explainer video together. Be realistic. If you can't deliver at the quality that they're going to expect for $5,000 or $10,000 per video, then don't write that down. Don't go through all that hustle, because there are people out there that can do that, and you're going to have to compete against them, right? So think about your strengths, what you can do well. If you don't have any sort of designer skills, you're not good at designing, you're not good at creating videos or anything like that. What about just general marketing? What about sales copy? What about copywriting? Can you do that? Focus on your strengths, and maybe focus on clients like pizza clients or law firms where they could care less about the quality of their website or the quality of the video. All they care about is making money, getting clients. So you can focus on that. That would be a much better strength to focus on. Also, you need to position your business as the premium service in your industry. Marketing is one of the most important things a business can do. If they can bring in new clients to sell their services, then they can profit. If they can't bring in new clients to sell their services, they're going to fail. So it makes sense to sell your services at a premium rate. Internet marketing, or marketing in general, is one of the most important things that you can be doing as a business. Without it, if you can't bring in new clients, your business is going to die. So you want to charge a premium rate for what you're worth, and you want to position yourself as kind of the premium authority guy who knows how to get results in their niche for the most profits long term and the most value long term that you can add. For example, if you want to target wedding planners, then position yourself as the guy in town who is the best guy who knows the most about landing A+ wedding clients and can do it repeatedly. So you're not just not just the most knowledgeable about it, but you have the team that can get it done correctly and can do it on time, communicate effectively. You're kind of the premium guy. If you want a wedding client, then Ben Murray Marketing is the place to go. That's the kind of the premium guy in the industry. It might not be the cheapest, but if you want that A+ wedding client, then that's the guy that you have to talk to at least. So as you start out, you're going to notice that there's places like freelancer.com, Upwork.com kind of, but especially like freelancer.com. There's people out there that are working for $5 an hour, doing projects for $7 total. And if you list a job there, then you're going to get tons of responses instantly. If you ever hired someone from freelancer.com, I've done it a bunch. As soon as you put a job request, there's going to be tons of people emailing you right away saying that, hey, I can do it, no problem. I can do it for $7. A job that normally someone else would charge $200 for to do correctly. And, that's a great way to get clients quickly, maybe upsell them to higher things, maybe just to get testimonials right away. And if you have to pay the bills, if your lights are about to be turned off in your apartment or your business, that's a great way to get some fast income. But you don't want to be relying on that for your business. You don't want to become the guy that does cheap work as fast as possible for as low as possible, because it's not sustainable. You're going to burn out. And ultimately, it's not that profitable if you're going to be working an hour for $7. Might as well just go to McDonald's, right, and work there. There's hundreds and thousands of businesses right now coming online and already online that need your services and want to work with a real professional, someone who can communicate clearly, who can deliver on time, who can do the job correctly, who's easy to work with. If you go to Freelancer, you're guaranteed to get work. If you do some of the stuff we talk about, you go to freelancer.com, you bid on a project, I guarantee you're going to get paid. But you don't want to become that person that clients call when they need something done fast and cheap. You don't want to brand yourself as the fast and cheap guy. Think about long term. Now, can you really sell your services to hundreds of different clients per month, putting in 12-hour days, trying to finish little projects in days or even hours? Well, that's no way to sustain a solid agency long term. And eventually you're going to burn out, you're going to fizzle out, even if you make some decent money the first couple months. So you need to be focusing on positioning yourself as the guy who, you have to pay a little bit more, but they're going to do the work on time. And, you don't have to rush to do the job right. All the people care about is just getting the job done correctly. So, first, most clients who have money, they value time over money. They have money to spend. They're making a lot of money. They're doing well. But they're willing to pay a little bit extra for a service to be done right. They've learned the important lesson that time is more valuable than money, right? That's an important lesson to learn. That's something that we can't get any more of is time. And serious entrepreneurs, people who have made it to that level, the big level, they're making millions of dollars, they've understand that time is more important than, a couple extra bucks. They don't have time to mess around with someone who's kind of, delay the project or tell you that they can do it right now, but really they're about to go to sleep. They can't do it overnight. So they're just going to kind of hold you off until they can do it the next day. They don't have time to deal with people like that. And whenever, especially, for me, when I go to hire someone, if someone is way underpriced, then that's a big red flag that says they're desperate for work. They don't really have time to do it right now. Whenever they do submit it, it's probably going to be wrong. And then I'm back to square one. And that's wasted time. So clients that have money to spend, they value time, and they'll be willing to spend extra with you more than other people in your industry if they know that you're not going to waste it, right? Think about this. They want results in the end. Now, some people here, they're worried. I'm telling them, hey, you have to position yourself as the best in town, be the industry expert. But they're thinking, hey, there's no way I can design the best website in town. I don't have the biggest team in town. I can't do videos the best. I can't really do anything the best. Well, remember that they just want results in the end. Pizza clients, a big pizza chain in town, they don't care about what their website necessarily looks like. Yeah, it has to look decent enough. But, if you're not the best designer in town, they don't really care. Ultimately, what they want is, whenever they send traffic to their site, they want a lower bounce rate. They want more people calling. They want more money in the end. They just want the bottom line. They want more pizza clients and money. So if you're the authority guy and you position, hey, we're going to get you more pizza clients, and you know how to do that, maybe you don't have the best Facebook ads designer, you don't have the best website, but if you can get more pizza clients from when they started, then that's, then they'll be able to pay you more because maybe you were easy to communicate with, you got the end result, you did it on time, so you can charge a little bit more than other people that, maybe they can do, Facebook ads a little bit better, but maybe they're hard to work with, or it takes them a long time to do it correctly. Or they're fiddling with the site more than when the client wanted it done just to make it perfect. All they want is results in the end, so don't worry about not being the best. Also, raising your prices, having a high price right out of the gate, it helps you fire the tire kickers. Now, you're going to understand that not all clients are the same. And there's even clients that might be upset or wondering why you're charging more on average than other businesses. And you need to spot these clients and fire them before they can hire you. And what you'll find with some of these lower, tier kind of clients is that they request tons of revisions, they complain about the price, and even in the end, after you've done tons of revisions, you've talked to them, you've assured them that it's going to be fine, they still might even leave a moderate or even negative review out of all the work. They're just lower quality clients, and usually they don't want to spend too much money. So right away, you can help fire them before you hire them, and then they do damage to your business and waste your time. And of course, like we talked about, this helps you sustain a manageable pace long term. You can't be working 12 hours a day, 12 months a year, trying to grow your business, managing hundreds and hundreds of clients per month. You just want a couple clients that are paying you nice, solid fees above industry average, that you can take your time on the projects and do them well. So your goal is A position is a premium service that works with an awesome smaller client base that will allow you to keep growing throughout your career without sacrificing your life on the outside of work. And remember, we're getting into this for more freedom, for more health, to make more money, not to work 24/7 and be miserable. So consider positioning yourself as a premium service right out of the gate, even. Because it's going to help you grow faster. You're going to have more time to work with people. You're going to get the clients that you do work with more results because you're working more intimately with them. You're not, trying to get brand new clients every single day of the week. And you can have more time, to spend with your family, friends, take trips, etc. It'll be a lot more. Your agency business will be a lot more enjoyable. Alright, so welcome back. In this video, I want to touch on the importance of creating a brand for your agency. Now, what's a brand? Well, the technical definition is just the total sum of people's perception of your company, including things like advertisements, customer service, logos, types of products, and your company values. And basically what it is all that means is just how people view your company, how they're going to view your agency. And you might be thinking, well, do I really need a brand to start in? And you don't need to fine tune it or have it perfect whenever you jump in. And in fact, you shouldn't if it's causing you not to take action, not to take on clients, not to start making money. But at some point, you really need to focus on developing a brand, a logo, a website design, and a lot more we're going to talk about in just a few minutes here. So a lot of freelancers kind of skip this part. They think that they can just use their name and their picture. And that's their company. But consider these brands here. And this is just an example: Coca-Cola, Planet Fitness, Chick-fil-A. What makes these companies worth billions of dollars? So is it because they are selling the most unique products? Their products are better than everyone else's? Well, if you think about it, the products aren't really better than anyone else's, and they don't really have anything unique. For example, Planet Fitness. If you wanted, you can probably find any sort of gym that has the exact same equipment, the exact same treadmills, the same workout kind of environment, anywhere in your town, right? Is Planet Fitness. But why is Planet Fitness valued in the billions of dollars now? Well, it's not so much their equipment or their staff or anything like that. It's just they've kind of branded themselves as this place for that the gym for nerds, for people who are intimidated when they go to the gym, so they need like a kind of safe space environment to go and work out and get healthy. So they branded themselves as the lunk free zone. If you've ever seen any of those commercials, but really you go in and there's still going to be people who are in shape and look good, and they have the exact same equipment, the exact same experience, the exact same treadmills. Just they've really put some effort into kind of developing their own blue ocean, why they're different from other gyms, whether you believe that or not, and really kind of fine-tune their branding as we're the gym for nerds. So not only are they getting people who they feel insecure at other gyms, but now they're pulling in a whole different audience of people who didn't even think about going to a gym, people who were like playing video games and they knew that they need to go to a gym, but they really don't want to. And now they're kind of advertising themselves as the gym for people who don't want to be judged and are kind of nerdy. And if you think about Coke as well, what do they sell? Well, they built like $1 billion business really selling sugar water. You can probably make that same stuff they sell at home. There's even kits now to make soda at home now. But what makes them $1 billion brand? Why do all these restaurants have to have Coca-Cola in their their vending machines and have them as drinks you can order with your meal? Well, they've done all these advertisements to really beat people over the head that Coke equals happy family and friends. All the commercials, people sharing a Coke with their friend. They have the fun polar bear at Christmas. So it's more than just sugar water. If you drink Coke, then that means that you're going to be at peace and be fulfilled with your family. And Chick-fil-A, what do they sell? Chicken sandwiches. You can probably go to any sort of restaurant or any other place to get a chicken sandwich fast. But they're franchising. They're getting a lot of franchisees. They're growing all over the place because they've really solidified their brand and put a lot of effort into that. And if you think about it, if you had a big project, say you worked for someone and you had to get a website up for their company and you had to do it in like a week, and if you didn't get it up, you'd be fired from your job. Which one of these two companies would you want to work with? Say you found this company here where it looks like they're a team. They have a nice, clean website. They have a cool name, Stay Fly, epic websites. You can learn about them. You can see their portfolio. There's a way to contact them. Would you work with them, or would you like to bet your job on this guy, Apu? He has some. All he kind of has is he doesn't really have a picture of himself. He doesn't look like he looks like he works solo. He doesn't have a team, and he kind of with some incorrect grammar talks about what he does online. So if your job was you'd be fired if you didn't get this website up. Which person would you rather work with? The one that looks kind of like an agency that's been around for a while. They have a nice looking website. They're more professional. Or would you rather work with this guy who he doesn't want to show his picture even? So obviously you want to work with the one that looks more professional, right? The more authority one, the one that has an actual brand established with a logo and name. And even if these people are exactly the same, they might be the same person. They may both be like single freelancers. Just one has branded themselves better. They look more trustworthy, so that way they can command higher prices. They're going to get more clients, and they're going to grow faster than the other person who's not really taking their branding and their marketing too seriously. So, what should you do to help build your brand? What you should do here is define your unique value and your intrinsic value. Come up with that and write that down, or even work on it over time. What I mean by this is, first, why are your products better than others in your space? Maybe they're kind of the same, but is there some way that you can come up with some sort of angle to position them better than others? Or maybe they are just others and you're not communicating that effectively. How are your products better? And how can you communicate this to that target audience you're trying to reach? So remember, Planet Fitness, technically they're selling the same treadmills as everyone else, the same place you can go and work out. But they're communicating that, hey, we have this nice safe zone. You won't feel harmed. You won't feel being judged. We're better than all the others, so you need to come to us, drive that extra mile to come to our place because you're going to have a better experience. Our products are better. So spend some time defining what your intrinsic value is and what makes your services different than all your competition, and what makes your business a better experience as a whole. Also, if you don't have any really unique products, you're selling all the same stuff. And you think about it, agencies, what do we really do? You really sell the same stuff as everyone else. You're selling Facebook ads. It's one person doesn't have special access to the Facebook platform than anyone else does. There's not really someone who's a way better graphic designer than another person. As an agency, you're selling the same products and services pretty much as everyone else. So this is really important to do. And this next part, thinking about what aspects outside of products, for example, your company values, your mission, your marketing techniques for landing clients, your customer service, that's really key to differentiating yourself from all the different agencies out there that you're going to be competing against. So if you're selling the exact same Facebook services, you're selling on-site SEO optimization, there's only so much you can do, right? Google only gives you so much data to work with. So if you're competing against someone, well, how about your company values? Do you have a better mission than the other guy? Are you going to be communicating to your clients more effectively or more uniquely to try to get them on board? How about your customer service? Do you offer phone support where they only offer email support? Will you actually go out to the business and work with them? What can you do to differentiate yourself and position yourself as an authority and a more premium service than all your different customers out there? Also, it helps to craft just a short mission statement about what your business does and a short elevator pitch. And this is kind of the foundation which you're going to work off of. For example, Nike has one. It's called their mission statement is to bring innovation and inspiration to as many athletes as possible. And then all their marketing, their customer service, their ads campaigns, everything is based off of this one core mission statement. That's how all their team members function. A bad mission statement would be something like, our goal in Nike is to sell as many shoes as we possibly can, or sell as much athletic apparel as we can. And then if you kind of base all your marketing, your team interaction, the way you treat customers off of this, we only care about the bottom line. We only want to make as much money as possible. That's going to reflect, and it's going to lose customers, and your brand's going to diminish. The value of your brand will diminish long-term over time. So obviously something around, like, if people go to your about page, they want to learn what your business stands for, what you're about. We're in an age of more transparency right now on the internet. And if they see something about there's not really any mission statement, there's something that quickly links to pricing, they don't really know even who the entrepreneur is who started this agency. It basically says our mission is to make as much money as possible. We're in it to make money. Whereas someone else might have a good mission statement where it might be, yeah, we want to make money, obviously, but we're here to help get amazing products the attention they deserve through the power of actionable explainer videos. That would be a good example if you're into video marketing and you do explainer videos. So that tells the customer who wants to work with you, hey, we're in it to make the world a better place. Now, obviously, we're going to charge you money, but our core mission, what we operate off of, is this. We're in it to make great products get the attention they deserve. Instead of, we're just in it in the bottom line to make as much money from you as possible. This is a big difference for landing a big client, especially because they're going to want to know what you're about, what your mission's about, what your company and brand's about. So it's very important to develop this over time, or at least spend some time right before you get started, even before you go out and start to get clients, to kind of nail this stuff in. Also, consider having an about page on your site. I'm going to go over setting up your site in a second here. But even in your freelancer description, if you don't want to set up a site, something that talks about who you are, what you're about, what your company does. A good one here you can check out, and the link below is frankkern.com. Now, he's not really an agency; he's just kind of a single freelancer, he's marketing himself as just like a single guy. But you can see quickly he kind of establishes himself as an authority. He's the creator of behavioral dynamic response, one of the most sought after direct response internet marketing consultants. This is all about, we talked about positioning and authority. He's positioning himself as the best. He's the most sought after direct response internet marketing consultant. Now, he might not be the very best at what he does here, but he's kind of positioning himself in a non-hypey way that hey, I'm very sought after. I'm gonna charge you a lot because I'm worth it. And then if you go down further, you can check out the full page. There's some personality, but it still brands himself as an influencer, an authority. It talks about what he does, what clients are right, who's right or not. And there's some good information that by the end of the page, you'll know who Frank Kern is, what he does, what he's all about, and if your business is right to contact him, or if it's you should avoid contacting with him because you're not the type of business he works with. So make sure to have some sort of about page, at least on your freelancer profile, your Upwork profile, and ideally on your site that talks about your entire team, or at least if it's just you, then it talks about you and makes you look like a sought after authority or premium service in your industry. Now, of course, if you're going to be starting an agency, you need to come up with some sort of agency name. Can't really just be your own single name. So come up. It doesn't have to be the perfect name, but come up with some sort of agency sounding name to help grow and brand yourself as. For example, one I like was 37 Signals. Now, this was the company Basecamp before they switched their name around, and now they just call themselves Basecamp. But before they were Basecamp, they were a marketing agency. Now, Basecamp, if you don't know what that is, that's a software that helps with team collaboration. But first, they were just a marketing agency that did website design and things like that, and they just branded themselves as 37 Signals. Now, why that? Well, it's not too weird or cutesy. It allows room to grow. It's not like SEO Signals, where it kind of sounds like we only do SEO. And it's easy to remember. 37 Signals. You can type it into your browser and remember if you need to contact them for something. Another good one, Digital Marketer. Now, they do more education now than working with client sites. But again, 2 words, easy to remember, talks about what they do, Digital Marketer. And if they wanted to expand, they're not just tied down to we only do SEO or we only do pay-per-click. We're not a pay-per-click marketer. We're a digital marketer. We do a bunch of stuff that relates to marketing. Some other good names, Snap Fitness. Sprite, Dollar Shave Club, Intense Debate. So again, these are, one word, 2 word type names, very coherent. You know what they do as soon as you say them. Snap Fitness, that's fat. That's a place where you can go to work out quickly. You only have to do swipe a card and you get in. You can work out fast. Intense Debate. I don't even need to tell you what that one is about. Obviously, you're going to go to a site and have discussions with other people. And Dollar Shave Club. It's another good name. So, can you come up with a name for your agency? Whenever you think about it, is your name right now, maybe you have a name already, is there any kind of negative connotations with it, like forkbug.com? If you're trying to create a service that caters to restaurants, and your marketing agency name is Forkbug, that kind of sounds like a bug in your fork. Do you really want to brand yourself as that? So is there any kind of negative connotations when people say your name, or they go to spell it? There's some sort of negative aspect to it. Also, do they have to spell it out? So if you tell someone over the phone, hey, just go to charityhere.com, that's our agency, we help charities. Is it going to be charity, H-E-R-E, or is it H-E-A-R? Make sure you don't have to spell it out or write it out if you're talking to someone. And also, like I already said, does it allow room for growth? So if 37 Signals originally called themselves SEOsignals.com, and then they started out with doing SEO, but then they decided, hey, we want to do pay-per-click marketing as well, they'd have to change their entire name, because right now it sounds like they only do SEO. So does your name allow you to grow in the future? Maybe you start out and your name's digital marketer and all you do is SEO optimization. But because you branded yourself as that, you can add on other services. You don't have to change your brand or your name. Now, of course, make sure there's not an agency that already has your name. Do a quick search with like the keyword. See if another business pops up. See if you can do a search with the keyword LLC. You don't want to buy a domain, set up your site, and then it turns out that someone already owns that LLC name. So make sure you check with a lawyer whenever you're getting this set up, and before you invest significant money into a domain name. So go ahead, get a thesaurus, and write down a list of similar nouns, verbs that relate to what you're trying to sell, your mission statement, your target customer, and then look for any sort of combinations, synonyms, ways of combining what you found, and just craft a simple, clear, relatable brand name. And again, it doesn't have to be anything fancy. 37 Signals, that can be anything, but I think it gets the job done. Now, if you want a more startup-y type name, you can go to wordoid.com. This allows you to put like a base name like video or vid, and then it's going to give you kind of startup-y type names with different endings to like you can have more words added on that begin with that base word, words that end with that. So if you want more of like a fake type name, where it's not necessarily in the English language, but more related to startups with like ly endings, for example, then wordoid.com is one that you might want to check out. Also, while we're on the topic of setting up your brand, you need to have a solid looking logo. This is even more important even than setting up your website first, because the logo is going to be on all your proposals you send out, your business cards, eventually on your website, your landing pages, even in your emails. And if you kind of have a logo that's looks like it was made for $5 on Fiverr.com, there's not a lot of effort that went into it. The graphics are all bad and blurry. That tells your clients that, hey, we're trying to sell marketing services to you, but we don't really take our own marketing seriously. As you can tell by our logo, we put no effort into it and invested no money. So we're going to try to charge you $1,000 to set up your website, but we wouldn't do that ourselves. Now, is that the type of business that you want to work with, right? So it's okay to splurge for a great looking logo because this communicates to your, first it's going to communicate your brand well, what it does. People can remember it. It's going to be on all your proposals, your template cards, and it says to people that, hey, we take digital marketing, or we take our marketing really seriously. We take branding really seriously. So we're going to help you do the same as well. Now, how do you get a logo for cheap or get a decent one without paying thousands of dollars? If you don't know this already, just go to 99designs.com, Or if you are really strapped for cash, you can go to freelancer.com and run a freelance contest. But it's best to go to 99designs.com and run. And what I've tested out, I've seen to get the best results for the best money by running a silver contest. So what you want to do is first get any sort of fonts or similar logos, or something that you want your own logo to look like. Obviously, the freelancers that are going to design this for you aren't going to be copying the person's site, but get a collection of different logos that relate to your avatar, relate to your niche, who might want to buy from you, and then open up a contest here. And then Freelancer, this is a crowdsourcing site, so you open up a contest, say, hey, I want a logo for Occupy.com, and then different people will bid throughout the course of 5 days or a week on their designs, and you pick the winning design. And if you don't like all the designs, then you can message the people that you do kind of like and say, hey, can you change it to this? Can you add on this? And eventually you can pick a winner. They'll win the prize money, and then you'll get a decent logo from a lot of different designs all at once. So instead of going to a designer and continuing to pay over and over to try to find a decent logo, you could just have a bunch of people compete at once and then pay once at the end. So 99 Designs is a great place to get your logo made for your brand. In this video, we're going to go over something essential that you have to do to land serious clients, and that is create a website or at least a portfolio to get started of your work. Probably you've gotten spam emails, or I've certainly got some from people that are agencies trying to get clients, and they tell you that they can do SEO for your site for $200, but there's no link to their website. In fact, it turns out they don't have a website at all. There's no portfolio. So basically, they're asking you to trust them, pay $200, even though there's no proof of any sort of work that they've done before, or that they even are in a location anywhere at all, that they're even a real company or not. So, it helps, and is not just helps, but it's pretty much necessary now that you have to have some sort of previous work, some sort of previous portfolio, and some sort of website that points to a real location that first establishes that you're a real business that people can send their money to, and they know that they're at least going to get a refund or not, and that you've done previous work, stuff that you've already claimed that you've done. They can check out and look, and if they like it, they'll go ahead and hire you based on what they've seen, and if they think that you can do what they're hoping to get done. Now, you need one of two things. First, you need at least some sort of site that hosts a portfolio. This can be if something like on Behance.com. This is a site that you can sign up for free. It's with Adobe. It's going to help you, especially if you're like a graphic designer or some video creator. It's going to allow you to showcase your work for people to check out and see. And in fact, with Behance, it's pretty nice. There's a nice clean environment. It's easy to work with, and even people can even comment and thumbs up your work. So it adds some social proof as well. So you at least need to have, before you reach out and start pitching your services, you have to at least have somewhere that people can check out to see what you even do and see if the quality is a good fit for them or not. So a great way to start if you're a freelancer trying to be an agency or just getting started is to sign up to Behance and set up a portfolio that way. You don't have to do any coding or anything like that. It's not like setting up your own site, and it's pretty easy to get started and easy to share the link to your potential clients so they can check out and see what you're doing and how it helped. So this is what it looks like whenever you land on Behance.com. You can see all these different people's profiles here. I'm on the best at Behance, but you can have your own. There's different sections. And then this is what each sort of profile, individual profile looks like here. So this guy is for Mike. He's doing different creative website designs. You can see each of his website designs there. There's one with a fox. There's one with like a Bitcoin mining thing that he did for someone. And you click on each one, and it's going to look like this. You can scroll through and see different images of the site. You can upload GIFs, videos, and things like that for your potential client to check out. Now, one tip that I want to point out to you, and you might want to write this down, is on these different sites like Behance or even in your own site that hosts your own portfolio, you need to talk about not only link and show images of what you've done, but talk about how it helped the specific client get X result. Now, remember how we went over how pizza store owners, they only care about selling pizza. They don't care about how great the explainer video looks like. They don't care about how fancy the website is. So make sure, unlike what this person did, make sure you talk about how this website helped the client get results and why you created it a specific way. It's not enough just to put a great design up, because if you're going by design, then you're probably already lost, because there's people out there that are spending all day long just focusing on the design, and they don't even really necessarily care about making money or not. So you're already lost in that aspect. But you can upload examples of what you did and then talk about why you designed it that specific way, why you created that specific explainer video, or why you created that specific ad on Facebook to that client, and how it got them results. So this you need to do this whether it's on Behance, whether it's on another type of portfolio site that you can sign up for free, or whether it's on your own WordPress website you set up or your own agency website. You need to have a portfolio section that demonstrates what you've done for previous clients, how it looks, and talk about why you did it that specific way. That's really going to help go the extra mile to landing some of these clients, something that not a lot of serious freelancers and not a lot of serious agencies are doing out there. So make sure to write that one down if you need to. And then at some point you want to develop your own self-hosted or your own website, whether it's WordPress, whether it's something else other than WordPress, but some sort of like self-hosted website with your own domain that clearly explains what your business is all about, what it does, what's the main benefit the customer's going to get, and is kind of like a nice, clean design that looks professional, something that a serious company would want to do, would make a serious company want to do business with you. So here's a couple things that I've written down that your initial site needs. Now, that previous example I showed, that's a really great example you can check out, and I'll have different links right below the video for different sites that you should model yours after. But it doesn't have to be that fancy if you're just starting out. You don't have to have that you worked with Microsoft at the top or anything like that. But there's a few things that your website does need to have, or you might as well just use a basic portfolio and not even have the website up. And first, your site needs to have a clear headline right at the top of what it is you do or what the main benefit is that the customer is going to get. So if you do SEO, you'd have some sort of a headline about how you rank sites higher, you help get more traffic through SEO or something like that. That previous one had it talked about explainer videos, creative explainer videos. Well, you need to have a headline that talks about, hey, we do custom explainer videos for your business, and mention that. There also needs to be a way for them to contact you for a quote or resources. So if you list this on Google Business, or if they're just visiting it or something like that, or they saw it in the future and then would come back, there needs to be some way that they can contact you to get a quote for your services. So this could be a contact form that they fill out and submit. This could just be a link to your email. You need some sort of way, of course, for them to contact you, and usually some sort of form is best, especially a form that kind of makes them submit information. You get an idea of the project, and you can qualify them and see if they're right to work with or not. Now, like I said before, you need a portfolio page of examples and detailed descriptions of how it helped the client. Now, it doesn't have to be, a huge thing, but of course, the more proof that you have that you helped clients, the bigger the portfolio, the nicer it is. Well, that's just going to help you sell and close people more and more. So you really only need, 3 examples or so to get the message across for what you do. If you do explainer videos, you don't need to have 100 explainer videos on your portfolio page. Maybe, only 3 of your best ones. But, you do need to have clear examples of how you did it, how long it took, how it helped, how it got X result for the business, so clients can get a good idea of what you do. You also need as many testimonials as you can. You can never get enough testimonials and social proof, especially on your site. These are quotes from people who work with you, maybe even a section about videos or client feedback. Put these right on your portfolio, put them right under each specific example that you did, the feedback that you got. Have them right on your website, right under the main headline. Even have them right under the contact form, because you can't get enough testimonials. So try to gather as many as you can and then put them all over your website, so that's more social proof, and it's going to really increase conversions. You also need the About page, and we went over this a little bit before. And of course, we're living in an age of more transparency on the internet. People need to know who they're working with. You want to know not only that you're a real company and a real person, but what you stand for, what's your mission, how professional are you, what are you all about? Can we do business with you or not? So you need to have some sort of about page that talks about you and your team, what you do, and why you're the authority in your industry, or why they know that they're going to have a great experience from buying from your agency page. And then, of course, you need a authoritative, trustworthy, and clean design. It doesn't have to be the best looking design out there. You don't have to be the very top guy in your market, but you do need to look like you're someone that they can trust. You look like you put some effort into your business and in your website. And if you're putting effort into your marketing, well, that tells the business that, hey, they must be putting effort into their clients' projects. And if your website looks really great and clean and trustworthy, then that's a clear sign that they can trust you and go ahead with the payment and go ahead with your services. So below are a couple examples that you can check out. I'm just going to go through a couple here, but make sure to click the link below so you can explore the site fully. Here's one called Explainify. Get an explainer video that persuades people to take action right away. I like this example because they had their main benefit right as soon as you land on the page. And then there's a quick action that says, watch our explainer video. So, of course, you need to have a headline, but if you're selling explainer videos, you need to have an explainer video of your own. You need to kind of walk the walk. So right under that, they had watch our own explainer video. And then under that, they had, these weren't testimonials, but just, images of companies that they've worked with. So right away that says, hey, we deal with high-end clients. We have a lot of trust already. Check out who we worked with. So you can see that they've worked with some pretty big brands, and this is a company that you can trust and is pretty serious and probably an authority in their niche, which is explainer videos. Here's another one. It's a little bit smaller, but they say right in the front, we deliver scalable marketing solutions for entrepreneurs and companies that demand growth. This is about like pay-per-click and scaling. So again, it doesn't need to be the best website, but just something that looks professional, authoritative. Has a link right at the top. You can see to contact them, get their email, the About Us page, the services. Just something like that that's clean to start out with. That is going to make people trust you. Here's another one. Blonde Bear Social, and again, you can check out the links right below the video here to kind of explore these pages in depth. Right away, there's a pop-up for you to contact them. You can see right away they do Facebook advertising experts. So I like the positioning and the authority right there. We're experts in what we do, and what do? We do Facebook advertising as well as Instagram advertising. You come to the right place if you're looking to get results with Facebook. So right away, you know what they're about. I like the name because kind of like the 37 signals. If she wanted to branch out and do YouTube ads or do SEO or kind of expand, she's not just stuck with bare Facebook advertising or something like that. This is a kind of a nice brand name that allows growth in the future. Again, there's the About Us page. This is success stories. That's something great as well, along with the portfolio. Have the success stories and testimonials. So that's all you need is to land some decent clients or something like that. Here's one more. This is a design company, and again, right on the front you can see your case studies. Next-gen web designs made to excite and surprise. It shows what they do right away. There's a form right on there to get started through Facebook Messenger. You can quickly view their case studies, the portfolio, see what their designs look like, see how it helped people. Let's get started. Another button right at the top, and then their number if you want to call them. It's another clear design that tells right away what they do, and it looks like this is someone that you can trust. So make sure to check out all the links below. You need to model your site. You need to get a site at some point. So these are some good examples to start modeling after. It doesn't have to be the best site on the block right away, but just some things that has those core bullet points that we went over to be able to land clients. Welcome back to this next video where we're going to start digging into how to get the clients for your agency. And in this video, we're specifically going to be going over the right mindset for when you go to contact potential clients, when you try to sell your services, when you're prospecting. What's the right approach and general direction you should be going? Because there is a very important direction. And first, we're going to start with what not to do We're going to go over what some keys are, and then we're going to finally look over an example or two on how you should start contacting these potential clients to sell your services. And this is entirely from scratch. These are people who don't know who you are. They don't have any reason to trust you. But first, it helps what to know or what not to do. Understand what it is that you shouldn't do. Here's a few bullet points here. First, what you should not do is don't do what everyone else is doing right now and just send copy and paste emails to as many businesses as possible. What you want to do is instead understand your customer avatar, write them down like we talked about before, and then send a personalized message detailing how you can potentially help that business. That isn't just like a canned response, isn't some sort of like a canned template, because instantly the business is going to understand or know if you're serious or not at helping them, if you're actually putting time into writing a real email or not. If you don't have time to even write an email to start out your relationship with them, what's the effort going to be whenever you actually do the project, whenever they hire you, right? And anyway, it just sounds fake, copy and pasted. You don't want to do that. You don't want to message as many people as possible with the same template, because what's going to happen is you're not going to get any clients. You're going to waste a lot of time sending emails, and you're going to get a very little response back, because no one wants to work with someone who's not even going to put any effort into writing an email, right? Also, what you're trying to sell is not relevant to a problem that they have. You have to explain in your email, who you are, why you're contacting them, what it is that you have to sell, and why they need to check out or click your link or check out your services. If you don't really explain what the problem is you're here to solve, what it is you're doing, and how it's relevant to them, then it's not going to make sense. You can't just email someone and a lawyer who already have a website and say, hey, we do website design. They're going to say, oh, we already have a website up. What you at least have to do is talk about, hey, I noticed you have a website up, but this thing isn't really right, or we can actually install one that's a lot better, or here's what more successful clients right now in your industry, what your competition is doing here. We can help you do that. Point out what the problem is, and let them know that you have a relevant solution to it. Also, you don't want to sound salesy or fake or anything like that. Don't email them and say, hey, we're the most sought after agency in the country. We have a team of 100 here behind us. We're usually charging $10,000 per site. We can discount it to $2,000. Instantly that says that this person's fake. They're here just to try to make money. They're not here to help me. They're not here to develop a relationship. No thanks. I'm just going to have my secretary delete this. The secretary is probably going to get it and they're just going to send it to the trash. They're not even going to forward it to whoever the decision maker is in the business to make a decision. So, don't try to sound bigger than you are. Don't try to be pushy right out the front, saying like, hey, we'll offer you a discount today if you act right now in the email. No one likes that. They need to understand why you're emailing them, what you have to offer, why they can trust you, if it even makes it to the decision maker in the first place. Don't use any sort of mass delivery tools. This goes into the copy and paste email thing. If you're just sending through a mass autoresponder, chances are it's going to end up in their spam. It's going to look like you did send it through a mass autoresponder and you have no idea who the client is, or they have you have no idea or any interest in actually working with them. So avoid that. Also, the prospect doesn't understand how you can help. So this kind of goes back to point 2. A lot of people email them talking about, we're the number one SEO agency in the country. Maybe they are, and maybe they actually do link to some amazing case studies of how they, took a site from, being totally wrong in the webmaster tools to being fully correct in just under a minute or two or something, something crazy. But the prospect doesn't understand what SEO is. They don't understand, what it can do for their site. These people, they don't understand marketing. They don't know Facebook ads. Most of the people you're working with. So you have to understand clearly how you can help. Just saying I'm a Facebook ads expert isn't enough. They have to understand why they need to sign up on Facebook ads in the first place and what you can do inside Facebook ads to get them a positive ROI. Maybe they think that, right now I don't have any money to spend on marketing. Now, of course, everyone has money to spend on marketing, right? Because in the end, you're supposed to be getting a positive ROI. So, you have to talk to them about how they are going to get their money back, how they're going to make more money, and why, taking a look at your services is going to help them, even if they think that they may not need it right now. Now, another thing we're going to go over in this example email is you need to add some personalization. And what not to do is, again, you're not adding any sort of personalization at all. You need to at least check out their name, check out the business name, give a quick email about how you can help them with X, what they're trying to sell. If they're selling dog toys, then talk about, hey, the dog toys look really great on your site, but I think that maybe, if you do this, then you can sell more, or, the website looks really great here, but if you can, we can potentially help you fix this to solve this problem and get better results. You have to add some value and talk about what it is, that you understand what they're doing, that you have experience in their industry, that you're not just sending them a quick email to try to make a quick buck, that you genuinely want to help their business, and you took a real interest in their site. You look through what they're doing, and you understand to some degree what their business is trying to do. If you send just a fake copy and paste template, they're gonna think that you took no time to even look in their site. So if you don't understand their business, if you don't know what's wrong with their business, if you didn't even take 10 seconds to look at their website, why should they trust you to do their marketing if you're not even willing to do that before you contact them? Don't look at like desperate or an amateur. We kind of went over this already. Don't mention that, hey, we can do SEO, website design, Facebook, pay-per-click, anything you need, we can do it. You don't want to be one of those people, because that looks like, hey, we'll do anything just to make a buck. We can do everything. We can't really do anything well, but please just send us money, because we're desperate right here. You don't want to appear desperate, or say something in the email like, oh, please just check the link. You're not going to be disappointed. Just give us a call. It's going to only take 15 minutes. We're begging you. You don't want to look like you need business. If you look like you need business, people run away, right? It's kind of like the needy, desperate guy trying to pick up girls, right? No one likes that desperate guy who's kind of a creep, right? Who's desperate for some sort of attention. People run away from that stuff, and they run away from that in business. So if you look like you need clients, things are going well for you, people are going to run away and delete the email, send it to the trash. And then finally, what not to do. Not being honest is not an okay thing. You need to be honest in all steps of the process, from admitting that maybe you're not as big as the website makes you look. If they start questioning, to being upfront about the pricing, to being transparent if something didn't go right. If maybe later on whenever you're working on the project, you realize that this is way over your head, and you kind of lie through it and say like, hey, we're going to get it done, but that you're not honestly going to fulfill their expectations. You need to be honest all the way, starting from that very first email about who you are, why you're doing this, why you're contacting them, all the way to finally closing them and hopefully getting repeat business. Now, a few things that you should do when you contact prospects, whether it's through email, through phone, through networking. Talk normally and casually. If you want to talk to your prospect like you're talking to a friend. If you're out to lunch in a cafe, if you're getting coffee, talk like you're a normal human being, not like you're a copy and pasted robot script that they generated and now you're mass emailing out, right? So if you're in Starbucks, for example, and you're talking to a client, you wouldn't suddenly jump up on the table and start shouting, $200 today only for SEO services, right? Or you wouldn't jump up and say, hurry up and click the link before we raise the price goes up. If you were getting lunch, you wouldn't just start screaming from the top of your lungs all the services that you can do right away. As soon as they sat down for coffee, you start saying, well, if you pay me $200, I can do this. If you pay me $100, I can do that. You want to talk like a normal human being, and casually to your prospect. Don't appear too desperate, but of course, have a purpose. Don't just shoot the breeze with them. These people value time. Talk like a normal person, like you were explaining your services to a friend, like you were explaining what you were doing to someone you're on a date with for coffee, right? You want to make sure that you're adding value before you're asking for the sale. So let them know right away what it is that's in it for them. What's in it for the business if they read the next sentence of your email, if they click the link to your portfolio, if they give you a call on the phone number. What are they going to get out of it? The more specific you can, the more, and this goes back to identifying who your customer avatar is, what it is that they're really seeking, what do they really want. If they're divorce lawyers, they want more divorce lawyer clients. So make sure right away you say, hey, I know that you're looking for more divorce lawyer clients in this age range. We can help you with that. If they're pizza store owners, and they want, some sort of like kids parties or something that makes a lot of money, then let them know right up front, hey, we do kids parties. click this link here. We're going to show you some campaigns we set up that helped other clients, just like you in a different city, double their pizza gigs, double their children's pizza gigs. Next, don't waste their time. You don't want to have a huge email, like a 30-page sales letter talking about who you are, where you came from, your struggles. You want to make it quickly to the point. What you do, what's in it for them. Here's where you go if you're interested in our services. Here's where you go to check out our portfolio. These people are very busy. The receptionists are very busy. They don't have time to look through your email. The business owner certainly doesn't have time to look through your email. You need to make it as quick as possible. Don't do things like, hey, we can do an explainer video for you. If you're interested, just email us back. They don't have time to email you back. You need to put, hey, we do explainer videos. Here's what one looks like. Here's what another one looks like. Here's where you go for the CR prices. Or here's where you go to set up a consultation if you want to quote. Make it easy for them to do business with you. Also, look professional. We've been going over this a lot in the previous videos. Position yourself like the authority guy, the trustworthy guy, the premium guy. Look like a professional, someone that they can trust to send their credit card information over for you to write a check for. That you're not going to disappear, or they're not going to trust you with setting up their website or their brand on Facebook, and then you disappear, or you make them look bad or something like that. Look like a professional always, all the way through the first interaction to the end. And then what you should do, of course, be honest. It's the opposite of not being honest. Be honest through from your very first contact with them. So here's a quick example of something that you can, a general model for getting started contacting clients. This is through email. So what you can do is email them, use their name first, say hello, name, whoever it is. If they have someone that you contacted, if it's like a team, mention their team or something like that. Or if you don't know exactly who it is, usually there's some sort of person that there's a picture of that runs it. Even if you know that you're not reaching them, at least use their name, because it looks like, hey, you checked out their site, you checked out their business, you know who they are. You're trying to reach them. Even if you know it's going to go to a secretary first, at least try to use the decision maker's name there. As it looks, you want to make your email look as at least. Don't make it look like a solicitation at all. Try to stay as far away from just a general solicitation email that you're mass emailing to a bunch of people. Try to make it as personal as possible. So start with their name. Introduce yourself. They need to know who you are, why you're contacting them. Say, hey, my name's Ben. I'm the founder of. Link to your site right there would be good. So they can check out who you are right away, especially if you have a nice looking site that we talked about before that you're going to set up. Or if you don't have a site up, just talk about, just mention your brand name. Hey, I'm the founder of 37 Signals. Then you want a quick one sentence line here about that you let them know that you actually spent some time checking out their site, that you didn't just go straight to the contact button and you're trying to make money, that you genuinely, took a look at their site and their business, and you could say, hey, I checked out your site and I loved your, for example, if they're selling dog collars, if it's a Shopify site and you're trying to sell SEO services or something like that, they're selling dog collars, say, hey, I really like the blue dog collars, or it looks like you're putting a lot of effort into some customized, whatever it is, cat toys. It looks like you have a great looking security business set up and going here, a great family owned automotive repair business, whatever it is, something that makes it look like, hey, this isn't just another guy from India or Pakistan or something like that. Just sending out a copy and paste email that's a totally mindless email that has nothing to do with us or could care less if we actually have results or not. This is someone who actually, hey, they went on our site, they know what we're doing, they know who we are. Maybe we should read the next sentence further. Then you can point out. Then you would need to know right away. Let them know, why, who are your, what's in it for them. Why are you contacting them? What issue is there that they need to solve? How you can resolve it. The next two sentences need to be about, letting them know that there's a problem, you can solve it, or letting them know that, hey, I can help you get X result. Now, in this case, this is just an example. It says, however, I noticed the quality of your sales videos doesn't really match the quality of the products you're selling. So this could be, maybe they have a sales video already up, or they have some sort of video up for their products, or maybe just one general video for all the products. But it's not very good. Maybe they know it's not very good, or even if they don't know, you can point that out and say, hey, it's not that great. But if you like, we can you're putting a lot of effort into these dog collars. You're putting a lot of effort into your security service. I think that you deserve a site or a video that's going to help sell them a lot better and communicate them a lot more effectively. So the next sentence here, if you'd like, I can help you create a much higher converting explainer video or talk to you about how to improve the one you already have. Now I have the sentence in here because at the end it says how to improve the one you already have. Even if you're not interested in doing work for free, you have that right at the end where it says, hey, this is all about helping you get the desired result. We're not necessarily here to sell you on our services. We just want to help you sell more of the dog collars. We want to help you sell the security service to a new family, right? So you can put that right at the end. I put that right at the end there because it makes it sound like, hey, yeah, we do explainer videos, but really we just want to help you get more results. We want to help you go to the next level. So if you just want to talk about how, some tips to improve it in the next time if you did it yourself, we can certainly do that. You don't have to buy our services at all this time. We're just here to help. Next, we have you need to, of course, have a clear sentence about what it is specifically that you do. So you talk about, what's in it for them, what's the problem, what are you going to solve. You need a sentence about what it is that you actually do, and a link to your portfolio or videos that you already done or your website. So I have here, we love creating high-quality, fully customized explainer videos that help share and promote your ideas to customers. That's what our business does. That's what we're going to do for you. And then instead of asking them, if you're interested in our work, we can send you a portfolio. Just give it to them right away. Say, okay, so here's a link we did for Microsoft. Here's a link that we did for SpaceX. Now, just because you didn't work for Microsoft, SpaceX, you didn't do work for Disney, that doesn't matter. You just need to have a link to some company that you worked with. Now, the bigger and more influential the company is, if you actually did do work for Microsoft, then make sure you add that in, because right away that says that, hey, we're an authority, we're working for these big brands. That helps position you as a premium service. But even if you didn't, you need some sort of link toward an example to your portfolio page of what of work that you did do, so they can check out, see what it's like, and make sure whenever you link to it that, like we talked about before, you have an explanation as to how it got results for the company. So don't just link to a general explainer video that you created. Link to it with a description under it about, hey, we made this video a certain way so that it gets more leads for X. We made this video a specific way because we've looked into what converts best for dog collars, and we found out that this format is working best. We can also do that for you as well. And then, don't have the ton of them, just have a few of your best ones, or maybe even just one link to your general portfolio. And finally, have some sort of call to action that tells them, hey, you need to contact us back. If you want to work further, we're open. Send a response back. Let us know. Let me know if this is something you may be interested in, and we can talk more. That's all it needs to be. It doesn't have to be call us out of this number right now or anything like that. And then finally, sign off. And then it helps to have some sort of, in some cases, not always, some sort of tag at the bottom where it says who you are, the founder. Link to your company website, your LinkedIn profile if you have a lot of contacts, or if you have a big Facebook fan page, maybe put that. Any sort of proof or social proof that you can add is good. And also add some of your more contact links, like your Skype name, your phone number if they like to do phone. Some people are more old school; they just want to call you up real quick if they really liked what you saw. Give different ways for them to contact you back. And then, of course, that just makes it look a little bit more professional, like you're a serious business. You're not like emailing someone for the first time from a Gmail account and praying that they think that you're taking things seriously and they're going to message back. Now, be aware that this template, don't copy and paste it and use it exactly for yourself. Custom tailor it to make sense for you. But one of the big things that you'll notice is it's not a huge 30-page sales letter. It's very quick to the point. There's only a few sentences, only 1 or 2 paragraphs. That's all you need. You don't want to waste your time. If it's something that, if they open up the email and it looks like it's going to take a minute to read or longer, they're just going to delete it. They don't have time to go through that. And also, as far as the subject, a subject that's working well, you can just put cooperation proposal as the subject. And also something else that will probably get opened and responded back to is question with a question mark. So type out the word question, put a question mark at the end. That will probably get some opens because they think that maybe it's a customer looking for help. If you put something like discount on our services or discount on explainer videos, they're going to say, "Oh, this is a solicitation. Someone just wants to make money from us. then they're going to delete it. They're not even going to open it. So something generic but simple is fine. Don't do something, tricky like, hey, there's pictures of your mom in here or something, something like that where you open up and then it says, hey, gotcha, there's not really, but hey, we do SEO services if you're interested. You don't want to do stuff like that makes you look unprofessional. Now, a good way to kind of, if you're having trouble understanding or grasping what we're going over here, a good philosophy toward approaching a good strategy to contacting clients and getting responses back is something called the cheese and whisker strategy. This is developed not by me, it's by a marketer called Dean Jackson, but it's very useful for getting local businesses to respond to you just out of the blue, trying to make a connection for someone who's cold and maybe they've been hit a lot of times with other solicitors or maybe burned by other agencies. And basically what you want to do, what this is about is thinking about your target client as a mouse. And when there's two types of things that the mouse kind of experiences in life, and it's cats they don't like and cheese what they do like. And when it comes to a local business owner, they really dislike salespeople, or in this case, the cats or the whiskers. That's where the cheese and whiskers come from, the whiskers. All day long, local pizza owners, dentists, plumbers, whatever it is, they're getting tons of solicitations through calls, through email, from every direction, from different services trying to sell them stuff, from insurance to SEO, you name it. And they've just kind of had a reaction to anytime they think that someone's going to sell something, every time that there's like a hint of a salesperson, when they see that whisker come around the corner, they're going to run and hide into their hole. The mouse is going to run and hide into, its hole in the wall. So you want to avoid being the whiskers as much as you can. Avoid being a salesperson as much as you can. Now, what lures a mouse out? What's going to get them to contact you, to respond back? Cheese, or in this case, what the client really wants. Now, as we've been going over, the client really doesn't want a fancy new website. They don't really want a Facebook ads expert. They just, want something that's going to make them money. For example, say you really researched your niche. You're in like the restaurant niche, and you're going after pizza owners, and it turned out that pizza owners, they really like corporate pizza gigs where a business hires them for the day and they make like 50 pizzas. That's where like a lot of their money is coming from each month. And their cheese is they really want these corporate pizza gigs. So what you want to do is right away in your email, talk about the pizza gigs. Talk about corporate pizza gigs. Don't talk about pricing. Maybe don't even talk about links to your explainer video if you're going to help them get it that way, or your Facebook ads campaigns. Right away, just show them the cheese, get them to come out of the hole. So a good strategy that you can use is something like this, a simple email where you're emailing from a Gmail account, so there's no sort of whiskers there. There's no like .com address where it looks like it might be a business. It's just a Gmail account. It could be like a customer for all they know. They open it up, it just says question with a question mark. And it says, hello, can your business handle 3 to 4 more corporate pizza gigs per month? And then sign off. And that's all it has to be to get a business to start responding back to you. And then you can slowly, talk to them like a normal person about how explainer videos can get them more corporate pizza gigs if you're selling explainer videos, for example. So they open this up and they don't see anything about selling, about a discount for our explainer video services. All they see is corporate pizza gigs, 3 to 5 more. So do you think that the secretary, if the owner said, hey, we really need to land more corporate pizza gigs if we're going to stay open, or we really need this to make more money, and they told that to the secretary, and then the secretary one day gets an email that says, hey, do you want 5 more corporate pizza gigs? Do you think that they're going to go ahead and just delete that email? Well, no, of course not. They're going to get fired if they do that, and it turned out that they lost corporate pizza gigs. If that's the big cheese that they're going after, right? They're going to, respond back, or they're going to forward it right away, or maybe they'll say, hey, Bob, someone just emailed us, can we handle 4 more pizza gigs? And he's going to say, what? Let me see that. Forward that to me, right? And now you have a way, now you bypass the automatic delete button. You're positioning yourself as cheese, something that they want. And then once they respond back, then you can respond back and say, hey, yeah, we're helping businesses get more corporate pizza gigs, here's a link to one campaign that we did with, let's just use Facebook as an example. If you want more corporate pizza gigs, let's set up a time to talk about our Facebook ad services. Let's set up a time to talk about our explainer video services on how it's going to help you get more pizza gigs. And then you can set up a call on Skype, maybe call them on the phone. We'll go over that in a later video on how to do that. But that's a way to appear as far away as you can as just a general solicitation email like everyone is sending. So of course, you need to use creativity and common sense when cold emailing or calling. Like I said before, there's not a one-size-fits-all template. For every situation, for every business, you're going to have to use a little bit of creativity and come up with something yourself. So should you do the whiskers and cheese for every single client? Well, no. Sometimes they may just throw it in the trash because they don't really understand what it is, or maybe you didn't identify what they really want. Should you use that first example we used, where it's a little bit more professional and has the links and talks about what it is? Maybe not. Maybe that might not work. You're going to have to use some creativity and salesman skills to analyze the situation and contact them properly. There's not a perfect email template for every single business in every single situation. It's up to you to test what's working best in your particular niche, test what's getting the best opens, the response rates, best response rates, and what's leading to sales. Of course, as a marketer, you need to be doing that. You need to be doing a A/B split testing, or getting one email, sending that out, and then testing another variation, maybe a new subject, the same email but a new subject, maybe the same subject but a different type of email, and seeing which one is getting more responses back. And then after 100 tests, maybe after 200 tests, then you're going to delete the one that's not working as well. So, there's some tools I'm going to link to below that will help you see, who's opening the emails, helping you find better addresses and things like that. So you can do these split tests more accurately, but don't just send the same email over and over again and pray that one day you're going to get hit. If it's not working, then change something up. And if the new variation all of a sudden starts to get some calls, if you start to get a response back, then get rid of the control and then use the new variation with maybe something different. You always want to be doing an accurate split test between two different emails and then deleting the one that is clearly not working in your niche. So you're going to end up with this perfect template, perfect subject, perfect template, perfect way to contact your formula, whether it's cold calling, whether it's through email, whether it's through something else that you can go and kind of replicate for different clients across different cities and locations. Welcome back to this next video where we're going to start digging into how to get the clients for your agency. And in this video, we're specifically going to be going over the right mindset for when you go to contact potential clients, when you try to sell your services, when you're prospecting. What's the right approach and general direction you should be going? Because there is a very important direction. And first, we're going to start with what not to do. We're going to go over what some keys are, and then we're going to finally look over an example or two on how you should start contacting these potential clients to sell your services. And this is entirely from scratch. These are people who don't know who you are. They don't have any reason to trust you. But first, it helps what to know or what not to do. Understand what it is that you shouldn't do. Here's a few bullet points here. First, what you should not do is don't do what everyone else is doing right now and just send copy and paste emails to as many businesses as possible. What you want to do is instead understand your customer avatar, write them down like we talked about before, and then send a personalized message detailing how you can potentially help that business. That isn't just like a canned response, isn't some sort of like a canned template, because instantly the business is going to understand or know if you're serious or not at helping them, if you're actually putting time into writing a real email or not. If you don't have time to even write an email to start out your relationship with them, what's the effort going to be whenever you actually do the project, whenever they hire you, right? And anyway, it just sounds fake, copy and pasted. You don't want to do that. You don't want to message as many people as possible with the same template, because what's going to happen is you're not going to get any clients. You're going to waste a lot of time sending emails, and you're going to get a very little response back, because no one wants to work with someone who's not even going to put any effort into writing an email, right? Also, what you're trying to sell is not relevant to a problem that they have. You have to explain in your email, who you are, why you're contacting them, what it is that you have to sell, and why they need to check out or click your link or check out your services. If you don't really explain what the problem is you're here to solve, what it is you're doing, and how it's relevant to them, then it's not going to make sense. You can't just email someone and a lawyer who already have a website and say, hey, we do website design. They're going to say, oh, we already have a website up. What you at least have to do is talk about, hey, I noticed you have a website up, but this thing isn't really right, or we can actually install one that's a lot better, or here's what more successful clients right now in your industry, what your competition is doing here. We can help you do that. Point out what the problem is and let them know that you have a relevant solution to it. Also, you don't want to sound salesy or fake or anything like that. Don't email them and say, hey, we're the most sought after agency in the country. We have a team of 100 here behind us. We're usually charging $10,000 per site. We can discount it to $2,000. Instantly that says that this person's fake. They're here just to try to make money. They're not here to help me. They're not here to develop a relationship. No thanks. I'm just going to have my secretary delete this. The secretary is probably going to get it and they're just going to send it to the trash. They're not even going to forward it to whoever the decision maker is in the business to make a decision. So, don't try to sound bigger than you are. Don't try to be pushy right out the front saying like, hey, we'll offer you a discount today if you act right now in the email. No one likes that. They need to understand why you're emailing them, what you have to offer, why they can trust you, if it even makes it to the decision maker in the first place. Don't use any sort of mass delivery tools. This goes into the copy and paste email thing. If you're just sending through a mass autoresponder, chances are it's going to end up in their spam. It's going to look like you did send it through a mass autoresponder and you have no idea who the client is, or they have you have no idea or any interest in actually working with them. So avoid that. Also, the prospect doesn't understand how you can help. So this kind of goes back to point 2. A lot of people email them talking about, we're the number one SEO agency in the country. Maybe they are, and maybe they actually do link to some amazing case studies of how they, took a site from, being totally wrong in the webmaster tools to being fully correct in just under a minute or two or something, something crazy. But the prospect doesn't understand what SEO is. They don't understand, what it can do for their site. These people, they don't understand marketing. They don't know Facebook ads. Most of the people you're working with. So you have to understand clearly how you can help. Just saying I'm a Facebook ads expert isn't enough. They have to understand why they need to sign up on Facebook ads in the first place and what you can do inside Facebook ads to get them a positive ROI. Maybe they think that, right now I don't have any money to spend on marketing. Now, of course, everyone has money to spend on marketing, right? Because in the end, you're supposed to be getting a positive ROI. So, you have to talk to them about how they are going to get their money back, how they're going to make more money, and why, taking a look at your services is going to help them, even if they think that they may not need it right now. Now, another thing we're going to go over in this example email is you need to add some personalization. And what not to do is, again, don't add you're not adding any sort of personalization at all. You need to at least check out their name, check out the business name, give a quick email about how you can help them with X, what they're trying to sell. If they're selling dog toys, then talk about, hey, the dog toys look really great on your site, but I think that maybe, if you do this, then you can sell more, or, the website looks really great here, but if you can, we can potentially help you fix this to solve this problem and get better results. You have to add some value and talk about what it is, that you understand what they're doing, that you have experience in their industry, that you're not just sending them a quick email to try to make a quick buck, that you genuinely want to help their business, and you took a real interest in their site. You look through what they're doing and you understand to some degree what their business is trying to do. If you send just a fake copy and paste template, they're gonna think that you took no time to even look in their site. So if you don't understand their business, if you don't know what's wrong with their business, if you didn't even take 10 seconds to look at their website, why should they trust you to do their marketing if you're not even willing to do that before you contact them? Don't look at like desperate or an amateur. We kind of went over this already. Don't mention that, hey, we can do SEO, website design, Facebook, pay-per-click, anything you need, we can do it. You don't want to be one of those people, because that looks like, hey, we'll do anything just to make a buck. We can do everything. We can't really do anything well, but please just send us money, because we're desperate right here. You don't want to appear desperate or say something in the email like, oh, please just check the link. You're not going to be disappointed. Just give us a call. It's going to only take 15 minutes. We're begging you. You don't want to look like you need business. If you look like you need business, people run away, right? It's kind of like the needy, desperate guy trying to pick up girls, right? No one likes that desperate guy who's kind of a creep, right? Who's desperate for some sort of attention. People run away from that stuff, and they run away from that in business. So if you look like you need clients, things are going well for you, people are going to run away and delete the email, send it to the trash. And then finally, what not to do. Not being honest is not an okay thing. You need to be honest in all steps of the process, from admitting that maybe you're not as big as the website makes you look. If they start questioning, to being upfront about the pricing, to being transparent if something didn't go right. If maybe later on whenever you're working on the project, you realize that this is way over your head, and you kind of lie through it and say like, hey, we're going to get it done, but you know that you're not honestly going to fulfill their expectations. You need to be honest all the way, starting from that very first email about who you are, why you're doing this, why you're contacting them, all the way to finally closing them and hopefully getting repeat business. Now, a few things that you should do when you contact prospects, whether it's through email, through phone, through networking. Talk normally and casually. If you want to talk to your prospect like you're talking to a friend. If you're out to lunch in a cafe, if you're getting coffee, talk like you're a normal human being, not like you're a copy and pasted robot script that they generated and now you're mass emailing out, right? So if you're in Starbucks, for example, and you're talking to a client, you wouldn't suddenly jump up on the table and start shouting, $200 today only for SEO services, right? Or you wouldn't jump up and say, hurry up and click the link before we raise the price goes up. If you were getting lunch, you wouldn't just start screaming from the top of your lungs all the services that you can do right away. As soon as they sat down for coffee, you start saying, well, if you pay me $200, I can do this. If you pay me $100, I can do that. You want to talk like a normal human being, and casually to your prospect. Don't appear too desperate, but of course, have a purpose. Don't just shoot the breeze with them. These people value time. Talk like a normal person, like you were explaining your services to a friend, like you were explaining what you were doing to someone you're on a date with for coffee, right? You want to make sure that you're adding value before you're asking for the sale. So let them know right away what it is that's in it for them. What's in it for the business if they read the next sentence of your email, if they click the link to your portfolio, if they give you a call on the phone number. What are they going to get out of it? The more specific you can, the more, and this goes back to identifying who your customer avatar is, what it is that they're really seeking, what do they really want. If they're divorce lawyers, they want more divorce lawyer clients. So make sure right away you say, hey, I know that you're looking for more divorce lawyer clients in this age range. We can help you with that. If they're pizza store owners, and they want some sort of like kids parties or something that makes a lot of money, then let them know right up front, hey, we do kids parties. Click this link here. We're going to show you some campaigns we set up that helped other clients, just like you in a different city, double their pizza gigs, double their children's pizza gigs. Next, don't waste their time. You don't want to have a huge email, like a 30-page sales letter talking about who you are, where you came from, your struggles. You want to make it quickly to the point. What you do, what's in it for them. Here's where you go if you're interested in our services. Here's where you go to check out our portfolio. These people are very busy. The receptionists are very busy. They don't have time to look through your email. The business owner certainly doesn't have time to look through your email. You need to make it as quick as possible. Don't do things like, hey, we can do an explainer video for you. If you're interested, just email us back. They don't have time to email you back. You need to put, hey, we do explainer videos. Here's what one looks like. Here's what another one looks like. Here's where you go for the CR prices. Or here's where you go to set up a consultation if you want to quote. Make it easy for them to do business with you. Also, look professional. We've been going over this a lot in the previous videos. Position yourself like the authority guy, the trustworthy guy, the premium guy. Look like a professional, someone that they can trust to send their credit card information over for you to write a check for. That you're not going to disappear, or they're not going to trust you with setting up their website or their brand on Facebook, and then you disappear, or you make them look bad or something like that. Look like a professional always, all the way through the first interaction to the end. And then what you should do, of course, be honest. It's the opposite of not being honest. Be honest through from your very first contact with them. So here's a quick example of something that you can, a general model for getting started contacting clients. This is through email. So what you can do is email them, use their name first, say hello, name, whoever it is. If they have someone that you contacted, if it's like a team, mention their team or something like that. Or if you don't know exactly who it is, usually there's some sort of person that there's a picture of that runs it. Even if you know that you're not reaching them, at least use their name, because it looks like, hey, you checked out their site, you checked out their business, you know who they are, you're trying to reach them. Even if you know it's going to go to a secretary first, at least try to use the decision maker's name there. As it looks, you want to make your email look as at least don't make it look like a solicitation at all. Try to stay as far away from just a general solicitation email that you're mass emailing to a bunch of people. Try to make it as personal as possible. So start with their name. Introduce yourself. They need to know who you are, why you're contacting them. Say, hey, my name's Ben. I'm the founder of, link to your site right there would be good. So they can check out who you are right away, especially if you have a nice looking site that we talked about before that you're going to set up. Or if you don't have a site up, just talk about, just mention your brand name. Hey, I'm the founder of 37 Signals. Then you want a quick one sentence line here about that you let them know that you actually spent some time checking out their site, that you didn't just go straight to the contact button and you're trying to make money, that you genuinely took a look at their site and their business, and you could say, hey, I checked out your site and I loved your, for example, if they're selling dog collars, if it's a Shopify site and you're trying to sell SEO services or something like that, they're selling dog collars, say, hey, I really like the blue dog collars. Or it looks like you're putting a lot of effort into some customized, whatever it is, cat toys. It looks like you have a great looking security business set up and going here, a great family owned automotive repair business, whatever it is. Something that makes it look like, hey, this isn't just another guy from India or Pakistan or something like that. Just sending out a copy and paste email that's a totally mindless email that has nothing to do with us or could care less if we actually have results or not. This is someone who actually, hey, they went on our site, they know what we're doing, they know who we are. Maybe we should read the next sentence further. Then you can point out, then you would need to know right away, let them know, why, who are your, what's in it for them, why are you contacting them, what issue is there that they need to solve, how you can resolve it. The next two sentences need to be about, letting them know that there's a problem and you can solve it, or, letting them know that, hey, I can help you get X result. Now, in this case, this is just an example. It says, however, I noticed the quality of your sales videos doesn't really match the quality of the products you're selling. So this could be, maybe they have a sales video already up, or they have some sort of video up for their products, or maybe just one general video for all the products. But, it's not very good. Maybe they know it's not very good, or even if they don't know, you can point that out and say, hey, it's not that great. But if you like, we can, you're putting a lot of effort into these dog collars. You're putting a lot of effort into your, security service. I think that you deserve a site or a video that's going to help sell them a lot better and communicate them a lot more effectively. So the next sentence here, if you'd like, I can help you create a much higher converting explainer video or talk to you about how to improve the one you already have. Now I have the sentence in here because at the end it says, how to improve the one you already have. Even if you're not interested in doing work for free, you have that right at the end where it says, hey, this is all about helping you get the desired result. We're not necessarily here to sell you on our services. We just want to help you sell more of the dog collars. We want to help you sell the security service to a new family, right? So you can put that right at the end. I put that right at the end there because it makes it sound like, hey, yeah, we do explainer videos, but really we just want to help you get more results. We want to help you go to the next level. So if you just want to talk about how, some tips to improve it in the next time if you did it yourself, we can certainly do that. You don't have to buy our services at all this time. We're just here to help. Next we have, you need to, of course, have a clear sentence about what it is specifically that you do. So you talk about, what's in it for them, what's the problem, what are you going to solve. You need a sentence about what it is that you actually do, and a link to your portfolio or videos that you already done or your website. So I have here, we love creating high quality, fully customized explainer videos that help share and promote your ideas to customers. That's what our business does. That's what we're going to do for you. And then instead of asking them, if you're interested in our work, we can send you a portfolio. Just give it to them right away. Say, okay, so here's a link we did for Microsoft. Here's a link that we did for SpaceX. Now, just because you didn't work for Microsoft, SpaceX, you didn't do work for Disney, that doesn't matter. You just need to have a link to some company that you worked with. Now, the bigger and more influential the company is, if you actually did do work for Microsoft, then make sure you add that in, because right away that says that, hey, we're an authority, we're working for these big brands. That helps position you as a premium service. But even if you didn't, you need some sort of link toward an example to your portfolio page of what of work that you did do, so they can check out, see what it's like, and make sure whenever you link to it that, like we talked about before, you have an explanation as to how it got results for the company. So don't just link to a general explainer video that you created. Link to it with a description under it about, hey, we made this video a certain way so that it gets more leads for X. We made this video a specific way because we've looked into what converts best for dog collars, and we found out that this format is working best. We can also do that for you as well. And then, don't have the ton of them, just have like a few of your best ones, or maybe even just one link to your general portfolio. And finally, have some sort of call to action that tells them, hey, you need to contact us back. If you want to work further, we're open. Send a response back. Let us know. Let me know if this is something you may be interested in, and we can talk more. That's all it needs to be. It doesn't have to be call us out of this number right now or anything like that. And then finally sign off, and then it helps to have some sort of, in some cases, not always, some sort of tag at the bottom where it says who you are, the founder. Link to your company website, your LinkedIn profile if you have a lot of contacts, or if you have a big Facebook fan page, maybe put that. Any sort of proof or social proof that you can add is good. And also add some of your more contact links, like your Skype name, your phone number if they like to do phone. Some people are more old school; they just want to call you up real quick if they really liked what you saw. Give different ways for them to contact you back. And then, of course, that just makes it look a little bit more professional, like you're a serious business. You're not like emailing someone for the first time from a Gmail account and praying that they think that you're taking things seriously and they're going to message back. Now, be aware that this template, don't copy and paste it and use it exactly for yourself. Custom tailor it to make sense for you. But one of the big things that you'll notice is it's not a huge 30-page sales letter. It's very quick to the point. There's only a few sentences, only 1 or 2 paragraphs. That's all you need. You don't want to waste your time. If it's something that, if they open up the email and it looks like it's going to take a minute to read or longer, they're just going to delete it. They don't have time to go through that. And also, as far as the subject, a subject that's working well, you can just put cooperation proposal at the subject. And also something else that will probably get opened and responded back to is question with a question mark. So type out the word question, put a question mark at the end. That will probably get some opens because they think that maybe it's a customer looking for help. If you put something like discount on our services or discount on explainer videos, they're going to say, "Oh, this is a solicitation. Someone just wants to make money from us." Then they're going to delete it. They're not even going to open it. So something generic but simple is fine. Don't do something tricky like, hey, there's pictures of your mom in here, or something, something like that where you open up and then it says, hey, gotcha, there's not really, but hey, we do SEO services if you're interested. You don't want to do stuff like that makes you look unprofessional. Now, a good way to kind of, if you're having trouble understanding or grasping what we're going over here, a good philosophy toward approaching, a good strategy to contacting clients and getting responses back is something called the cheese and whisker strategy. This is developed not by me, it's by a marketer called Dean Jackson, but it's very useful for getting local businesses to respond to you just out of the blue, trying to make a connection for someone who's cold and maybe they've been hit a lot of times with other solicitors or maybe burned by other agencies. And basically what you want to do, what this is about, is thinking about your target client as a mouse. And there's 2 types of things that the mouse kind of experiences in life. And it's cats, they don't like, and cheese, what they do like. And when it comes to a local business owner, they really dislike salespeople, or in this case, the cats, or the whiskers. That's where the cheese and whiskers come from, the whiskers. All day long, local pizza owners, dentists, plumbers, whatever it is, they're getting tons of solicitations through calls, through email, from every direction, from different services trying to sell them stuff, from insurance to SEO, you name it. And they've just kind of had a reaction to anytime they think that someone's going to sell something, every time that there's like a hint of a salesperson, when they see that whisker comes around the corner, they're going to run and hide into their hole. The mouse is going to run and hide into, its hole in the wall. So you want to avoid being the whiskers as much as you can. Avoid being a salesperson as much as you can. Now, what lures a mouse out? What's going to get them to contact you, to respond back? Cheese, or in this case, what the client really wants. Now, as we've been going over, the client really doesn't want a fancy new website. They don't really want a Facebook ads expert. They just, want something that's going to make them money. For example, say you really researched your niche. You're in like the restaurant niche, and you're going after pizza owners, and it turned out that pizza owners, they really like corporate pizza gigs where a business hires them for the day and they make like 50 pizzas. That's where like a lot of their money is coming from each month. And their cheese is they really want these corporate pizza gigs. So what you want to do is right away in your email, talk about the pizza gigs. Talk about corporate pizza gigs. Don't talk about pricing. Maybe don't even talk about links to your explainer video if you're going to help them get it that way, or your Facebook ads campaigns. Right away, just show them the cheese, get them to come out of the hole. So a good strategy that you can use is something like this, a simple email where you're emailing from a Gmail account, so there's no sort of whiskers there. There's no like .com address where it looks like it might be a business. It's just a Gmail account. It could be like a customer for all they know. They open it up. It just says question with a question mark. And it says, hello, can your business handle 3 to 4 more corporate pizza gigs per month? And then sign off. And that's all it has to be to get a business to start responding back to you. And then you can slowly, talk to them like a normal person about how explainer videos can get them more corporate pizza gigs if you're selling explainer videos, for example. So they open this up and they don't say anything about selling, about a discount for our explainer video services. All they see is corporate pizza gigs, 3 to 5 more. So do you think that the secretary, if the owner said, hey, we really need to land more corporate pizza gigs if we're going to stay open, or we really need this to make more money, and they told that to the secretary, and then the secretary one day gets an email that says, hey, do you want 5 more corporate pizza gigs? Do you think that they're going to go ahead and just delete that email? Well, no, of course not. They're going to get fired if they do that, and it turned out that they lost corporate pizza gigs. If that's the big cheese that they're going after, right? They're going to, respond back, or they're going to forward it right away, or maybe they'll say, hey, Bob, someone just emailed us, can we handle 4 more pizza gigs? And he's going to say, what? Let me see that. Forward that to me, right? And now you have a way, now you bypass the automatic delete button. You're positioning yourself as cheese, something that they want. And then once they respond back, then you can respond back and say, hey, yeah, we're helping businesses get more corporate pizza gigs. Here's a link to one campaign that we did with, let's just use Facebook as an example. If you want more corporate pizza gigs, let's set up a time to talk about our Facebook ad services. Let's set up a time to talk about our explainer video services on how it's going to help you get more pizza gigs. And then you can set up a call on Skype, maybe call them on the phone. We'll go over that in a later video on how to do that. But that's a way to appear as far away as you can as just a general solicitation email like everyone is sending. So, of course, you need to use creativity and common sense when cold emailing or calling. Like I said before, there's not a one-size-fits-all template for every situation, for every business. You're going to have to use a little bit of creativity and come up with something yourself. So should you do the whiskers and cheese for every single client? Well, no. Sometimes they may just throw it in the trash because they don't really understand what it is, or maybe you didn't identify what they really want. Should you use that first example we used, where it's a little bit more professional and has the links and talks about what it is? Maybe not. Maybe that might not work. You're going to have to use some creativity and salesman skills to analyze the situation and contact them properly. There's not a perfect email template for every single business in every single situation. It's up to you to test what's working best in your particular niche, test what's getting the best opens, the response rates, best response rates, and what's leading to sales. Of course, as a marketer, you need to be doing that. You need to be doing A/B split testing, or getting one email sending that out, and then testing another variation, maybe a new subject, the same email but a new subject, maybe the same subject but a different type of email, and seeing which one is getting more responses back. And then after 100 tests, maybe after 200 tests, then you're going to delete the one that's not working as well. So, there's some tools I'm going to link to below that will help you see, who's opening the emails, helping you find better addresses and things like that. So you can do these split tests more accurately, but don't just send the same email over and over again and pray that one day you're going to get hit. If it's not working, then change something up. And if the new variation all of a sudden starts to get some calls, if you start to get a response back, then get rid of the control and then use the new variation with maybe something different. You always want to be doing an accurate split test between two different emails and then deleting the one that is clearly not working in your niche. So you're going to end up with this perfect template, perfect subject, perfect template, perfect way to contact your formula, whether it's cold calling, whether it's through email, whether it's through something else that you can go and kind of replicate for different clients across different cities and locations. In this video, we're going to go over how to start getting the clients to sell your agency services to. And the first site we're going to take a look at here is Craigslist.org. Now, this is an older site, but it's still working to get clients, especially if you're brand new agency. You're looking for your first couple clients here. This is a great place to still prospect and find people for a variety of different agency and marketing type services from all over the world. So you can search over here. Once you go to Craigslist.org, it's going to look like this for the city that you're in. Right now, we're searching in Seattle. But if you want to change cities, you can go down here to where it says U.S. cities. You can also choose states. You can also search Craigslist worldwide. They're set up in other locations other than just the United States. And then to start prospecting and find clients, you can go to the jobs category here. And you'll notice that there's different categories like art and design. There's marketing. There's sales. If you're going to want to work with real estate clients, you can maybe check real estate, for example. There's web design here, writing if you're doing content marketing. So there's a number of places that people are looking for jobs. So we can click here, for example, marketing. And it's going to load the different jobs that people are looking for and posting on this bulletin board. Now over here you can search by full-time, part-time, just contract, or something called employee's choice. And what you want to do is find people who are looking for freelancers, or maybe someone to work with remotely, as you may, in case you don't find people in your area or your particular city. And what you can do first is just click on contract here and hit update search. It's going to filter out all the people who are looking for like full-time employees. Now there's nothing wrong with responding to a post that says that they're looking for a full-time employee. Now, of course, they posted that because they're not looking for an agency or maybe even someone overseas. They want someone right in their location. But, they may find out that the local people that they're hiring don't really know their stuff, especially if, say, you're doing SEO for them, and they're going to have to hire someone remotely anyway. So there's nothing wrong with responding to a post for someone who's looking for a full-time employee, saying that, hey, we're an agency. I know we're not a full-time employee, but if you hire us like as a per-month business, we can do everything that your employee is going to do, and we have the expertise to do it than someone you're probably just going to find locally. So there's nothing wrong with doing that. But you're probably going to get responses faster and more responses if you just search by people who are looking for like a contract, like they're already out there looking for an agency. So if we look down here, say we're looking for SEO. Here's one right here that I found. SEO manager for growing SEO agency in Seattle. So this looks like they're looking for someone they're a big SEO agency, but they're looking for more people to work with, maybe outsource some of their services to, or they can't, the people they have can't keep up with the work. So what you can do, of course, is go through all the key indicators here that they've outlined. What you're going to do, you're going to assess their health, for example, what the background is, what they're looking for, how they particularly work, and then if you're someone who might be a fit to work with, they're looking for about $34 per hour. You can go ahead and contact them to provide some of your SEO services to this particular already more established SEO type agency. So what you would do is go ahead and reply to that job. Now, if they want you to call, then you can call. If you want to send an email, you can send an email. And the email would look something like this, where it would be, Now, this is just a basic template that you can use, but it'll be something that's clear to the point, give some examples of what you're doing, and then a call to action on how to work with you for more work. So it'd say, hi. If they give a name, you might want to look them up and make sure that they're actually a serious company. They're not just like a spam post trying to get links or something like that. So you might want to, if they have a name, if not, just leave the name blank. Say, hey, who are you? I'm from. Give your link to your site. You have the nice, clean-looking site set up, or at least some sort of portfolio, or at least give your business name here. I'm excited to be responding to your post about. In this case, this is like an example for web design, but if it's SEO, then put SEO. Basically, you want to reply, say, hey, I'm replying, and we're not just someone looking for a job. I'm very passionate about web design. I'm really into SEO. I'm your guy to do this. And what you can do is, this is optional right here, but if they give any sort of example, like they're saying, hey, we need a new web design for our local business, we're thinking about upgrading our site, then you want to add like a quick paragraph about adding value. You prove to them right away that you know your stuff, and you're not just quickly replying to as many people out there as you can because you're desperate for work. Make it sound like you're someone who cares about SEO, or in this case web design, and you know your stuff about web design as far as conversions, better load speed. So here's a sentence that you can use. I took a quick look at your site currently, and that you currently have, and there's room for major improvements. Like maybe you notice that you need to have the headline at the top for better conversions, or the site isn't loading, so we need to redo the load speed. Maybe put it on WordPress. And of course, feel free, make sure to link to any examples. Now, they're probably going to mention this on what you need to do whenever you respond. So go through all the things that they're asking for right in the response. To get an interview for this job. In fact, they're asking you to just call the number, not even reply. Make sure you read through all this. Sometimes there's like a keyword in there that they say, hey, mention this keyword on the call, to make sure that you actually went through the description. You're not just calling and wasting our time. And then make sure if they ask for links to your portfolio, to things that you've done, to case studies, to designs, say, feel free to take a look at some examples we recently completed for satisfied clients here. So link to your website design made for Microsoft. Link to website design made for SpaceX. Of course, you probably didn't work for SpaceX or Microsoft, but made for X company. Or we did SEO optimization for this company. Or, hey, we noticed that you're looking for this client health audit. We did a client audit, a case study here that you can view here, and then make a post about it, or put in your portfolio so that they can see that you actually did it and it went well and you worked with a real person. And then finally, say something about, hey, if you'd like, we can set up a free call or consultation. In this case, they just want you to call them straight away, but this is a good template that you can go based off of if they just want you to reply to the post. So we can make sure you get a fairly priced design that works for you. And of course, you'd want to make like a readable version of this that you can just have whenever you call to take a look at for your notes. So that's what you want to do, is you want to reply back, or call in this case, and see if they respond to the next step. Now, the marketing section, that's just one quick section that we went over. So let's take a look at some more sections on Craigslist. So again, there's website design, web design, info design. So if you're so you can go ahead and browse through the different things. You can filter again. You could type in web design up here. Filter that way. So here's web UI UX design instructor, web designer downtown needed, senior web designer. Let's just see what they want here. They're looking for a front-end web designer, someone who isn't afraid to dive into HTML and CSS. So if you're doing that, that's what they're looking for. They're looking again for full-time, so maybe this might not be a good one to respond to. But again, if you think that you can add value, if maybe they're not finding good people locally, if this is something they're looking for just like a one-time design through Photoshop, and then they have coders already, then you can respond and say, hey, I know that you're looking for someone full-time. I understand that. I'm not wasting your time here. But here's some examples we did for other big clients or other companies we work with, or here's the type of quality that we can do. We can definitely help you out if you're looking just to use someone remotely, and we'd be happy to get on a call and make sure that everything's done 100% to your liking. Now, on top of the job section, we can also go here to where it says gigs. And of course, you probably want to go to computer, depending on what your agency is doing, but I'd imagine most agencies are focused on digital marketing or advertising. And then again, if we're doing website design, just type in website design or website maybe. Maybe we can type in, here's one that says website and SEO help needed. Let's take a look at that. Looking for either an individual or a company that could build a website for my dad's bike shop. My budget is $2,000. This might be a good one to reply to if you're a freelancer. Now there isn't, this might be a spam post as, they don't really give a link to what the site is, who they are, anything like this. But, it only takes 5 seconds just to, hurry up, copy this. It only takes 5 seconds, to pretty much, copy the template that you're using, change it around a little bit, and then send it, and then maybe you'll get a reply from this person to set up the consultation to do the site for their dad's bike shop. And of course, you can target more than one city. So we can go after all the people in our local city first, and then we can start to find people remotely. And you can target every city from, Seattle to, here's nearby suburbs that you can target around there, to bigger cities. So you can spend all day on Craigslist finding people, and if you put in some hours during the day, eventually you're going to get some replies back, and eventually you're going to get some calls to set up to close clients. In this video, we're going to go over using Facebook groups to land decently high-paying clients. Facebook groups are one of the best strategies working now. That's free to you, no cost. You just have to put in some time to get some decent clients and actually get leads and traffic over time. Meaning that you can post once and then other people will see the post and come to your site over and over again. Now, it starts first by just joining some Facebook groups that are free, that are related to your niche, especially what you're doing. And you can do that by going to the search here, typing in for marketing, for example. If you're an agency, probably marketing groups would be best to join. You can go over here to where it says groups, and then start browsing and joining some groups. And of course, the bigger the amount of members here, like this one has 125, network marketing, digital marketing, SEO. This would be a good one to join if you're into doing SEO as an agency. Basically, find some groups with some members. 15,000 or more is best because there's a lot of posts to work with. And then join those. And a lot of times they're free to join for the most part. You don't have to buy anything. Also, if you know of any big brand products that you're working with, for example, ClickFunnels, you can join that group. Just press this to join it. And there's a lot of people using the ClickFunnels software. So if you're using that as a tool to set up funnels, or using it with if you sell Facebook ads and you're recommending people sign up to ClickFunnels and you're working with that, well then just join the group if you're already providing that as a service. So one group I'm a part of here, Internet Marketing Super Friends. This is a great place to start finding clients. We can look over here, 22,000 members. And to begin finding clients, all you have to do is go over here to where it says search this group and then type in your keyword. For example, SEO. Then you can begin finding all these different SEO posts that are all mostly people asking questions. Now, the thing about finding people in groups is great because everything that someone posts, no one's going to just go to the group to provide a great article. There's some people that are doing that to provide great content or something cool they found. But for the most part, people are going to groups because they're desperate. They need a solution quickly. They're not sure where to turn, so they're asking questions. That's mostly what you'll find in these groups, are people trying to ask questions. So you just type in SEO if you're providing SEO services, and right away you can see all these different SEO questions. Please tag an SEO expert that's related to forums. I'm going to pay for a call. There's someone right there saying that they're going to pay for a call right now. And if you scroll down, you'll see people asking for just basic SEO questions, to asking people to message them to pay them for a job. So what you want to do is spend some time in a group and answer both some of just the general questions people aren't going to pay. They just have a question about, for example, this he's asking about an SEO comparison tool, which one's best. Go ahead and reply to some of those, because first that kind of builds up standing in your group that you're posting in. So if you respond to a few people looking for jobs, other people aren't going to call you out or anything like that, or maybe they might even tag you. That's a great thing. So if you're responding and the group administrator knows that, hey, every time there's an SEO question, this guy has a good, thoughtful answer, you can link back to your site in some cases, Or, if someone else sees it, they'll be like, oh, hey, there's this guy in the group who he seems to be the local SEO expert here. I will just tag him. Or if someone says, hey, can anyone help SEO optimize my site? I'm willing to pay. Someone will tag you in the post and say, hey, Ben can do that. He's, he seems to know what he's talking about. And right away, you don't have to sell yourself because someone is already selling for you. They already referred you. They already said you're the SEO expert, so it's a lot easier to close a deal and land a deal if someone's doing the referring for you. But you should go ahead and respond to both, paid queries and just general information people need help with. So, say we're in website design, we can type in designer here. Let's look for what people are asking. I'm looking for a great designer to create a killer logo for my company. Any recommendations? So this is a good one to respond to. Now, you'll notice that maybe some of these are older. So this one is brand new here. This one is a little bit older. You can still respond to all these. And the reason for that is because if someone's doing a search in the future and they're looking for a designer or people who already asked design questions, you're going to be in the comments already commenting for them to see. So maybe you're not going to land Jesse here, or maybe even he's not even going to respond back to you. But in the future, if someone views that post, if they search designer in Internet Marketing Super Friends, I think the group's just going to keep growing. They're going to see your post in your sites. So what you want to do is go to the comments here. Go down to write a comment, and then you can say, first you make sure that you actually read what he said. He's just looking for a logo. And then if you're providing logos, say, hey, what kind of logo are you looking for? Or, hey, Jesse, are you still looking for a logo? If it's an older post. We have, we love designing logos. Take a look at some of these we did. And link to, a site. So this person, they link to their design pickle. That's pretty good. I don't think they work for them, but they just recommended them. They link to their pricing. What you want to do is link to examples so you can see. Like, here's the type of designs that we do. Is this something you're looking for? You don't want to be too spammy and say, here, we're the best logo designers. We can get it done for a quick, fast price. Just say something like, oh, hey, Jesse, you're still looking for help? Here's what we do. Maybe this can help you out. And then you can even, if they're brand new, even send them a private message. Say, hey, Jesse, here's what we do. Here's a link to my site. Put the link there. Type it in the comments. And then even send them a message as well, especially if it's a brand new post. And write in the comment, hey, just so you know, we sent you a private message. And then in the private message, you can say something like, hey, we do logo design. Here's some examples. Here's where you go if you're interested. And, just send me a message back if you want to talk more and you want to know about our pricing and stuff like that. Or if you want to get on a call, we can help you with that too if it's more expensive. And then you're going to build up, different links. So it's not just about getting one guy who quickly posted, but it's about kind of forming this presence in this Facebook community of, hey, you're the logo design guy, or you're answering all these questions. And then any sort of comments people are doing in the past, anyone who searches for, design help or how to designer, or is there an answer to this SEO question, your link's going to be there for them to find. So you're not only finding people right away who need help, but you're going to get leads and traffic over time in these groups. And of course, the great thing is that this is just one group. You can spend, an hour or so getting clients just from this, and then you can join 5 other groups and get clients from that. You can have your team members go out to these groups and start posting as well. Yeah, you can get all your leads just from Facebook free groups now. That strategy is working pretty great. There's a lot of people who are, starting up and getting a lot of clients just from free Facebook groups because it's free to post. All you have to do is put in a little bit of effort and make it sound like you're like a real person commenting, not like you're just a spammer copying and pasting the same thing from group to group. Okay, now we're going to go over one of the best places to get work for new or struggling freelancers or struggling agencies, and that's Upwork.com. Upwork used to be 2 different companies. They used to be Odesk and Elance. Those companies decided to merge and try to create one kind of super power freelancer site to be the best in the business. And they did that, at least as far as the opportunity to find work. This company here has paid the most out to individual freelancers and different agencies than pretty much any other freelancing site or business out there that you can hire from. And now this is a great place to find all kinds of work, every niche from video marketing to SEO to content writing, and you can actually hire from or find people from just about any different country. Now, the way it works is you're going to sign up here to Upwork, and then you can go over here to where it says jobs. You want to click jobs, not find freelancers, and you can type in the keyword that is in your niche. So, for example, you're an SEO agency, you're specializing in SEO. You want to type in SEO, and you're going to find all the newest jobs here. So you can sort by the newest jobs that are recently posted, just relevance to the keyword. You can also filter by different keywords up here. You can search just U.S. jobs. These are U.S. companies looking to hire freelancers or agencies. And then go through here and check out all the different opportunities here. For example, here we have one, backlink pro needed. Here's one that's a white hat SEO, link building for a blog post. These were just 3 hours ago. This one was they're looking for someone 6 months ago. This was posted 2 hours ago. And then what you can do here is take a look. So people are going to search by either beginner, intermediate, or expert. So they're looking, if they have expert right in here, they're looking for someone higher quality to do the work. They're willing to pay a lot more than average for someone to do this work. So someone's looking for a white hat SEO expert. They're willing to pay, top dollar to find someone qualified. Looking for someone to do this long term, more than 6 months, 10 to 30 hours a week, posted 2 hours ago. So if you were an SEO agency, this would be a great one to put a bid on and hopefully get, as it looks like this is a long-term client. They have money to spend. They're doing SEO. And you can click the description here to take a look at that, to take a look more in detail, and then eventually apply if you want to. So they're looking for freelancers located in the U.S. He gives a description of what he's looking for. The description is not too good in this case, but that's okay. You can still bid it on it anyway. And then he has some questions that he wants you to answer as well. And then you can see the client's hire history. Now, if it's something where he's hiring people and leaving like 1 or 2 stars for every person he hires, it might not be a good person to bid on, because obviously they're very picky or they're just having problems working with clients. But, if they have a good history here of hiring people, then it would probably be safe to bid on them, and you'll get a decent feedback after the job is done. You can also go over here and learn about the client. Here's their stars again, where they're located, how much money they spent on Upwork. If they're, this guy looks like he's brand new, so that might not be too good because he doesn't know what to expect exactly. He only has a 10% hire rate, meaning he's posted a lot of jobs, but obviously he doesn't seem too excited about hiring the candidates that apply. But that doesn't mean that if you're new and you're looking for work, that this isn't something you can at least send a proposal to and see what he says back. Now, if you're signed in as a freelancer, you can go ahead and there'll be a way to bid on this job. Right now I'm logged in as someone who's actually hiring freelancers. So if you want to, you can go ahead and submit a proposal to the job to potentially be hired by this freelancer. So what should you do to get successfully hired for these types of jobs? Well, first it starts with setting up your Upwork profile. And I have a couple of profiles pulled up here on what you should create yours like. And first it starts with going 100% out and filling out your entire profile and really, again, positioning yourself as kind of an expert in what you do, even if you're brand new. So here's an example of someone who is a WordPress expert. They're doing WordPress HTML and coding. And you can see he has a picture of who he is. Don't put like a fake profile or anything like that. Now, if you're an agency, it's okay to put your logo. And actually, there's a way, as you'll see, to have your individual team members sign up and bid themselves. And then people can learn if they're part of your agency or not. So if you have an individual person here, it's good to have their face, have their name here. And then for the main title here, make sure you put the main keyword that you want to be found. So if you're an white hat SEO expert, put white hat SEO expert, or we work primarily in white hat SEO, and put your main keywords here. So he has WordPress expert, and then right on the first sentence of his bio here, WordPress again. So if you type in WordPress, he's going to come up near the top here. And actually, whenever I was searching, he did. So that's why I wanted to pull this profile up. Then you want to make sure that you talk about who you are, why you're skilled, why you're qualified, link to your services in your profile. Even has a video that's going to show some of the sites that he's fixed. which you can do now. And if you read right at the top here, it says WordPress is my life. So if I'm looking for someone to hire and I see someone his first thing on his profile, I'm looking through the different people, seeing to see who I want to contact and do an interview with, and someone says, hey, I love WordPress, this is my life, I'm on there 10 hours a day, I'm going to think, okay, I think I can trust this guy with my site. So that's what you want to do for your profile. Now, you don't have to copy this and say SEO is my life, but something like, I'm really passionate about SEO. We're working, something about like I'm working 10 hours a day. This is what we primarily focus on. We're experts in this. We have 10 years experience, whatever it is, to demonstrate to the person reading it that you're really passionate about it. This is what you do. You're not just a guy who's going to work for a paycheck. You're someone who really loves SEO. Now, even if you don't really love SEO, you need to express that, because there's a lot of people on Upwork that just have, hey, we're an agency, we do this, here's our rates. And, if you're competing against a guy like this for a WordPress job, and they're talking about how they're passionate about it, it's their life, they're spending all day fixing bugs, and they love that stuff, who you think who the big client is going to hire for a long-term project? Obviously, this guy. So you want to talk about, some history, who you are, what your history with WordPress is, if you're part of a job, if this is someone who works for you, if they're part of your agency, what agency they're a part of. He has a section, this is great, why should you hire me? He says, I'm the top rated web developer and web designer. Now, it doesn't mean that this, there's no way that Upwork, contacted him and said that, hey, you're officially our top web designer. But he's saying that to establish himself as an expert, as an authority, which is exactly what you need to do on your profile. My work is really high quality. I work full time. 100% money back guarantee. I'm easy. Maybe you can put something about easy to work with, communicate, will respond on time. This stuff is all very important when you're hiring people overseas. My skills and services. Here's what you want to list that you can do. Now, don't put stuff that you can't do. Only focus on the stuff you're really good at. That you're going to get a 5-star feedback if you do it. Don't just list a bunch of keywords and hope that you find something. A lot of these guys here on Upwork or Freelancer, they'll list tons of different keywords, things that they can do, and then they get hired, and then they'll you can tell right away that they're just learning it all as they go. They're just trying to make some sort of quick buck. Make sure you establish yourself as some sort of expert first in some niche, like we talked about, like WordPress. Maybe it's video marketing. That's what you want to focus on. And then only list, the main video skills or services that you're going to do right now to hire. Now, if we scroll down further, he has a video that you can play. You can add that as well, like especially if you're doing some sort of media, like graphic design, video, something that they can check out. Now, one thing that he didn't list was a link back to a site where they can learn more about his work and his portfolio. I would definitely recommend that as well. List some exact examples what people can see, and then a link back to your main agency site or portfolio. And then if you scroll down here, you can see first, though, it's going to show you his hourly rate. You can put what you charge per hour. Eventually, you want to work up again toward the top tier in your niche. Now, if you're just starting out, you have no feedback, you have no hours worked, you still can put a high rate, because there are people, which we're going to go over in just a second here, if you correctly respond back a certain way to their proposal, they may hire you even if you have no feedback and your rate's higher than other people. But you can't be the top guy. You can't put the top hourly rate in your niche compared to a lot of the other freelancers if you're not you don't have a lot of experience, especially if you're competing against someone like this who has 200K earned. He has 4,000 hours worked. So you might want to lower your rate first of all. But there's no reason why you can't maybe put in a higher hourly rate and then talk to them and negotiate it down and say, hey, usually I'm working for $60 an hour. Usually we're working for $200 an hour. But obviously we're new here to Upwork, so we can work for a little bit less. So that's one thing I would recommend here is if you have no experience, you have 1 or 2 jobs maybe, or you have no jobs at all, put something like, we work full-time with clients offside of Upwork, but we're starting to integrate our business more into Upwork.com. Our hourly rate is typically $200, but as you can see below, we're posting it as $30 an hour just to get a first couple clients. Make sure to put that in your description instead of talking about how great you are, and then they look down, well, no one hired him ever. Address any issues right up front. And even when you talk to them as well, why don't you have any feedback? Well, it's because, usually we're working with clients outside of this, or usually we work on Freelancer. We're coming on here now to do it. We have tons of experience. We're great to hire. The only reason we don't have any reviews is because we're new. And then you can see all the relevant work you've done in the past. So here's some of his things that he's done. You can view all the work history. So these are, I guess, relevant work to SEO. Here's all things that he's done. He did 388 projects. It's a lot of projects. You can go view your portfolio. So make sure you're getting people to follow up and writing a good quote and giving you 5 stars. And then you can see his portfolio here, which is nicely laid out. The more things you have, the more it looks like you did a lot of work and experience. There's some people that only have 1 or 2 sites up or 1 or 2 things, yet they're saying they're a graphic designer. that kind of causes concern for employees. They're wondering, why, or employers, why doesn't he only have 2 sites done? Why isn't there more? He has a lot of feedback and work here. So that's good to see. Now, something else that's very important. Make sure you list all the skills that you can do that relate. You're going to be able to do this whenever you register for Upwork.com, which is free to do. And then you need to go ahead and take these tests. Now, this is going to take some time to do, but this is going to make a big difference in hiring and how much you can command on Upwork. So you can see he's taken a lot of different tests here. Now, he hasn't scored in the top for all of them, but for some of them, he got first place, he passed. And these are all different tests that you can take with Upwork where they verify. For example, you can take this English test. It will score you to see how well you do. Readiness, contract. There's a bunch of these different tests like HTML, these different quizzes that you take. And then if you do good, then it will say like 4.6, you score in the top 20%. Go ahead and take these and take them over and over again to keep trying to improve your score and get it up to the top 20% range, top 10% range, past. The more of these that you have, the more people are going to hire you, because it looks like, he's definitely an expert in all this stuff and he's taking the time to do it. Put your employment history, if you have any degrees, any, sort of things you can put next to your name. Here, if you've worked with anyone in the past, put that, people like that, and then any experience as well. So this is a well done portfolio or profile here. So it's no wonder that he's getting hired. Let's go look at one more here, so you get a good idea. Now, this is someone who's working in just one specific niche, a particular Node.js. He's a developer, C# developer. And of course, right on the front, again, he says Node.js, C# developer, right in his description. Now he says confirmed #1. I don't know if he was confirmed or not, the #1 overall. But again, he's positioning himself as, hey, I'm the expert on this guy. If you need a Node.js job, I'm the #1 guy on Upwork, or at least, I'm someone who's probably pretty good and it's not going to screw you up. Then again, he has a nice detailed profile here, what he's well versed in. He could have linked to some projects again. Shoot me a message to discuss how I can help you. He has a video. And then again, you scroll down, you can see his feedback, all very good. His portfolio. Again, he took some tests, certifications. And if you can see over here, he's associated with this agency. Now, he's part of either a contractor or actually works for this Mangora Systems. So what you can do on Upwork as you build your agency out is set up your agency profile, and then you can have your individual team members bid on jobs. And, what they can do is say that they're associated with an agency they work with. So, if he bids on your job and you hire him, then you're probably going to pay through this Mangora Systems agency here. This is a coding agency. And you can do the exact same thing. Have yourself, your own profile, have, different other people's profiles bid on jobs. Some people might get a better response back or better reviews. And then you can have them all linked to your main agency that you're associated with. And there's no problem with doing that on Upwork. All right, so back to our job here. So now you filled out your profile the best you can. It's time to send a proposal in. So here's a few keys on sending your proposal that's going to get a good response and potentially have you hired. And the key here is to respond with a personalized response, not a copy and paste template, to what they're asking and their different concerns with their name. So first, respond with their name and a sentence about what's related, something related directly to the project. For example, hey, we have great experience and results with white hat SEO. And that's all it takes to weed yourself out, set yourself apart from tons of different people applying for that same job on Upwork. Now, why is that? Well, a lot of people teach you to get a script, write a script down, copy and paste it, and each morning sign on, and anything that relates to SEO, just hurry up, paste that template in, and apply to 20 jobs, 50 jobs in one day if you can. Apply to as many jobs as you can over and over again, and then you can just use the same copy and pasted template over and over to save time. And that's exactly the opposite of what you want to do. Instead, what you want to do is carefully go through these different jobs and find one that's a good fit for you. What are you find one that you're really the best at doing, that if you talk to everyone on there, you ended up getting an interview, you can outdo everyone, or you have some extra knowledge that's going to help them hire, especially if you're brand new to Upwork. You don't have a lot of reviews, and there's competing against people who have hundreds of reviews. So respond with a proposal with their name. Talk about how you can help with that specific project, for example, white hat SEO. Then right away they know that, hey, this is someone who actually typed it out. They're not just copying and pasting stuff. And then talk about any pointers. Or next, what I would do is go ahead and link to your profile, what you've done, link to your site off of Upwork, any case studies you've done that relate to SEO. Show them that you know what you're doing. You have actual examples. Link to your portfolio. That's very important. And then mention in there that, hey, if you just want to talk, we can give you some pointers about who to look for to hire for white hat SEO, or we can just give you some information that maybe you can do it on yourself. Now this sounds like, hey, I'm going to lose the job because I'm going to give away information for free, but this is going to help you get them to respond to you and set up the call, and then on the call you can help close them on their service. So if you just respond with a copy and pasted cookie cutter template, they're just going to ignore it. But if you respond with something like, hey, we can help you out for free, give you some pointers, talk about it, we're great in this stuff, they're more likely to at least add you on Skype, send you a message back for your proposal, and you can get them on a call where you can close them with a fair deal. So again, link to any case studies or examples. Tell them that, hey, we can give you some pointers, we can talk about it. Make sure your grammar is correct. Use Grammarly.com to make sure you don't have incorrect grammar or look anything like that, and make sure you have a great profile filled out that specifically mentions why you don't have any reviews or any feedback. Then they're gonna hopefully get you on a call on Skype, talk to you a little bit more in detail, maybe just through the portal, messaging back and forth. And then you want to, let them know that, hey, my hourly rate is a lot more, but we can discount it for you, to get more. We're looking for more reviews, or we're available right now to work on it for this amount of time, and clearly get all the information that they're looking for. And again, I forgot to mention, if he has something specific that he wants answered, you need to respond to that. And another thing that you need to look for is, as you're going through the description, make sure you read the entire description word for word. Sometimes there'll be like a keyword in there. You can do this whenever you go to hire your own team members or agency members, that he needs to have you respond back in the description. For example, if you've read so far, respond back with the keyword potato, so we know that you actually read the description. You're not just copying and pasting a template, so you understand what we're looking for, not wasting our time. So carefully read out the description. If he asks for questions, go ahead and give your responses to these questions. And then when you're on the call, you mentioned that you're looking for a lot more. Usually, you can go ahead and discount your price. They can go ahead and hire you if they're ready. Don't be too pushy, and then make sure that you fully understand the job. Then finally, whenever the job is done, you have everything outlined, when the payments are, when the sprints are. You've done the work, and you guys are on the same page. Then make sure you get ask them. Hopefully you can give me a 5-star feedback. If for any reason we didn't earn 5 stars, then please let me know before you end the contract so we can make it up to you. Maybe he's going to give you a 2-star review, which would really hurt your profile. So maybe you can just discount some of the services, or reduce part of the project. Before, if you think everything's good, then he ends the job and he gives you 2 stars or 3 stars and says, he was okay at best. You don't want that to happen, especially if you're brand new, because that's really going to make it 10 times harder to get jobs if you have some sort of review like that. So always before ending the contract, make sure that you ask them. Whenever you end the contract, they're going to ask you for a rating. Now, if there's anything that we didn't do to earn a 5-star feedback, please let us know, be upfront, and we'll fix it right away and make it right to earn your feedback. And if you go through here, some of these profiles, you'll notice that like him, like he has 5 stars. Well, he doesn't have 5 stars for everything. Maybe the other guy was doing pretty good. There we go. He has a lot of 5 stars. If you look through some of these profiles, you notice like they seem to have 5 stars for everything. Well, that's because they have a system in place on the back end that says, hey, if you don't give us 5 stars, let us know what we can do. We need to discount the price or fix something or do something again to make sure that it's a full 5-star review that looks and we get a great rating back from you. So overall, that's how you get started with Upwork. You need to just put in a little bit of elbow grease, a little bit of work to set up the profile right. Talk about your services. Make sure that you're transparent with everything. Make sure you respond with a personal message. Yeah, it's not going to be as fast as copying and pasting, but you need to go through here, find great jobs that are a good fit for you, apply to them, and then try to apply to 30 a week. Now, it's best to kind of go slow at first and really do the job great and get great feedback, because people would rather hire someone who has really glowing reviews, a great portfolio, put into place, but maybe less hours earned than someone who has like 90% job success. There's a couple 3 stars in there where they said that they really didn't do too good and they're trying to fly by and get as much money as possible. It's better just to go slowly, build it up, and then you can start commanding a lot higher prices right away. Start positioning yourself as an expert, and then bid on those projects where they're looking for experts to use. In this video, we're going to go over how to start getting clients from Fiverr.com. And whenever you think of Fiverr.com, usually the first thing that pops in your head is $5 service, very cheap, not a lot of profit margin, 24-hour fast work. And that's exactly the kind of stuff that we wanted to avoid, right? We don't want to be branding ourselves as the fast turnover guy for very low prices, because that's no way to sustain a long-term business and make serious money. However, Fiverr has changed a lot in just the past couple of months, where you no longer have to just list your services for $5. You can list them in different tiers, all the way up to thousands of dollars. And now there's also something called Fiverr Pro, which is for premium level sellers. Now you have to apply to get into that, and you have to have a history and apply with. You have to showcase a lot of work you've already done, like your established business. So you have to apply to get to Fiverr Pro, but you can sign up for Fiverr.com for free, and there's no reason why you can't charge a higher price services compared to other people doing gigs in your niche and make money, as well as get these people even as just an initial lead, and then push them toward like a continuity service you offer outside of Fiverr. So get them to do a gig, mention after the gig's done that hey, we offer stuff that you can private message us for a continuity based thing, and then even push them to your services outside. There's no reason why you can't use Fiverr as a lead generation service. There's already people on here that are doing that for their own courses and actually getting people to sign up to their email marketing list after they complete a job successfully. Now, to have success on Fiverr, you're going to have to create a gig, and you are going to have to kind of sell it at a lower rate to begin. And the way Fiverr works is it's kind of like a, just like any other search engine, you're going to have to kind of work with the algorithm to get your gig listed at the top and get people to buy it. So how it works over here is you're going to first do a search. I already have a spokesperson up here. So if you're looking for spokespeople type videos, or use the keyword spokesperson, type that in here, and then you will see all the different gigs that are offered. And just like on Google or just like on Amazon, the people who are going to show up at the top page in the first 3 pages, or at least on the front page here, are going to get the most clicks and eventually the most sales. So what you want to do is you want to rank close to number 1, or at least on the top sellers here for your keyword. Now, there's a number of factors that go into ranking high for the keyword that you want to sell a service to. One is whether your level of seller here, you can see there's people that are saying that they're level 2, people that are level 1, there's people who are called top rated sellers, and that's due to how many people have bought the gig and how many people have actually reviewed your service and liked it. So you can actually search by level 1, level 2, top rated, as well as some other features you can see over here, including delivery time up to 24 hours. It takes 7 days. Price, kind of range here, accent, depending on what you're searching for. And then here's the seller level ranking here. Level 1, level 2 are top rated. So what you want to do first is you want to find a number of gigs that are ranking high, that are the most popular in that particular industry that you can fulfill. So, write down everything that you can do, whether you're into SEO, whether your niche is, video, whether you're doing like video spokesperson or green screen, whatever it is. Write down a number of keywords that you can rank for and sell gigs, and then check out the top gigs here. Now, the key to succeeding on Fiverr is that you're going to model your gig. You're not going to reinvent the wheel. You're going to model after what's already working, what people are buying, and then just to get started, to get some initial reviews, get some traction, and start ranking on the first page here, you're just going to make your gig a little bit better than what is already being offered. And then eventually, once you get some ratings, some social proof, you can begin bumping up your services to become more that, looking like that more higher priced, higher tier business. So let's take a look here. Here's one that says, I will be your business video spokesperson or actor. And a number of things you want to take a look at are, first, what they're using for the title. So pretty quickly you're going to realize that all the people have the main keyword you want to rank for in the title. So you want to use spokesperson, or if you're ranking for green screen, you have to have green screen. Or if you're ranking for a couple, make sure you have like green screen, spokesperson, actor in your main keyword title here to rank. And it seems like the closer the keyword is to the start of the sentence, the better ranking it's going to be. Then you can come down here and you're going to see something called About This Gig. Now, just like Facebook, just like Google, they look at the text, they look at descriptions of different things to help rank them correctly. So you want to have your keywords in the description, and you want to go ahead and talk about the description. And more specifically, what you want to do is make your description a little bit better, have a little bit more keywords, have more text than this guy. So this guy basically has a basic paragraph. We can do seen in your video, you love what you're going to do, wait and see. Maybe you can add more to this, like what you offer, the history of what you do, who you are, your business. You're going to get more text, and then you're going to be able to rank for more keywords putting in there. It's just like optimizing a YouTube video, or optimizing like a Google Places listing. You want to have more text with different keywords, and that's going to be more keywords that you rank for. Then what you want to check out is you're going to see that you can have these packages, and now Fiverr is allowing you to create basically different packages. Instead of just doing something for $5, it's now expanded to doing things for $40, $90, $150. There's even people selling stuff for thousands of dollars. Explainer video services, for example, they're going for thousands of dollars. So you can create a package for $1,000 to sell your services too. So what do you offer? How do you create your packages to work in Fiverr? Well, again, just check out what he's doing. So first, what you want to do is, of course, write down what you can or cannot do for your video service, including, can you make things HD? Can you put cool backgrounds? Can you do revisions? Do you want to do revisions? Can you add background music? And if you're not sure what you can do, well, take a look at what some of these other guys are doing and then just copy them. So this guy has, he can add a logo to your spokesperson video. This guy can overlay text, background music. If you have a basic video editing app, then I bet you can do this stuff too, right? Let's take a look at what another guy's doing for his gig. And mind you, we want to just focus on kind of these top-rated guys here, because that's what is really working. That's what's selling. We don't want to have to reinvent the wheel. So let's see what he's doing for his services. He has a custom outfit. That's a good idea. Revisions. He has revisions. Maybe you could add, so you can take some of what he's doing, some of what the other guy's doing, and create your own tiered packages. And then you want to make the packages a little bit better than what is already ranking number one. And this is just to get initial reviews and get the gig selling. So one of the factors here that you can see, one of the key factors, is that the number of ratings and the number of feedback. So all these guys, he has 1,000 rate, he has 1,000 reviews. This guy has 164. This guy has 69. If you go down, now here's someone who only has 1. He's a little bit lower. And as you go down here, you got to see 2. This one has no one. It's called Rising Talent. But the people at the top here, they all have at least 100. It looks like. So you need to have at least 60, 70 to get placed in this top section here. So of course, what you can do is have your friends review it for you. They can buy the gig, Your parents can buy the gig. You can have whoever you can buy it and then leave a review, and that can kind of kickstart it in the algorithm here. But you do have to have the prices a little bit lower because no one's going to buy your service for $100 when there's another guy who's selling for the exact same service for $10, and he already has a lot more social proof than you. So you do have to sell them close to what competitive prices of what everyone else is selling. It doesn't have to be the lowest in town, but you have to make it worth your effort, and you do have to start a little bit lower at the beginning just to build up some of the social proof and reviews. And then once you have over 20 reviews, or depending on what niche you're in, you start to get up there with a number of sales. Then you can begin bumping the prices up until you're you're like this guy right here, and he's kind of positioning himself as the top guy in this industry. He's commanding the most. He has the most reviews. So you want to model yourself after this guy. Then you want to go ahead and create your packages. So let's take a look at what he's offering. So this is the top dog right now in the spokesperson niche on Fiverr. And for a basic gig, you're going to be getting 120 word video. Includes a suit, HD music, you get a logo, you have to provide the script, 7 days, or if you want it done in 1 day, you can add on $50. You want to go ahead, list everything that you can do, and then create your own tiers. And of course, what I'd recommend doing for making it sell and beating out this guy is make your basic gig better than his basic gig. Maybe you get more revisions with yours. Maybe you can do up to 500 video word script at once. Maybe you can you do a custom outfit or something like that on top of what he's doing. Now he already has that, but you want to go in and borrow from different gigs and add them on, add different services on. So basically, it looks like, hey, for $100, you're going to get more than what this guy does. And there are people out there who will shop on Fiverr to try to find the best deal. And if yours is lower priced to start out with, and you're offering more, then they're going to buy from you, and you can get a review. Now, of course, once you start to get reviews, you want to take away that stuff, make sure that it's worth your time, start bumping your prices up. But to rank on the top, to really start getting a number of leads, a number of sales, you do have to get the initial reviews started, and then start to bump up your gig to eventually getting into the top rated super seller category. Now, to get set up on Fiverr, it's pretty easy. You just have to sign up. You can go over here to where it says selling, click on gigs, and all you have to do is go over here to create new gig. Now you're going to give it a title with the SEO optimization with your main keyword in there. You can also add search tags. These are important as well for your keywords. And then you can go ahead and create the pricing tiers, FAQ, requirements. And all you have to do is pretty much do the same thing that other people are doing, the top rated gigs in your industry. Only make your gig a little bit better, maybe make it a little less expensive, and then you'll be able to start to get sales. And then one final thing, of course, is after you do start to get your initial sales, well, first I'd recommend doing some practice orders to make sure you run through it and everything's smoothly. You don't want to get like 10 reviews and then the 11th one you screw up the gig, someone downvotes you, and now it became significantly harder to get sales because now you have negative reviews that people can see. So if you do have your friends buy something, your parents buy something like that, have your grandma buy one, actually do the gig. Practice fulfilling it, walking through all the steps. If you have a team member who's just going to be outsourcing it, you make sure that they're totally on track to do this, because a lot of orders can start piling up all at once, and you want to make sure that you're not screwing up anyone's order. And then after they're done, make sure that you follow up with two things. And you might write these down here. Number one, make sure you ask them to leave a review. Just because they had a good service doesn't mean that they're going to stop what they're doing and then leave a great review. People are too busy. That's why they came to Fiverr in the first place. They don't have time. They don't have a lot of money. So they're definitely not going to stop what they're doing in the middle of the day, click on your Fiverr gig, and then leave you a review. You have to make sure you ask them, like, please leave a review. If you are happy with the service, we really appreciate it. It helps us helps our business reach out more. And just by asking for it, you're going to double your conversion rate of reviews. And the reviews are the most important, especially in the beginning, to help rank higher in this algorithm. Also, if you have any sort of other tiers that are kind of off Fiverr, some sort of continuity membership, we'll be talking more about that later on. There's no reason why you can't say, hey, do you want monthly videos per month? then please go to this link. Or, can we help you with getting your videos in Facebook ads? We offer Facebook ads funnel setup. Here's, this site here. And there's a number of people doing this. As far as I know, it's not against Fiverr's terms of service. If they had a good experience, then there's no reason why you can't follow up with something that's relevant to it and say, hey, for additional value, you can go here, and that helps us. As they'll allow more people to come on to Fiverr, sell their stuff. And of course, Fiverr, it helps Fiverr out because the more people are on there, the more competition, and the more it's going to weed out the best talent, and the more people will have a better experience and come back and buy to Fiverr. So use this as a lead generation service. You can also use it to actually make money, setting up these higher tiers. And then, of course, the key is just to reverse engineer what's working for your particular keyword or service you type in, and make sure you make your description a little bit better, make the thumbnail a little bit more eye-catching, add more thumbnails than what they're offering, add a little bit more services than what he's doing to make it a little bit better, make your description a little bit better. You get the idea. Make it just a tiny bit better than what's already out there. Model after whatever's working, and then there's no reason why you can't start to get some sales from Fiverr.com. Twitter is an interesting place to potentially get agency clients or freelancer clients, as it's not as saturated as other channels are. For example, if you're struggling to get clients on Upwork, you're getting beaten down by a lot more competitive businesses that have been around a lot longer, have better portfolios. You're getting beat down on freelancer.com. Or Twitter might be the place where you can get your first client kind of out of the blue, as there's not a lot of other agencies actively searching and prospecting on this network. Now, the way it works is once you sign up to Twitter, you can go over here to where it says search Twitter, and then you can type in different keywords in your niche. For example, if you do logo design, you can just type in logo design, and you're going to be able to see all different types of tweets and messages of people looking for potentially help needing a logo designed. Now, if you just type in logo design or hashtag logo design, you might find some people asking for help, but you're also going to find a lot of people pitching their logo services, or just articles talking about a weird logo design that came up, something in the news. And you're going to have to filter and go through a lot of different tweets, which might waste time. Right away we could see here that someone's saying, anyone know of a good logo design for me? So this would be a great person to contact right off the bat. Just send a private message with a link to your portfolio, tell them that you can help them out. But sometimes, you're going to get strange stuff like this one right underneath it, where it has nothing even to do with logos. They're just trying to put in keywords to get people to see their posts. So one thing that you can do is use Twitter search operators to weed out some of the more promotional posts. And one of the great first search operators you can use is something called -filter:_links. And what this does is it's going to search logo design, but none of the tweets are going to have links in them. It's going to filter out links. So if they're like a promotional person trying to get people to buy their logo design, none of those tweets are going to come up. So actually what we can do is type in something a little bit more specific, like logo design help, filter out posts that have links in it, and then let's go here. Right away we have someone, I need a graphic designer looking for logo design, point me in the right direction. This is a great person to contact. I need help, friends. I need a logo for my small business. This is another great person to reach out to. So right away, we already have a bunch of people we can reach out to and sell logo design services to right away. And I just want to mention that this isn't just for logo design help. You can use keywords like Facebook ads, video ads, explainer video creation. You can also use different operators. For example, we can use $logo design help. And this is going to only find tweets that are asking a question with no links in them. We can also use a different keyword, for example, Facebook marketing. So these are people asking Facebook marketing questions and aren't posting links. So here's one here. They're asking, is anyone else running into Facebook's scheduling tool or having issues? I can't get posts up. This is a good person that we can send a message to saying, hey, if you're struggling with the Facebook Ads Manager, here's what's up. Here's what to do. If you're looking for someone just to run the ads, here's how we can help you. This might be a good person just to just reply publicly and say, oh, it was down this morning. And then people are going to say, oh, how do you know that? And then they click your profile and they say, oh, he's running a Facebook ads agency. I need agency help. I can reach out. So you can potentially land her as a client just send her information. Maybe she can refer someone in the future, or you can reply publicly and retweet it. You would do this to, or you can actually, what would be better was to create your own tweet, mention her in the tweet so she gets it. It comes up on her profile, and you know that she got a response, and then you can mention your response in there, like, oh, we're just replying to your question about Facebook Ads Manager. Yeah, it was down this morning. We're an agency, so we kind of got that information ahead of everyone. And then other people can see it, or her friends can see it and say, oh, he worked with agencies, or she works with Facebook agencies, or she knows them. You know, maybe we can check this person out and see if you can help our agency. So there's, I'm going to list different operators you can use. You can also do something called Twitter Advanced Search. Now, if you don't know how to get there, you can just do a Google search like this, and the URL is twitter.com/searchadvanced. And you can filter out irrelevant posts and drill down even more. So you can add an exact phrase like "we need logo design help," "we need explainer video help." It's going to search for an exact phrase. You can search in a location if you want to. You have to enable it. It's disabled right now. But if you only wanted to find clients in one certain city right now, you can just search people talking about logo design in Pittsburgh or New York. You can filter out more relevant posts. So maybe you found a tweet that's about Facebook ads help, but they already found someone, or it was from several hours ago. You can filter out dates and find more relevant posts as well. So you can use operators and the advanced search. Now, if you really wanted to automate this, there's a number of programs out here that will give you tweet alerts. There's one called My Tweet Alerts. There's another one called Warble Alerts. This one is actually free to sign up for. And you can click Start Using It Now, and then you're going to get a free once-a-day email alerts list based on a specific operator search or keyword search that you entered. So you can do that web design or logo design search, and then you're going to get alerts from everyone who mentioned it that day that you can reach out to. So you can actually not even have to go to Twitter and start prospecting. You can use these alerts programs and then just get specific alerts of people asking questions about it to respond on Twitter. And again, the great thing about Twitter is, even if you don't land clients, you can respond to people publicly. You can just send a private message, and if it's helpful, they're going to refer you to other people, or other people are going to see it on Twitter. This is a big network, and usually if they're doing marketing, or they have other marketing friends who might need it. So maybe you won't land this person or the other logo design person we found as a client, but someone else they're working with, their friend's going to see it and then reach out to you potentially. So Twitter, another great place to get clients from. That's kind of under the radar. So if you're struggling on some of the other networks, check out Twitter and see if you can find some good clients that way. In this video, we're going to go over how to get clients from LinkedIn.com. This is a B2B connection social platform that allows you to connect with other business employees or business owners and network with them, and also potentially land them as clients. Now, this LinkedIn has come a long way. They recently came up with a new version, a new user interface that's even a lot better than the previous one. And like the other social platforms, it all starts with first, before diving into searching or finding people, just really optimizing your profile to begin, and that's going to make things a lot easier. So right now, whenever you sign up to LinkedIn, you'll be able to customize your profile. That's the first thing that you'll be able to do. And you want to model it after, this is a good profile that I pulled up that seems to be doing everything right. You should try to model your profile after this guy, Guy Kawasaki, and he's pretty good with social media. So that's probably why he optimized his profile very well. And as you can see, he has first a nice looking picture that looks like he's smiling, easy to connect with, someone that you want to network with. This is kind of like a networking type platform. He has a banner here. It's not just the standard LinkedIn one, but kind of talks about what he's into. Right now, he has a book called Enchantment. As you can see here, he has like a big graphic up. He looks like he's speaking without saying overtly, go check out or go buy my book. Kind of positioning himself as like an expert. And if you go down here, he has a quick bio where it talks about how he's an expert in his field, how he has all this experience. He's working with Canva, and he's written 13 books. and then also has some videos of them which you can upload to as well. I'd encourage you to do that if you were able to upload like a great quality video of you and your team working. Also, you can see here's something called articles and activities. Something we'll be getting into where you can actually write your own articles. You can post articles and join different groups. This is going to help you land clients. And then you want to fill out your experience, make it look like, you know, if you have any degrees, you want to list those, an experience working with companies. If you started any businesses or moved on, you want to go ahead and add that so it looks like you have some experience as well. Then once you have your profile optimized, you can begin searching for people to connect to on LinkedIn. And you go up here to the search, and then you want to start by just typing in your niche here. So, for example, say we're trying to connect with real estate clients. Our agency offers services to real estate people. What you can do is type in real estate, go down to people here, and then you can search. You can see these tabs over here. You can search by filter your location and do a more advanced search. So say we were looking for real estate clients in New York. You can hit apply. And it's going to start finding real estate broker, investor, just a salesperson. We can begin going out and connecting with different salespeople or investors, whoever it is that we're trying to sell our services to in the real estate niche. And then what you want to do is go ahead and click on their profile, and then you'll see something that says connect here. I'm going to go ahead and press that button, and it's going to send an invitation for them to connect. Now you want to go ahead and do a further step here where it says add a note, because a lot of people they'll be sending you connections, and most of them will get ignored by other people, especially if they don't really know how you're going to help them, how you're relevant to their business. If you're just here to kind of take up their time, you want to go ahead and add a personal note, which is going to help them close them as just a contact first on LinkedIn. Now here's an example of what you could write that might be good. It just has to be very short and simple. For example, you can have hi Cindy or whatever the name is, the person you're contacting with. I notice you're in the real estate niche with me and I love to connect. It can be as simple as that. And it can also be something like, hey Cindy, I noticed we're in both X group. There's different LinkedIn groups. You can find people based in certain groups and reach out via the group. It would be great to connect to you and share ideas about, for example, this would be real estate, and check out your articles. Now, if you can see that, like the Guy Kawasaki example, he's publishing articles. You can mention something about, hey, it'd be great to see more of your articles come up, learn more about them. Just write something personal so it doesn't seem like you're going through people as fast as possible and just sending all these mass requests. And you have no idea, you don't have any interest in what they actually do and how you can help them. Remember, people want to make sure that everything's all about them and how they can get helped. So you want to send a couple requests in your niche, like 15 at least per day if you're just starting out, or 15 per week. But if you're just starting out, you want to get a little bit more. Start building up your profile, and then after you contact them, you can send a follow-up email, which may look like this. So after you connected, you can send them a message. It's going to show up right in their notifications and their messages that says, "Thanks for accepting my request. It's great to connect. I'm an expert in helping real estate clients set up Facebook funnels to get more leads." Here's an example right here. And you can put this if you want. If that sounds a little too pushy or salesy, maybe you can delete it. But basically, you want to say that, hey, thanks for accepting my request. It's great to connect. Here's what I'm all about. I help real estate clients with Facebook ads. And then you want to have a paragraph just like this. It says, if you or any contacts, any of your LinkedIn contacts have any questions, feel free to reach out at any time, and my business will be glad to answer any questions and help you out. So that's basically saying, hey, it's great to connect. Here's what I'm all about. If you need help with Facebook ads, you can message me at any time, and of course you want to then set up like a consultation to really help them in depth, and then close them on a call or through email or even through LinkedIn. And it's also kind of saying like, hey, if you have anyone in your niche who is looking for Facebook help, then we can help you out. And then maybe we can even refer some people back to you as well. So you're starting, want to establish a mutual connection that's going to help them, send them people, and have them ask you for help or refer anyone that they know who's looking for Facebook help to your business. But you don't want to start out with saying, hey, thanks for accepting my request. Here's our pricing. Here's where you go if you want to book a session with me. That's a little too aggressive for LinkedIn. But there's nothing wrong with saying, hey, thanks for accepting. Here's what I'm all about. This is what we do. If you have any questions about this, I'm the guy that you can just reach out to, and we'll help you out And of course, if they ask any simple questions, then answer them to the best of your ability, and then offer to talk to them more in depth on a call to really explain it. And then that's where you can go through your different services and say, hey, if you really want help and us to do this, then here's how we can help. If not, then feel free to refer any clients that you're working with. We can help them out as well, or any of your colleagues you're working with. So now you can dive even further into LinkedIn by not just searching people what their general interests are, what their general business is. You can go here to where it says all filters and actually begin searching by the title of what they're doing. So if you're trying to reach out to people who are the head of marketing or decision makers in marketing for bigger companies that have bigger budgets for you to land bigger contracts, you can actually start searching for VPs of marketing, people who are CEOs even, people that have specific titles right in a certain area, and even in like a certain industry with your keyword as well. And just go ahead and hit apply. And then we can see now we're connecting with, here's the VP of marketing at William Ravi's Real Estate, VP of marketing, Douglas Elam Real Estate. Now you can connect to them, and instead of going after one individual client, you can go after a whole real estate company and land them as a client for a lot bigger contract. Or it doesn't have to be real estate. It can be, if you're trying to create explainer videos for tech type businesses, then search tech companies in one specific area for to be able to contact their VP of marketing and send a connection that way. So LinkedIn now has some more advanced features for you to filter out and really try to nail down the person that you really want to connect with and land as a client. Now another tool that you can install that's developed by LinkedIn is something called LinkedIn Sales Navigator, and this is going to help you in addition to kind of searching by whether someone's the vice president or they're higher up in the company, and if you're looking to bypass the receptionist or people who kind of filter out the emails and people, if you're trying to sell your services and you want to get past the initial receptionist to the decision makers of the business, other than doing this advanced search that we just did, you can install something called LinkedIn Sales Navigator. Now there's a free version and there's a more premium version, but you don't have to worry about installing the premium version to get benefits out of this. Now this used to be a tool called Reportive, and what it did was you type in any email in Gmail and it's going to show you the person's LinkedIn profile if that's their correct email. So if that's the right email address for the company, it's going to connect to their LinkedIn profile and allow you to view their profile. So if you find a company and you're trying to reach out to them and you can't really get past the contact us form and the initial receptionist who's like filtering out the emails, or the virtual assistant, whoever they have, and you want to get to the VP of marketing, or you want to get to the CEO even, especially if this is like a venture-backed company that's newer and they have money to work with they have money to work with right away. Well, this is another great tool that connects with LinkedIn to help do that. So let's go over a quick example of what I mean by using LinkedIn Sales Navigator to find a correct email address, and using LinkedIn as well to contact higher level employees. So what you can do is go to a site called Angel List, and there's a number of sites similar to this, but what it does is Angel List is just a site that allows you to view information and even find jobs with startup companies, ones that are getting venture funding or angel investing. You can go up to more here and click companies, and you can start finding tons of different companies for you to potentially sell your services to. And these are more than just mom and pop type companies that they're scraping by. These are people who got venture backed funding, great to sell your explainer video service to, or funnel creation services to, that have money to spend, and they're willing to spend 4 to 5 figures for your agency services or your project. And what you can do is click on that view companies, and then you want to sort by companies that they aren't too big that they're just going to ignore you, and there's no way you're ever going to get a job with them. Like, you don't want to pitch your agency services to McDonald's or to Microsoft. Those companies are way too big for someone who is just starting out and doesn't really have a big reputation or connections. But you can find people who you can go over to ranges here and find brand new companies that have raised like 100,000 to maybe 2.8 million. These aren't people who are companies that are huge. They have like 10 employees to maybe 50 at most. They're not giant startup companies like Google, they're just starting out, but they have money to spend on marketing. They got investments, so you can go after them and get them to pay $4,000 or more for an explainer video, for example, if they don't have one, or if the one they're using is kind of bad, and you can do a better job. Now it's going to show tons of different companies here, and what you want to do is, click on them, see if you can understand what they do in their job. So here's one that builds route platforms with leading industry API. Now you can dig in and read more about what they do. But if this looks like a good company that you think you can connect with, and you can create some sort of service that might help, then you can go down here to where it's going to show. It's going to show all the founders or the core members here. For example, Mark, he looks like he's the CEO. He's the main founder. Andre, he looks like he's the co-founder. These are all founders here. So it looks like there's 4 of them. And if we wanted to reach out and get past kind of their filtering service of people, they're filtering out different solicitations and go straight to the main decision maker, then we probably want to try to contact Mark. And the LinkedIn Sales Navigator is a great tool to do that. As what it will let you do is open up a new message in Gmail. And then whenever you try to find or guess their email addresses, it's usually going to be their company name. There's going to be either their first name or their last name, or their first name with a dot, then their last name, at their company. So what we can do here is type in, I think his name was QUO at, we're going to just copy this, their company name, .com, and if it's his email, then you'll see over here it says, sorry, we could not find a matching LinkedIn profile. So if we send an email to this, it's just gonna be a waste of time because there's not even a LinkedIn profile associated with it. However, maybe we'll try, instead of his last name, his first name. Delete that, put .com. And then right away you can see now it pulled up his right profile. This is the right email address to contact him with. And then we can send a quick email talking about, you can check out one of the templates below that we used similar before about how they might need a better explainer video. Here's a link to what we're doing. Here's some examples we've done for other companies. If you want some free advice, go ahead and feel free to contact us back. We can help you out. So say, for example, we're trying different combinations. If we can't get his email, we can't find his email, you can go back to LinkedIn and actually search by company name. So we're going to paste in the company name. It will pull it up. And then it's going to say, see all the 14 employees on LinkedIn. So you can actually, there he is again over here, Mark, here's a way to connect with them. So there's multiple ways that you can try to get in touch with these people. So you can search by their company name, find them and try to connect with them that way. You can connect maybe with one step lower, like the CTO, and say, hey, we're trying to reach Mark. Here's what we do. Can you forward our information to him? Or, does he have a personal email address we can reach out to? Try to connect with one of these lower people. Or we connect with one of the lower people first and then ask him to connect with us, and he'll already see that we're a connection with someone on the team. Or we can just use LinkedIn Sales Navigator to make sure we have the right email and then send them our pitch right there. So LinkedIn is a very powerful tool to find lower connections, people who are in our niche, like real estate agents, even all the way up to CEOs of tech companies, of new tech companies, and be able to contact them and show them our service right away. So if you have a good service that can provide value, then using LinkedIn, there's no reason why you can't get that out in front of people and have them clicking to your website, checking out your work, and eventually, someone's going to be interested and they're going to be actually, maybe he is searching right now for a great explainer video to explain Routerific a little bit easier than what his angel profile talked about, and you could be the person to help him. All right, so there's actually more we can do as far as getting clients other than just finding profiles and then contacting people or finding their email addresses and contacting them. And another great thing that you can do with LinkedIn is groups and articles. So to get started with LinkedIn groups and starting to get clients from there, you can type in your main keyword that you're in. So say, for example, you were in the productivity niche or your agency did productivity consulting. You can search, see all results for productivity, and we want to filter it by not people, but you want to go down to where it says groups, and you're going to see all these different LinkedIn groups that, in this case, are have something to do with productivity that we can join. So here's one that I've joined that relates to productivity. It's organization skills, time management, and project management. And if we go down here, we can see all these different conversations, almost like Facebook groups, where people are posting articles, maybe they're asking questions, and you can begin finding people to contact you, potentially answering questions people have, or commenting on different posts in this particular group. So we can go down here and we can see Donald Watts has already kind of been doing this. He needs a better picture, but someone posted how to inspire your team, and he commented and said that, hey, this is great. At our company we're doing this, and you basically want to leave a comment that adds value and saying that, hey, this helped you, and then try to relate to what you're doing as well. And people who are in the group checking out the articles or clicking. Some groups are more responsive than other ones, but if you find one that's really responsive with a lot of people in it, and you're posting here and there, not on every single post, but you're spending 5 minutes or so just commenting on some posts, as well as curating your own content, you're going to develop relationships in here. People are going to want to reach out to you. They're going to see you're really involved in the productivity space, and you're going to be able to not just find people to send contact requests yourself, but people are going to send you contact requests. And then the more people that you have added to your LinkedIn profile, obviously that looks more like more social proof that you're well connected. And then more people are going to want to connect with you just because you have a lot of connections. And then you're going to start getting a lot of relevant people in your industry who all relate to what you're doing, hopefully, that all have connections. And you can start, it's going to be easier to get bigger connections, as well as people seeking you out and potentially messaging you for help instead of you having to always solicit people. But if you find someone who's doing a lot of posting here, it's good to go ahead and view them, and like before, send them a connect with them. Even if they're not going to particularly be a client, but if they have people connected with their LinkedIn profile that are into productivity, or companies they work with that are into productivity, they'd be good to connect with. And then what you can do is come up with your own content to post in groups, and also post on your personal profile. And you want to do that by going to home here, and you're going to see right at the top it says share an article, photo, video, or idea. You can go ahead and actually share a blog post that you did, or share a case study that you did with a client, or share an example that you did and how it helped one of your clients. You can also even write an article. So LinkedIn now has, almost like WordPress, a full editor here. We can write a full out article on, for example, productivity, and how give a few tips about why you should do this to become more productive. And then at the end, of course, have some sort of link back to your site or your consulting page or your agency page saying, hey, if these 3 little tips helped you, book a session with us, or check out this case study that we did with a client. And then these posts are going to start showing up in your connections timeline. So you're connecting with all these people, you're posting content or curating it, you're looking like an expert, and then you're throwing in some posts here that link back to your agency page on how to contact you for a quote. And then people are going to your connections, they're going to share that with other clients. They're going to give you referrals, or they're actually going to click on it themselves and then message you for a consultation or case study. So that's another great way that you can go into groups, find people in groups. You can also use that that second email that, or a way to connect, saying that, hey, we're both in the X group. This is a great way to connect if you're having trouble getting connections. And then once they're added, share relevant articles that are helpful. Share your own article. Share a case study to a client you just helped, and that's going to get more shares, and then more people coming to you to potentially get bids to help their project. So LinkedIn is a very powerful place to find clients, whether it's, again, just basic people in your niche, just by doing a quick keyword search. You can connect with them and then let them know what you're up to. ways to contact you if they want more services or not, they want your services or not. 2, even finding higher level people in certain companies that have their venture backed, or maybe it's just a great company that you know that you're going to work with in a certain area, and you're having trouble getting through their regular contact form on their main site page, and you want to get straight to the decision maker, the top guy at the company, let them see what you're working on. That's another great way to either use it using the LinkedIn Sales Navigator, or even just finding them right on LinkedIn and connecting with them right like that. So LinkedIn, another powerful place that you should set up and start landing your agency clients from. Now we're going to go over how to use local events to find and get potential clients, and also get referrals as well to clients. Now, the best place to go for local meetups and events is just to go to meetup.com now. Type in meetup.com in your browser. You're going to get a screen like this after you sign in. And then what you want to do first is choose the radius, whether you're willing to travel 50 miles or more around the city that you're located in. So obviously you'd have to be in you have to actually attend these. So it can only be around your location or your city. So say, for example, we're in Austin, Texas here, and our niche would be, SEO, for example. We're an SEO agency. You can type in SEO and see all the different local events that are in this case, 50 miles within Austin, Texas. So we have Austin SEO for small to medium-sized businesses, 30 interested, Austin SEO meetup group. This is almost 2,000 people who are into SEO that you can go to. This one's 134 SEOs, SEO and beer, digital marketing summit. And then you can also find, just general marketing happy hour, small business association, Marketo user group. So you probably want to, pick a number of kind of niche groups, like just people into SEO, like the SEO and beer, as well as, just general people where there's general marketing. Maybe they're not all SEO agencies or people into SEO, but, they're doing digital marketing. They're going to need help probably with SEO at some point. So what we can do here is click, for example, this one, and check out what the meetup looks like. So here we see pictures of it. It looks pretty nice so far. And then we can see, here's the next meetup. Let's see if they have any meetups scheduled. So if you want to attend one that has, some meetups scheduled in the future, as well as it has a number of past meetups. So you don't want to waste your time and drive out to these places and waste a whole day if there's no one going to be there, right? So you can see how many people went to some of these past meetups. So this one, for June 2018, 50 people went. 11 went to the May one. Here's another one in May. 33 went. Okay, so there's a decent number of people. It looks like they're going here consistently to these things. So there's definitely some people to network with. Now we can dig in here and see who exactly is going. And you can see, click on all these people's profiles, see if they're agency members, are they just local business members interested in learning more about SEO, are they just into marketing in general? Who are these attendees who are going to be interacting with? And the point of these meetup groups is to, first, you can connect and network with other local businesses and other local agencies. You're competing with other SEO agencies and SEO companies, of course, right? But, especially if you're new and starting out, sometimes some of these bigger companies, they get clients where, the client can't pay enough for their fees. They've grown to a certain size where they can charge, more premium fees, and someone who fits your kind of range, but maybe they can't work with that particular client, so they can refer them to you. Or maybe they have too much work right now, or maybe you specialize in a certain type of work, like for WordPress, and they don't. That's just an example. And they can refer the client to you, as well as you can refer clients to them. Maybe you're starting to get too much clients, or maybe you find someone who they want SEO for something that you don't really do. You can refer it to that. So this is a great place to network and potentially get referrals and clients. It's also a great place to hone your craft. You can find out what's working now, what's working for other people, how they're getting clients, what's causing people to leave. So this is a great way to kind of fine-tune your business, as well as network with people to get referrals. Now, if you go to some of these more general ones, where maybe it's not just specifically SEO, but just digital marketing or small business owners in Austin, there's going to be people that you can network with who might need SEO help, or they have someone that they work with, or they know someone who needs SEO help. So you can network with people that maybe are their real estate agents, or they own some sort of other online business. like their Facebook ads or their, maybe they sell dog leashes or something like that. You can network with them to potentially sell your services, or, just pass on your card, your information, and, they might be able to refer someone that they know. And at the same time, let them know that, hey, you'll refer them as well, especially if they're another agency, and someone comes to you that doesn't need that work, you can refer it to them. And that's a great way to start building referrals, getting clients that you meet in person, face-to-face right away, and just practice getting better at socializing in general. So again, part of being a successful agency owner is you're going to wear many different hats. You're not just going to be responsible for the graphic design or the video design. You have to have some people skills, including talking to people face-to-face, closing them. And if you're sitting alone all day in a corner just working on a WordPress site or something like that, you're not talking to people face-to-face, trying to close deals, trying to become more sociable, this is a great place to start. Because even if you don't see these people again, it's going to help build your your selling skills, your networking skills, and you're going to land more clients, even if you're just applying these to your online leads too. So meetup.com, a great place to learn more, connect with local agencies, as well as potentially even find some clients if you do a little bit of homework and make sure that the meetup is worth going to and there's going to be a number of people there. Now, if you put in some work, you email businesses every day, you do some split testing in your cold emails, you set up a decent portfolio, you've gone over all the information so far, you're putting in the work, eventually some business out there is going to email you back and be interested potentially in your services and buying from your company. So when you get that email back, you get that response back or that call back, what do you do to close them? What do you do to get them to actually buy and do business with you? So that's what we're going to explore on this call and start getting into, or on this video here. And now a lot of it depends on your situation and the response that you get back exactly. There's not going to be, an exact template or exact formula for closing every single business and every single industry for every single response that works out there. So you're going to have to, use some creativity and do some real salesmanship, work on your own salesman skills by yourself. But I will say this: if you're going to position your business as the premium service or a higher end service, which you should be, then the price is going to be a little bit above what maybe they're used to or what other people in the industry are charging right now. And to help get that across to them in a nice way, to help explain what you do and get them to pay a higher price, it's going to help to get them on a call, whether that's like a Skype call, a phone call, maybe even meeting them face to face. Help increase trust, and then sell them for the higher priced service that you're charging. So it helps to get them on a call, which is what you should do, especially if you're trying to sell something for 4 figures and above. That can be kind of a big price tag just to get through the email or just to buy from a website. It helps for you to talk to them in person, answer their questions, and then close them. And what this does is this helps increase trust and answer their questions. They're going to have concerns about, why are your prices more? Is this really going to help us do this? Can you do this for us? What's the process going to be like? It helps you answer all the questions right away, save time, and increase trust because you're talking to them one-on-one. You actually see a face. They're talking to a human. They're not talking to someone behind an email or behind a website. And this all helps to close the deal, right? It's also going to save you a lot of time. Because what you want to do on this first call, or at least the first emails back, is you want to gather information on specifically what they need. Whether it's a website design project they want, a marketing campaign, do they want a custom video? If so, what kind of colors, what type of video, how long, what's it for? You want to gather all the information for the job and give them a detailed, accurate quote. And this doesn't waste their time either. You don't want something where they said, yeah, I'm interested, and then you have to email back, well, what's the video about? And then they email you back again with like a one-word sentence, it's for our homepage. Well, what are you trying to sell? What's the product? It's for one of our lines. Which line? You don't want to waste their call because eventually they're going to get bored, they're going to get distracted, and you're going to lose the sale. Get them on a call and get all the information right away, very quickly, so you can give them a detailed and accurate proposal. If they're just asking basic questions, they don't want to get on a call and talk to you right away, just mention that, hey, I'm open to the opportunity if you want. I understand that you're just checking out stuff, you're looking at the portfolio, you're not ready, but if you want, if you want some questions answered, if you just want, a free consultation, then we can get on this call on Skype real quick. It'll only take 15 minutes, and I'll give you some real information about, how we work and how this is going to help you get more results. Just mention that in your email that, hey, we can get on a call if you want. Hey, I can stop by the business if you want. Don't tell them that. I think the step now is to get on a call. If they're just like trying to find out, what do you do? You don't want to do that. Now, of course, use common sense. Now, if you're in a foreign country and you're trying to sell like a United States business and your English is really poor, then you probably don't want to go on a Skype call, right? This could lead to distrust, thinking that they can't communicate with you. It's best just to try to sell them through email or through, the Upwork portal or whatever it is that you're trying to work with. If you can't speak English well, then don't get them on a call. But it's best to do first like a Skype call or a Google Hangout. That'll work. A phone call. Or if you're in their city, offer to go down to their business. These people are very busy. They don't have time just to sit down for 15 minutes and get on a call with someone who might take their money, right? They don't have time to pick up a phone. Even if they said, okay, sure, we'll shoot you a call today, that means that they're probably not going to call you, right? So offer in your email to say, hey, I noticed that you're in the Pittsburgh area. I can stop by your business. Go straight to them and get the sale. Don't wait for them to sit around and tell you when it's a good day to do the Skype call, because it's never going to be a good day for them to do the Skype call. It's never going to be a good day. They're not going to find 10 minutes in their day to give you a phone call, right? Especially if they know you're selling something. Make it as easy as possible to do business with them, and even go down there to their business and meet them in person and get the sale if you have to. So the goal of this call is just to get enough information to give them an accurate proposal and demonstrate that you take things seriously in your business. This isn't to get them to say yes or no right on the call or get them to sign a contract. You just want to get them on, increase trust, talk them through what you do, show them examples, understand what they're trying to get, and then be able to give them an accurate proposal that they can then sign later on, and you can work on it. So again, the point of the call, it's not to sell them on something, it's just to try to gather enough information to sell them. So what do you do on this call, right? Well, you make the call all about them. Meaning, first, understand what they're doing, what's their business about. The first thing to do to start off a call is don't just jump into, so what do you want done? Just step into, so you're working with dog leashes, or so you run an automotive company. What's their business about? They're going to give you, a background. That helps establish rapport too, right? It helps increase trust. Then, understand who you're going to be communicating with. Is it best to, if you're maybe you're right now you're doing a Skype call with the business owner, but they don't typically manage the marketing stuff. They just want to get to know you real quick, and then they're going to send you to this other person who does the marketing. So make sure you understand, who is it that you're going to be talking with. So you don't, like, after the call, you follow up with them, and then you never hear from them for a month. Because, their marketing guy is the guy who does all the deals or, is in charge of paying and things like that. Make sure that you understand who you're going to be communicating with, and get the best way to communicate with them. So right away say, are you the best person to talk to? Is that email good? And then they might say, here's our private email. That's just, for like solicitations and stuff like that. Here's where our private address is. Or you're going to talk to Bob in HR or something. You're going to talk to Susie in marketing. Mostly, here's the best way to communicate with her. Then understand specifically what they want to have happen. Not that, hey, we need a new website design. Hey, we need more people signing up from our site for pizza client leads. Hey, we need our, the Facebook, our thing to be Facebook compliant. Hey, there's people hacking into our site. We need it to be secure. We really don't want someone to hack into our WordPress site. So, specifically figure out what it is that they want to have happen. And get examples. Maybe they know of a competitor who's doing really well and they want to have their site look like that. Or they know of a business that they want to model after. Try to get examples too, because that's going to help you do the project correctly and faster. Then get any solid deadlines. When are they expecting this video to be done? When do they want the site up? When do they want the hackers or whatever taken care of? Get a solid deadline in place. So, you don't start working on it and then a week later, in your mind, it takes a month to create a solid explainer video. And then in their mind, they thought that you're going to get it done in 3 days. So then they email you and, they're mad because you were late. but you didn't establish any deadline first. In their mind, they think that you're going to get it done in 3 days, but that's not really how it works. So make sure you establish solid deadlines first, and then get a feel for their expectations. Are they going to be like really picky? Do they not really care what it looks like? Or do they only care about the bottom line, getting clients? Or are they very detailed and they want it to look exactly like this? Get examples and get an expectation of what they need to be done and how they need to be, how you need to be doing it. Then, get enough information to draw up a contract. We're going to talk about how to create a proposal in the next video here. But just make sure that you understand, don't agree to start working on the project right there. Even if the call went great, don't say, okay, I'll get to work as soon as the call's done. Never start working on a big project without a contract signed, right? Unless you're brand new and you're really struggling to get off the ground and you have bills to pay and you're in big trouble, don't get them to sign something. Get them to put some money in escrow first, whether it's 10% of the project, 50% of the project. That's typically how freelancers work. They want 50% up front. Or at least have something signed where they owe you money, right? Don't just start working on the website design with no contract signed, because a lot of times they'll never pay. You'll send them a bill, they'll never get around to it. Whether they were, they're ethical or not, maybe they just are disorganized. They never got around to it, and they never, someone got fired or something like that, and they deleted all their emails, so they don't even know who you are, or if you had a contract started, or what happened, right? That stuff happens all the time. So don't start working on it until you have a signed agreement from their company. And then how to handle the call. So what do you do whenever, how do you look, what do you say whenever it's time to actually get on the call with them? Well, here's some tips that you need to do to help close your client. Is first, dress nicely, but don't overdo it. You don't want to, sit there in the Mark Zuckerberg t-shirt or like an undershirt or something like that on your call with a serious business. You want to dress nicely, but you don't want to have like a suit on, because that's kind of weird as well, right? That might seem like you're being too desperate. So dress nicely, but you don't have to overdo it. Also, try to work in some sort of rented office or with people around. Remember, you're trying to position yourself as like a big agency people trust. So if you work in like a remote office or something like that, face the computer so that there's people walking around behind you. So it looks like there's like you're a part of a big team, or you're in some sort of space with a lot of people. That you're part of you're bigger than just one person working from home in like a little office somewhere in the back of their house, right? Try to make it look like you're bigger than you are. Have lots of light facing you. Don't pick a room where there's no one around and you're in the dark in the corner. That looks just kind of creepy. Sit up straight and speak clearly. This is big toward actually closing the client. Closing people, it's like 60% of what you don't say that actually closes them, right? As far as your body language, how comfortable you are, looking them in the eye, if you're speaking clearly. It's more about what you don't say than what you say when it comes to getting someone to trust you and landing a big deal. So don't babble on, sit up straight, be confident, articulate clearly, that kind of stuff. Also, look organized. Don't position your computer where there's all kinds of junk laying behind your computer, or stuff is slopped everywhere. No one's going to trust you. They're going to think that you're some hack or something like that. Test your mic and camera. Before you get on a call with a client, make sure you do a test run. You don't want to spend the first 10 minutes saying, oh, can you hear me? Can you hear me now? It's still cutting out. Don't do that. Make sure you test with someone first, the microphone and the camera, and even practice. Just do a rehearsal with a friend or something like that. Have them pretend to be the business, so you're not too, you're not stumbling over your words. Your camera's working right, your mic's working right, you're in good lighting, people can understand you. You have like a rehearsal beforehand, so everything goes smoothly as soon as you get them on, like you've done this like a million times before. You don't want to make it seem like, hey, is this guy's first time trying to talk to a client? Maybe, we should move on. So make it easy for them to work with you. You don't want to harass them and say, hey, do you want to get on the call now? Hey, I'm ready right now. Just let them know that, hey, I'm open to a call if you want to go, if you're ready to take the next step. hey, if you don't want to do Skype, well, we can also do phone. You don't want to call on the phone, well, we can come down there if you want. Just say that, hey, usually a call works best if they start asking questions about, okay, so how much is the video going to be? How soon can you have it? Just tell them that, okay, so at this point, I think it's best just to get on a call that will save us both time. Here's my Skype ID. Now, if that doesn't work, I can give you a call. I can even run down there possibly, depending on where you're at. Give them a number of options. Make it easy for them to say yes to something. Maybe they don't want to get on Skype, but they see that you have a phone number and you say, oh, it would be best if you just give us a call real quick. Make it easy for them. Also, just talk like a normal human being on the call. Like we said before, don't be pushy. Don't try to get them to buy anything. Don't be awkward. Just be kind of normal. Imagine if you're at a cafe, just having a normal conversation with a friend about what you're doing, what you're up to in your business. That's how you're going to speak to your clients. And finally, remember that honesty is the best policy. Now, if they ask you, so where's your team at, Ben? It looks like you're in an office by yourself, Ben. I thought that you guys were bigger than that. Something like that, just say, be honest. Don't say like, oh, they're out sick today. Or, I'm setting up a new office for the company. They're not around. People can detect lies. What you want to do is tell them that, yeah, I'm a solo worker right now, but, I'm building up my brand. I'm really passionate about explainer videos. And, I think you saw some of the quality of work. It's way better than the guys in Silicon Valley that are charging $5,000 per video. This is going to be a great deal for you. Have some confidence and then be honest as well. Now, if you've ever done freelance work before, if you've ever tried to close clients, you know that at some point the costs question is going to come up, and it's going to come up sooner rather than later. They're going to ask you how much you charge, right off the bat, and that's how they can, filter out whether they want to work with you or not right away. And of course, ultimately, we know that businesses should be investing a significant amount of money in their marketing to do it well. They have money to spend if you've been targeting the right people. So cost really isn't a question. So you have to be able to know how to answer this question right away. Now, if they start asking you like, so how much is it? What you want to do, you don't want to give them an exact number right away until you've spent more time with them, you've developed some comfort, you've been able to create a great proposal, which we're going to go over, that you can send them, that has some nice graphics and things like that. You don't want to give them a number right away in the first 30 seconds of the call, right? They're going to try to, I know that I do that, but you don't want to give away the cost right away. So what you can do is use this line here, say that we don't have a fixed fee because we do customized work specifically for your type of business and needs that you want to help you get the best result. So they say, how much is it? Well, right now we have a fixed fee right now. We have to go over your project and then we'll send you an accurate proposal. Just say that. But if they keep pressing you and pressing you, give them a ballpark number. Well, projects in the past, they could be anywhere from $2,000 to $4,000, for example. But we really need to take some time to create the exact proposal for you. So this gives them a ballpark number. Now, if it seems like they really don't have money to spend, if it's like a single person trying to do everything in their business and, they're really worried about money, then just throw something out there. Like, say, well, it starts at $1,000 or something like that. Then right away, you can know that if they're going to be like a tire kicker who's not going to try to pay or try to get out of it or something like that or request revisions. So this does help you kind of fire the client right away. But at the same time, you don't want to give the exact price before really getting to know them, getting to know their situation, and demonstrating how you can create a great explainer video or website or whatever it is that you're going to do to them to help land them. So don't give away the exact price until it's finally prepared all in a nice quote you're going to send them. And remember, don't get discouraged if the call doesn't go well, or if they said, you're too much for us right now. It's too expensive. We're looking for someone cheaper. Or, something like, maybe they said that right now you're too cheap. Or, we really want to work with a big team right now. It looks like, you're just one guy. We don't trust you right now. That's okay. Remember, there's endless clients out there. All you need is a couple of loyal ones to make serious money for your agency. Alright, welcome back. In this video, we're going to go over the importance of creating a proposal template and how to do that quickly and cheaply. Now, if this is someone like a repeat client, someone you've done a lot of business with, you probably don't have to create a full proposal template with graphics and colors every single time you work with them. That might be annoying to them. You just probably want like a basic invoice to keep a record of their payments, keep a record for yourself. But if this is someone new, you're trying to make a big impression, especially if this is like a 4-figure project, 5-figure project, it helps to create a professional proposal that outlines everything that they're going to get, whether this is like a monthly thing that you're going to do or a one-time project. Present it in a professional way, and then get them to sign it as well. Now, as far as like a proposal template, it helps to have a nice looking one, maybe with graphics, with your logo in it. You can just, kind of create one on Microsoft Word and export, or Google Docs or something like that. But that doesn't really look like a serious agency, right? You want to look like the premium guy in town. And if you're just going to export something that's like a text document, that doesn't, it can work, but it doesn't look like you're that big of a team, or you put too much effort. You're not putting in a lot of effort into this. So, but what you can do, instead of hiring like a custom designer to create a full PDF from scratch, which might be thousands of dollars, you can go to this site here, and right here you can type in the top proposal, and it's going to show you a bunch of proposal templates that you can use. So this is like an example of what they might look like. And it'll have a nice cover. You can upload your logo in place of where they have their logo. And there's different parts where you can outline exactly what you're going to do, who the company is, why you're doing this, line item everything, and then have them actually sign their signatures at the end where they can sign, and you have a record that says that they owe you this much for this particular project. So, things that you want to include in this would be your company logo. Of course, you want to replace the logo that's there, the default, along with your own. You want to have your business name, a registered office address in there to your business, some sort of unique invoice number so you can keep track of this and it matches the invoice in like your QuickBooks or something like that. Of course, you want to have the name, address of your client, somewhere on the document that this is an invoice. If it ever comes to having to go to court to get your money or something like that, hopefully it doesn't. But you want to make sure that all your I's and T's are dotted, so make sure it says invoice somewhere on the document. The date, of course, when this is starting. All the items and descriptions, and really go into detail here. First you want to like line item exactly what they're getting. Don't just say, this is a proposal for SEO optimization we're going to do on your site. It's $2,000. Sign here. You want to do things like, okay, first we're going to do the keyword research. Keyword research is going to consist of XXX, total this much. Then we're going to install the necessary plugins. You can even line item the plugins that are going in. Install WP Catch or whatever. That's this much. Improving site load speed. That's going to be this much. That, and then have the total at the end. And then make sure you have the different sprints outlined. So keyword research, that's going to take a week. Estimated completion, this. Installing the necessary plugins, that should be 1 to 2 days. That's going to be finished at this time. Improving site load speed at this time. And make sure to talk about the subcategories in them. For example, instead of just on-site SEO optimization, you can have, we're going to fix the meta tags, we're going to fix the content, spin the content. Make it look like it's a huge job, because it is kind of a huge job. This stuff is a lot of work. And these offline businesses, they have no idea what SEO is, what on-site SEO optimization is. So make it look like you're putting in a lot of work, because you are putting in a lot of work, and they have no idea what this stuff is. Now, you don't want to be obnoxious with it and then create like a 20-page invoice. This should just be 1 to 2 to 3 pages, covering things like also where they're going to make the payment to, when's it due, when's the first sprint due, how much upfront is due right now, how much total is due, do they get any revisions? All that stuff you can use. You can go through the different templates, and of course, if it's something you don't need, just go ahead and delete it and customize the template for yourself. Okay, in this video we're going to answer an important question a lot of people probably are thinking about. What do you charge? What's the best prices that work for the most money but get the best clients? What's the best thing to charge today for your agency? Well, again, it depends on where your situation is. If you have a lot of experience, that's one thing. If you have no experience, no portfolio, that's going to depend on how much you can actually charge. But the answer is eventually you want to work up to charging 3 to 4 times as much as similar work in your niche. That's kind of where you want to head toward. And eventually, once you get some solid clients on board, you start to get too much work that you can't. There's so many people requesting stuff that you can't take them on. You want to charge 5 times as much. Now, anything over that starts to get a little excessive, but there's nothing wrong with charging 5 times as much as your competition. Remember, you're positioning yourself as a premium service, and you are going to be doing premium work. You're going to try to do the best job possible. You're going to communicate effectively. You're going to respond on time. You're going to talk coherently. If an issue comes up, you're going to deal with it in a professional manner. That's already better than 99% of the agencies out there, right? So it's worth your time to charge 5 times as much, especially for these bigger companies that they're just going to be wasting money on team building stuff, or things that don't even make sense. Investing in their marketing is one of the most important things you can do. If you don't have new leads, you don't have new traffic, you don't have a business. And you're going to be doing that for them. So there's nothing wrong with charging more than a competition. And in fact, charging more makes you look like you know what you're doing. If I went to post a project, or say I was going around looking for contractors to fix like a WordPress site, make it more secure, would I want to hire the guy who says they can make it secure for $20 who's overseas, or do I want to hire the firm that has a history and they're charging $500 to do it? Now, which one, right off the bat, do you think that, hey, after I'm done with this, I'm never gonna have to worry about getting my site hacked again? The $20 guy or the $500 guy? Now, they might actually just do the exact same thing. They might even be the same person, but obviously that if they're charging more, there's just a sense that they're more professional, they're easy to work with, and the job's going to be done correctly. So there's nothing wrong with charging up to 5 times as more as similar work in your niche. Now, like I said before, if you're starting out and you have no reviews, you have no portfolio, no one knows who you are, or you're bidding against other clients, you can't start at the top, right? That's just not common sense at all. You're going to have to do some cheaper work, take on cheaper projects. Yeah, you're even going to have to volunteer for free. Let them know that, hey, we're just starting off and we're looking for a few reviews. If you don't like the thing, you don't have to pay at all. Just to get some testimonials, your portfolio built up, and hopefully make some money on the way to doing that. If you're starting from scratch, you can't charge the top of the industry right away. But eventually, you want to work toward being a little bit above your competition, looking like, hey, this is the top guy, this is the top dog in the niche. We should probably work with this guy, and eventually, eventually working up to 5 times as much. Now, you're going to lose a lot of clients by charging 5 times as much as your competition. And I'm not saying that you're going to lose a lot of people, but remember, it only takes a handful of clients with repeat business and a few referrals to be making significant money with not that much work. You only have a few clients to take care of. They're paying, like the equivalent of 5 additional clients. You can do the work better, you can do it faster, and you're making more money as well. Now, also, what you want to eventually start to work toward is developing a continuity package for your agency. So if you're doing explainer videos, the typical explainer video is $1,000 in your particular niche. You want to charge $4,000 for that, right? But if you can do multiple things, or even creating like a continuity explainer video package, you could make a lot more than that. For example, continuity package might be something like, hey, we're going to do your Facebook ads management, content marketing, and SEO optimization for $5,000 each month. Or maybe it will be, hey, we just created your explainer video, hope you like it. But if you want, you're going to need more videos of that. We'll create 1 video per week. We'll do the YouTube SEO optimization and even rank it in Google. It's going to be $1,000 a month, $2,000 a month for that, and you're going to get 4 videos delivered every week with content to help you bring more leads. And what you can do is even discount your fees to lock them into this membership. For example, maybe the normal cost of your explainer video is $4,000 per video. But you can encourage people to say, hey, instead of signing up for the one-time $4,000 fee, you can sign up for $1,000 today. That's a 75% savings if you sign up to our continuity package, and you're going to get more videos delivered each month. So a good example of this is, there's tons of people who will say they'll fix your WordPress site, they'll do fast, cheap work. If you have WordPress, you probably come across these people on Freelancer or Upwork. And they do the work. Sometimes they do it good and quickly on time, And then that's where the interaction ends, and maybe they hope that one time you'll find another bug in your site and you'll contact them and hopefully you'll be online. Now, what would be much better is for them to push you to some sort of like WordPress unlimited fixes per month continuity package where they say, hey, everything's good now, but there's some vulnerabilities. That's just how it is with these particular WordPress sites. If you like, we offer this continuity package where for $1,000 a month, you can contact me anytime, and I'm going to do unlimited fixes per month. So instead of every time there's a little issue, you have to open up Freelancer, you have to find a new client, or you have to contact whoever you're working with now is going to charge you a lot per hour. Just pay once, and then never have to worry about your site going down again. And of course, use your head. If you log into their site and it's a total mess, and that it's going to not be worth your time, then just say your package is already taken up. But if it's not, and you can go in and you can install the necessary security, and then maybe they do contact you one or two times, but it's worth the price, then now you have them locked into $1,000 per month, and you just went from $100 cost of fixing something, $50 cost to $12,000 per month for maybe a little bit extra work, right? It can be that powerful. It's the power of continuity in your agency. Now, more specifically, if you look at some of the top agencies, which you should definitely model after, if you want to see how people do good proposals, if you want to see how they're pricing stuff, just look at the competition in your niche, right? Look at the top guy. He's already, been doing this longer than you. They probably figured out what's working, what's not, what packages are working best. So there's no problem, not exactly copying, but using that as a guideline, using that as a compass for your own packages and your own pricing. A good idea is just to even get a proposal from a competitor. Say you need some help, you don't have to buy anything, but just see how they do it. How do they write the proposal? How do they do the interview? What's the packages they're offering? Because chances are they've already gone through a few years of trying to figure it out themselves, and you can skip ahead in line. And what you'll find a lot of times are these types of bronze, silver, gold, platinum type packages that companies are doing. For example, this one is like an SEO type package where for $4.95 a month you're going to get your Google listing. But if you do $800 a month, this one you're going to get a contact us form, a photo gallery on your Google Plus. You're going to get social networking to build up your profile, all the way up to like a platinum package where it says, hey, we're going to do hosting for you. We're going to send you traffic reports. You're going to get SEO software. We're going to buy for you, and we're going to pay the cost and do it and use it for you. You're going to get a photo gallery, and let people choose which one they want. And also, something that I would add to this that they didn't was just have some sort of tab or button that says, hey, we can do a customized plan. If you see something in here that you want, you want to just pick and choose what you want us to do, then we'll come up with a customized continuity package to save you time and headache. And then the trick is, of course, is to get them to choose one of these packages and then get them into digital invoicing each month. Where, each month you're not having to contact them saying, hey, now it's time to pay your monthly fee. And then they think, well, do I really need this or not? Get them onto some sort of, PayPal can do this, some sort of automatic bill pay where it just kind of bills them each month. No one has to know. It sends them a copy of the receipt to their email. Well, they have to know, obviously, but it's not like a hassle where you're calling them up, asking them to pay. It just bills them securely through digital invoice, sends them the invoice, and then they keep paying, and they don't even have to think about the payment. So lock them into the gold package, lock them into the platinum package, set up digital invoicing and digital pay, and then it just automatically deducts from their account, their credit card each month, and then you go ahead and do the work. And that's a good way to really start scaling the agency. It's one thing to do high-priced website, a $4,000 explainer video. But what's more powerful is you do one explainer video and then lock them into an explainer video each month for each type of product they have, or explainer video for their Facebook. Talk to them and say, yeah, you got an explainer video for your sales page. It looks great. It's going to work. What are you doing on your Facebook ads? What are you going to do for YouTube video ads? How about we just lock you into, we can do one per month. And don't push it on them, but just offer that. And a lot of times that they'll take that if what they're doing is working. And then you want to kind of push people to these continuity packages through your different funnels. So, right away, you don't want to go after a client and say, hey, we can do explainer video for you. It's $3,000 per month. Here's our tiers. They don't want that. They might just want one video. But there's nothing wrong with kind of building a funnel. Like McDonald's. Do you want fries with that? You buy the hamburger for $1, and then they try to get you to buy the big soda, the fries, the dessert. That's where they make all their money. There's nothing wrong with doing one job and then saying, hey, we just fixed your WordPress site, but you really need some sort of protection from hacking in the future. Why don't we set up a monthly maintenance package? Here's what it is. Here's the different tiers, and then you can buy that. We did a one-off video for you. How would you like videos every month? You can use for Facebook ads. Okay, do you want that? Do you want us just to run the ads for you? Well, we have this second platinum package that we're going to create the ads, and then we're going to do video campaigns for you on Facebook. How about that? So, here's some examples here, and you have to, use some creativity, create your own. So maybe you can just give away a free theme. Contact a business, say, hey, you saw your site's a little outdated. We can just install this theme for free. There's no strings attached. Here you go. If they say sure, if you're doing it for free, no problem. Go ahead, install it, and then say you might be good to set some plugins up, set up the site security. Here's a fee for that. They say okay, sure, and then you can say now your site's a lot better. It's going to be more SEO optimized. It's going to convert a lot better, but it really would be good to maintain this, make sure it doesn't get hacked, etc. Here's our monthly SEO optimization site security package. For $500 each month, we're going to monitor everything. We're going to install the correct software, and then you just pay us $500 per month. And that's how you can go from giving something away for free to getting them into this continuity package that's going to pay you each month. So overall, that's how you should price your products. Start with charging a little bit more in each industry for each service you're doing. Then if you can do multiple services, create different packages, silver, bronze, gold, etc. And create these packages specifically for your niche. You don't want to, be a Facebook ad specialist, and then you have another package as SEO, but all your clients are into Facebook ads. So it doesn't make sense. Make sure you have like a platinum Facebook package that includes more stuff, whatever it is that you want to do in Facebook, setting up the funnel maybe, or more designs, more ad designs. Use your head, because there's businesses out there that will do that, and there's businesses out there that want this stuff. They don't want to keep having to talk to a freelancer every single time they need something, or message their current agency they're working with, and the agency bills them $500 a month, an hour or something crazy like that, because there are people that are doing that. It's better just to get them into these different types of continuity funnels, and then you do the work and then deliver the work each month, and of course send them some sort of report that says that you're doing it, and send them the invoice too. In this video, I want to go over something very important, but something that's overlooked a lot, which is how do you deliver the work that you've done? Why worry about this? Can't you just send them the work and they pay and review it? Well, the satisfaction of the customer, whether they're going to give you a referral, whether they're going to request work, whether they're even going to refund, depends a lot on the initial presentation of your final project, not the quality of it. I'm going to explain what I mean here. For example, if you created a video for someone, and you said, "Oh, it's done here," and you upload it to YouTube. Well, you probably know by now that uploading to YouTube or Vimeo, these places kind of cut the quality. They make it kind of blurry. Maybe if you uploaded it right away and you send it to them, sometimes it's not even done fully rendering right. And if they look at that, they can say, "Hey, this guy, he just blew through it. This is junk. Let's just get a refund and get out of here." However, you can upload a video that's not as good as that one. One that is not quite as well done with the animations and graphics. Upload it to Wistia, get a Wistia Pro account, or maybe a Vimeo Pro account, where it's going to look really good. Or maybe what's better is probably Dropbox or Google Drive that preserves the quality. Present it confidently, saying that everything's good. Ask for a referral, use confidence, present it that way, and they're gonna be a lot happier than the better video that maybe was presented in the wrong light. The quality wasn't good, the graphics weren't good, there wasn't a lot of confidence behind it. It made it almost seem like you did something wrong and you're hoping that they don't find it. A lot depends on the presentation of your final work to them. So Here's some tips. Present in the highest quality possible, especially for like graphics, video type things. You want the highest resolution images. Even if they're too big, they're not going to be, the size of the site. Make it high resolution and big and high quality for them to see. Use Dropbox or Google Drive for this, because that's going to preserve the quality of it. Don't use YouTube or some sort of compressing. Don't upload it to WordPress. Use confidence whenever you're presenting it. That's another big one. Now consider these two ways of presenting your work. Here's the project. We're done with it. Hope everything's okay. And if anything's wrong, we'll fix it right away. That's what most people do, right? Versus, hey, this turned out really great. We're super excited for you to see it. This is really going to help you out, I think. Here you go. And here's where you make the final payment to secure everything. So which one do you think, if they said like, oh, if anything's wrong, or versus, hey, it's great, go ahead and make out the payment, which one do you think they did a right job on, or it turned out correctly before you even saw it? Number two, right? The guy who was confident, the guy who even asked you to just go ahead and make the payment. We're so confident that there's not even any revisions needed. You want to present it with confidence, because that's going to actually make the customer think, oh, it was done right, it's good, everything looks great. Versus, are you sure he did it this right? What about this little thing here? Maybe that's not right. Looks like the sound didn't line up quite right here. I think something's wrong. I don't feel good about this. Doing that way, presenting it with not a lot of confidence loses referrals and even loses the client itself. So make sure that you keep a note of this. Mark it down in your notes, however you're taking notes. That you really need to focus on the presentation. That's a big deal for making sure you secure the client and get that final payment. In this video, we're going to talk about the importance of getting referrals and getting testimonials, and a strategy that you can implement right away, starting today, to get a lot more. So eventually, you want to reach the point in your business of never having to cold call, email, or advertise to get clients again. You want to get your business running 100% by referrals, and there's a lot of people who are doing that, so it's quite possible. You have to go out there and try to cold email for every single client. You have to run Facebook ads to try to land new people over and over, and you don't get any referrals. That's a lot of money you're spending. That's a lot of time you're wasting. And it's just really not sustainable in the long run. You need people to refer your business and refer other people to your business and make money. And if you start the referral engine here with these strategies I'm going to show you in this video right now, you can have people actively trying to get referrals to you, and that saves you from having to cold call, a lot of time saved that way, and a lot of money saved having to advertise to get the clients. So here are some strategies. First, discount 10% or some sort of discount. Put in a discount in the initial price, right in the invoice. You can add this in your proposal if they're going to leave a testimonial and give a referral in the end. So you could charge them, for example, $4,000 for their explainer video, or say the initial cost, maybe that that you want to make $4,000 per explainer video, but you could write in their proposal, hey, the price is actually $4,500, but today we're going to discount $500 because we're looking for a few testimonials and referrals. So if you're willing at the end, if you found it was good and to your satisfaction, just go ahead, leave a quick testimonial. You can email it to us, and maybe email one person who might need this, and we're going to give you a $500 discount today. So obviously this is a no-brainer because in the end, because they're saving $500 right away, and in the end, if they don't like the product and they're not happy, they're going to try to maybe dispute the fee or something like that, or not give the referral, or they're not going to message you back. They're going to try to get a refund or something like that. So it's kind of a no-brainer, right? Just put this right in your invoice, right in your proposal for your new client starting out. Now if you're you're worried about losing money for this initial discount, just make the price higher initially. So, if it was usually $100 what you were selling, and you want to give a 10% discount, but you feel like that's going to run profits too slim, net profit, then just put on their invoice, make the initial bill 10% higher, and then have the 10% discount. And then it's going to come back to what it was before. So there's really nothing to lose here. All you're going to do is get the customer's going to feel like they got a discount on the front end, and you're going to get a free testimonial and a referral at the end as well. So this is really a no-brainer strategy. And if you can, try to get a written or even better, a video testimonial. You cannot get enough testimonials on your page. There's so much competition out there. And what really separates people is if there's real solid testimonials and campaigns, you can use these in your cold traffic campaigns like Facebook ads, use them on your page, use them right above the call button. This is all going to help increase people who trust your brand and are willing to work with you. So make sure you get a written or video testimonial too, in addition to a referral. And of course, you don't have to strictly enforce the referral thing. You don't have to say, hey, we need to see proof that you referred someone, or we're going to send you a bill for that 10% that we initially discounted. You don't want to be like that. Don't be that guy. Just mention, hey, if there's anyone you think that could use this service, just, send them our way, send an email to someone. No, of course, you're not going to follow up and say, hey, who'd you refer it to? If you didn't, we're going to go ahead and bill you the extra amount. Just mention that. And usually, some people won't do anything, but some people, they'll think, hey, we'll just send it to a few people. And then if he asks, well, here's our proof, we can send it to him. So some people will actually do that, and you will get clients from that strategy. But you don't have to strictly enforce that or anything like that. Now, another strategy to get referrals is to give a referral fee. Start a referral fee program right off the bat and give anyone who refers your business cash or credit. And that's going to be extra incentive for them to do it. So it's one thing just to say, hey, if you know anyone, just give a referral. We're not going to check. The referral might not even be that good. But if they have an incentive now, they're going to get $100 in cash. They're going to get a free Amazon gift card. They're going to get 5% off their monthly bill deducted. Now they have an incentive to go out there and recruit people to your business. It's almost like an affiliate program, right? So after they're done and they're happy, say, hey, we're starting up this referral strategy. If you refer anyone, over the next couple months to our business, and they mention that they came from you, we're going to mail you a $100 check. As soon as they sign up, they sign the contract, we'll send you $100 right your way. And make sure this is significant because it's really going to incentivize them to go out there and get it. Especially if you're spending thousands of dollars on Facebook ads, you're wasting a lot of time trying to do the cold email thing, and you're getting some, but maybe not a lot. Make it worth their while, because that's a free client that you're getting, a warmed up client that's all ready to work with you, and pay them $100, give them an Amazon gift card, Starbucks gift card. Find out even what they like. If they're a big Starbucks drinker, say, hey, we're going to give you a $100 Starbucks gift card if you can send a referral in the next month or so. Also, it can be just a discount to the monthly bill if you don't want to keep writing checks. For every new client they get, the bill goes down by 5%. Now, if you're just starting out, maybe you want to put a limit, of course, say like, hey, this is good for 25 referrals, just so you know. Have it in writing somewhere on your website, on your referral program, so they don't get their fees down to $0 per month, right? But what you're going to get in the end is lots of testimonials coming in from every single client, pretty much. You're going to get leads coming in, warmed up leads. These aren't just cold people who don't know who you are. Someone referred them. They said that they had a great experience. And there's no extra work done on your end. You're just out a couple $100, which is worth it for brand new clients, especially if you're going to push them to these continuity packages. So adding in the strategy, the 10% off the initial price if you leave a referral or testimonial at the start, as well as the $100 referral incentive program. These are all very important strategies, especially if you're just starting out. Now, of course, if you made it and you have more clients than you can take, make sure you get rid of these strategies because it makes your business kind of look more discounted, and again, you might be looked at kind of desperate for clients and money. So eventually there is a time where you need to put an end to the referral strategies whenever you start to get a lot of clients and start getting business easily. But in the beginning, this is a way to kind of kickstart the growth, especially if you don't have a lot of money to spend. In these next couple videos, we're going to start going over how to build your agency team out and start scaling your business a lot faster. Now, in the beginning, we talked about the difference between just kind of being like a solopreneur, being a freelancer, how you're pretty much responsible for everything from the billing to finding the clients to doing the work. And yeah, that can be more flexible, but eventually you're probably going to want to build it into a team to take on bigger projects, make more money, work less, and just have more job security in the future. A big team is going to be able to outcompete individual little freelancer businesses. And of course, the question is going to come up, well, when should you start hiring employees or start looking at outsourcers? What's that time to transition between doing all the work yourself to being an agency? And the answer is as soon as possible. In fact, you can actually start delegating, outsourcing some tasks right from the very first project of your business, and I recommend it. This is going to help you scale a lot faster, and if your business is going to fail, it's probably going to fail anyway. It's just going to fail faster, so at least you'll be able to pivot and come up with a better idea or a better angle, right? Instead of wasting months and then finding out you're kind of hit a dead end. Now, there's a lot of objections that come up with. I want to address some of these as far as hiring your first kind of employee or first outsourcer. And the biggest one is they're just not going to do the job as well as me, and the business is going to suffer, and I'm going to go broke. And this is what Chris Ducker, a guy that really writes about outsourcers, outsourcing tasks, someone you should probably check out. He's written a lot on hiring. It calls the superhero syndrome, or the entrepreneur thinks that they're the only ones capable of producing a certain result. But the truth is there's tons of other skilled people out there, and if you just properly train them, which we're going to go over how to do, they may not even need to be trained at all. They can actually do it a lot better, do the job a lot better than you, because they're focused on that one specific task where you're trying to talk to the client, manage the bills, put out this fire. They can do a way better job than you can. And if you really think you're the best person for the job, which maybe you are, well, ask yourself, are you really the best person for all the jobs? Are you the best person at answering the support tickets, setting up the Facebook ads, editing all the videos, etc.? There's a lot that goes into a business, even if it's brand new, and even if it's like fully online based right now. Like checking an email, setting up ads, doing the invoicing, the accounting. Are you really the best person for every job and every task? Well, the answer is no. So why not hire someone for at least some of the lower value type activities, like accounting, checking the email, like a VA to organize the opportunities, answering the basic customer questions. Lower value stuff that's going to save you a lot of time. Now, another objection that's coming up a lot is I'm not going to get the money back. I'm not going to make anything. I can't hire anyone because I'm going to go broke. Now, the point of your business is to continue to scale and serve more people. Not to get a few clients and then never get any more, right? So by outsourcing and delegating tasks, you continue to grow and bring in more profit, more customers in the future, even if you have to pay an initial fee and break even at the beginning for one job. The reason you wouldn't see a return in your money by hiring people was if the business was unscalable, which means that it's going to fail anyway. So again, you're just going to be able to fail faster instead of wasting a lot of time. Another big objection that comes up is I don't have enough work for someone. I can't hire someone, don't have enough work yet. First, you have to, you don't need to hire someone full time. You don't need to pay them like a regular salary with benefits, healthcare. You can hire people just freelancers on projects per hour. Not even, on a salary or not even a monthly fee, just per, one single project. There's more work done than you're probably telling yourself that there needs to be. And if you have no customers to serve, you need to be working a lot harder on the marketing parts. You can use someone to assist you there even, or do some of the initial marketing while you continue to work on like the video creation, for example. You can't do everything again. Another thing is, people don't want to give up control, especially entrepreneurs, right? If logically hiring an outsourcer makes sense and keeps, but time keeps going by, you keep wasting time, there may be, some sort of limiting belief or, resistance about stepping outside your comfort zone that's holding your business back and holding you back. And in this case, you need to kind of go out of your comfort zone, hire that first outsourcer or employee, start freeing up time and, cut back on some of this work you're doing. And it doesn't cost a lot to get started. You can hire these same people all at the same place you're getting the clients even, right? There's some rough numbers here. Here's some rough numbers of what it costs to start building a team of decent outsourcers, that are online. Now, as you can see, there's way less. They're way less than what you probably thought, which can free up a lot of time and help you scale. Now, these are just projections, mind you, and they're for typically overseas type people online from like Upwork.com, for example. So eventually you're going to want to hire someone in-house. You want to build a full team and like an office. You can communicate and talk to each other. Eventually you're going to have, someone that has full-time salary, benefits, etc. But there's no reason why you can't start with some initial employees for this little start to make a significant progress in your agency, freeing up a lot of time, getting stuff done, making more money, to then hire someone that's going to just take it over full time. You can work with right next to you in like an office, for example. So if you have a real long-term vision for building your agency out, I would recommend thinking about outsourcing 30% to 50% of gross income on employees and freelancers, even right from the get-go. Now, yeah, that's a big chunk of profit you're going to be losing. But right out of the gate, you're going to scale a lot faster. You're going to make up the cost faster. It's going to save a lot of time in those very beginning crucial stages. So what can be outsourced? Well, like I said, you can do article and content writing, SEO, web developer, web design, graphic designers, audio and video, just about everything. And if you're wondering, I'm getting my clients from Upwork.com. I'm getting some clients from Freelancer. That doesn't really make sense that I'm going to hire someone else I'm competing against to do, for the exact same client. Why am I going to hire my employee who's competing against me for this same client on Upwork.com? Well, you can do that through arbitrage. Basically, you want to outposition them, do some of the stuff we talked about with the nice site, looking more professional, getting on a call, being a real person, and then hire that other person who you're beating out, and make sure you're profiting by hiring them for their whatever it is, $700 a month, and then charge the client $14,000 for the project. Hire the web designer for $1,000, and then make sure you're charging the client that you close $1,500. It doesn't matter, again, if your prices are higher than the people that you're competing against, or eventually you're going to be hiring to do the job for you. Again, it's all about positioning yourself as the professional that they can trust, the kind of top guy in town that they're not going to lose their job after if they hire you. And then, of course, you're going to be working toward getting clients and most of your work outside of the freelancer sites, outside of Upwork, get referrals out there. So they don't need to know that, hey, the guy who's doing their project is available on Upwork for cheaper. There's nothing unethical about that. You're the one who did the work, out marketing them, getting that client in the first place, and you're just using your tools and resources to get them to get the job done faster for them and help your business grow as well. So one thing that you can hire is just a general virtual assistant, a general VA, a GVA, that's what they call them. And this is just someone who's going to keep your personal life organized, talking about things like just reminding you, setting reminders about services, scheduling clients for appointments, answering, responding to emails. You can even have them send greeting cards or invitations even, calendar management, travel planning. This is you can hire a general VA first to start just outsourcing some of the tedious, mindless type stuff that's really cutting out your day, cutting important time, and then have that time to focus on more important stuff. So here's what I suggest you do. One day during the week, or maybe even pick 3 to 5 days. Use something like rescuetime.com, or just kind of like use a time diary. It can even just be pencil and paper, and record what you're doing each hour. Where did your time go each hour of the day that you were at work? And organize the time, the different activities you do by high value or low value. Even assign a number even. For example, developing your brand, coming up with a new outreach campaign for clients. That's kind of important stuff, right, to help your business grow. A new marketing campaign. That would be like toward the top, like a 10 or a 9, right? Now, things like managing your calendar, customer service, designing the invoicing template, that's not going to push the needle forward. Now, you have to do it, right? You have to answer customers' questions. You have to send them a proper invoice, a proper nice template, right? But if you focus on that the whole time and most of your time goes to that, you're not going to scale the business that fast. So that might be a good thing where you might consider, hey, it's time to hire a freelancer just to do this kind of lesser value stuff. And I can work on the more stuff like getting the more clients, getting better clients, going on more calls. It's going to push the needle forward more in my business. So track what you're doing in each minute of the day, even in your personal life too. Is there stuff that you can outsource there? Can you hire someone to go do the grocery shopping for you, for example? See where your time's going. If it's being spent on the lower value activities, the ones that are wasting time, see if you can start to outsource those first or automate them in some way. So who can you hire? Where should you go first? Well, like we've been talking about, you can hire initial people right from the bat from places like Upwork, Freelancer. There's even agencies that will do the hiring for you. So if you don't want to do the interviews, you don't want to prospect for people to hire for yourself. You probably should be if you're an expert in that niche. You could probably do a better job. But there are agencies out there that will do the hiring for you. For example, there's agencies out there that will hire just GVAs that are good and they've worked with. So that saves you time from hiring and trying to guess if someone's going to be a good VA or not. You can also just ask other businesses you trust. If you're working and you find some people, for example, you do SEO, you're an SEO agency and you're working with someone else who does Facebook ads, and maybe the Facebook ad client asks, hey, do you guys do SEO? And they say no, and they refer them to you, and then you refer people who want Facebook ads to your Facebook ads buddy. See if they have any outsourcers, freelancers, any employees that you can kind of borrow, right? And have them work for both of you. So if they have someone who's making these great looking ads, these great sites, or great looking Facebook ads templates, and you have a client that says, hey, we really want a new site design. This one isn't working with some of the stuff that you've recommended. Ask your buddy who's doing the Facebook ads and sending you the SEO clients, hey, is your guy free to work on some website design? Obviously that's someone who is already working full time that another business trusts. And a lot of times just getting referrals from other businesses you trust is a good way. Another thing is like join some marketing groups, especially like Facebook marketing groups, and post in there, who's the best at web design. You're going to get some links from a bunch of people who have already used these people. So you don't have to go out to Upwork. You don't have to go to hiring sites and go through the whole process of evaluating, seeing if the portfolio is right or not. Just get a referral from other communities, other businesses that you trust online. Now, of course, you can also hire locally, which eventually you're probably going to want to do. Find someone in your area who is very skilled, or at least someone working full time that you can do calls with, who's in the same country, same time zone. You can work together with, or you can even try to run internships for college for free. There's people out there that they need you to sign off on some college thing that they get credit and stuff that they went out and worked with a business. There's nothing wrong with having someone come in, do some work, and then signing off that they did a good job, and maybe even potentially hiring them if they showed up and they did a really great job and they're looking for a job post college career. There's nothing wrong with that at all. Now, should you hire monthly or per project in the beginning? Well, hiring per month or basically like a full-time salary, it's going to be less expensive in the long run. That's why you hire per month, or right, because you can't pay for every single time they do something. That would be too expensive. However, if you don't really know the employees limits on what they can do, how qualified they really are, you might end up hiring someone and it turns out after month 2 they're just not up for the design. They're not up for the level of quality that you need it to be, and you're back at the beginning now, 2 wasted months and some unhappy clients. Now, hiring per task is more expensive, but it allows you to find higher quality people right away for that specific task that are maybe more qualified, and then you can get a feel for them before pulling the trigger and telling them that you want to work with them a long term and pay them a monthly type salary. Also, consider the task that needs outsourced. Now, if it's answering customer support emails, organizing your calendars, things like that, maybe that's better just to hire someone monthly right off the bat, because it doesn't really make sense. You're going to pay someone every time they answer an email. That doesn't make sense. Usually you hire those types of people per month to do something. If they don't work out, then cancel the contract after a month. And it's going to be difficult to train people over and over. You have to account for that as well. Do you want to hire someone and then the next time you need a project done by them, they're not available, so now you have to train another guy to do it right, and maybe the next time he's not available, you have to retrain the other guy. It's a lot better to lock someone down month after month, know that they're going to be there during these hours, and then they can do the job competently. However, if it's like web design, someone who specializes in one type of site being created, instead of hiring full time, you might want to hire them for one project. One special project here and there, instead of they hire in like WordPress design and getting a WordPress page up from scratch, and that a lot of your clients are just HTML based, and maybe you'll get a WordPress guy here twice a year. It doesn't make sense to hire the WordPress design guy for 12 months out of the year. It doesn't make sense if all your clients want SEO optimization and occasionally someone's willing to pay for Facebook ads or something like that. It doesn't make sense to hire someone full time to run a Facebook ads. So just hire someone initially, and then once the project's completed, they can go on their way, and you can pay them instead of paying a monthly salary. And of course, like I mentioned before, what you want to do is you're aiming to build a team that works together and replaces you entirely in your business. You have to decide how much you want to outsource your business. Do you like working in it and you want to be working full time? Do you want to outsource most of the work and kind of pick and choose what you want to work on, or do you want it to be pretty much hands-free? You can choose that. Eventually what you want to do is have a full-time staff. It could be virtual even, but people who are working in the same country, the same time zone, they're all on the same page, they know each other, they're in like a Slack group, maybe they're in like an office you rented. They're all, and you have them under contract, under a salary, they're communicating each other. You have a full team now that's working like a real agency. That's what you're aiming for. And of course, you can always consider if there's just the software that can do it. There's more and more apps launched every day. There's an app now that can do just about everything. So, instead of paying someone to kind of look up Moz scores or something like that, how would you just pay Moz, the software to find the authority domain scores or something like that? Instead of finding someone to do the research, can you just buy the software instead to run the report for you in 2 minutes and save a lot of time that way? So consider that as well. Just if there's like an app or a software, like a page builder or something like that, that can just replace someone that you're paying 12 grand or more per month. Okay, so now you're ready to start outsourcing and delegating tasks, and you're ready to start bringing on your first outsourcer or your first employee. However, be aware that if you don't do this correctly, the initial steps, meaning the hiring, the vetting, the training, and the onboarding of your new employees, you're going to waste significant time and then even do damage to your business in the long term. So in this video, we're going to go over why it's important to have a comprehensive onboarding program first before you go out to try to hire the employees in place to accurately describe the job to employees, to assist them in learning the new skills once they come on and they're hired, to do the job exactly how you like without wasting a lot of time having to stop and train them. So this is going to save you a lot of time down the road for when you go to hire more employees. So you have a full system, onboarding system already set up, ready to go. So you don't have to hire someone, train them, they start working, then maybe they leave, then you have to go through the whole process all over again. This is going to help you save time. Now, this is very simple to set up. All you need is really a Google document, maybe a series of videos that they watch. That basically is just going to educate them on how to do the job properly right from the start. Now, a lot of first-time hirers, a big issue that they have is they think that the new employee is going to know exactly what to do. Now, especially in online marketing, where everything is changing, constantly evolving, there's not really any, even solid college education training programs that teach how to do any of this. It's very important to, kind of have to educate your new employee or your outsourcer how you want the job to be done properly. And there might be differences between how they did it for someone else and how you might expect them to do it. There might be, a whole new level that you need them to go to for your particular business. And, maybe they were used to cutting corners or doing something a lot simpler before. So what should be included in this onboarding training? Well, like I said, this could be as simple as just a Google document. You can go to docs.google.com, open one up, it's free, and then just write some instruction steps, like order them in steps 1 to 10 or 1 to 3, with some images on how to execute the job to other employees to help them understand what to do. So you hire them, and then you can send them this Google Doc. They can go through it. They understand, okay, step 1, this is what I do. Here's a picture. Here's step 2. So they know exactly what to do, and they can get in instead of, telling them, hey, this is, okay, now you can go ahead and get started, start editing the video. And then they do it, and they did it to how they think was right, but maybe they didn't do it the right way that you needed to do. So this is going to save a lot of time for anyone you're hiring in that particular position. Now, also, what I'd really recommend, though, is to go the extra mile. Get a tool like Camtasia from TechSmith. Jing can be like a free recording tool that just has their logo over the video that you record. You're not going to be selling this or anything. And record actual tutorials of you doing the work, especially if this is like design, graphics, setting up a Facebook ads campaign. Just make sure you do it so they're 100% sure and there's no excuses if they do the job wrong. Again, especially if this is computer work. Now, not just don't just describe the task. Here's what to do, but actually do the task. Do a job from scratch, as if you were brand new, you didn't know how to do it, and explain it step by step. Almost if you were like building a course you're going to sell on Udemy or something like that, a training course. Only you're not going to sell this. This is just for your hires. And yeah, I know this kind of sounds like a pain. Like, do you really need to do this? The truth is, it's going to save you a lot of time in the long run, because the first employee you hire is probably they're probably not going to be around for the long term. You're probably going to hire a lot of different people, especially in the beginning if it's different outsourcers. And you need to have a system where they can come in, they know what to do, they can go through the videos, and then they know exactly what to do. And if they're not doing it up to par, you can send them a reminder video. You don't have to like stop what you're doing, get on a call, record it. Okay, here's what you do again. Here's what you're doing wrong. Just send them to, okay, video 3, you need to watch that again. Right, at minute 5 is where you export the campaigns, or that's where you install the pixel. That's how to do it. And if they're not doing it, then there's no excuse, because you clearly gave them training to go through. Now, there's nothing to really record. Then just make a document again in Google Docs describing the details of what's to be done. Then you want to complete an entire onboarding doc that has links to the videos, descriptions, the steps for the task you're hiring. Just put it all into one place and where you can organize it. And then if you want, you can also create like a quiz that they submit and email back to you. Do this to make sure that they understand 100% everything before diving into important work. Now, especially if they're going to be working right with the customers right away. You don't want to hire them and then they're learning on the job, right, with your customers. You don't want that to happen, especially if you're doing like freelancer work or work from Fiverr. You don't want their, your first job to be kind of trial by error and they're working on a gig with a customer. Make sure that they can do it themselves first. Do a test run, a quiz, to make sure that they're 100% on the same page as you. Now, this helps because whenever you're hiring, you can send potential applicants a detailed description already of what's to be done and weed out those who just can't do it. They're not going to be able to do it. Tell them that here's what we expect you to do. If you can't do this, you don't have the tools, then don't apply. You can remove yourself from the onboarding process completely. So instead of having to hire someone and then spending the day teaching them how to do everything, just send them through the course. Let them go through the training. Then you don't have to take time off your job. Also, this is going to help your employee. Their lives need to be made easier too. The easier their lives are, the better work they can do. And they get a nice set of directions they can go back and follow. If they have questions, instead of coming to you asking every 10 seconds, they can just go to the doc. If they get lost or forget what to do, they have the training. And if they end up quitting, then just reuse that for the same job. Right, again, you don't have to retrain someone over and over again. Just send them the onboarding doc, and then questions they can go back and refer it to. So what you want to do is record onboarding videos describing what they need to be done, how to do it, why they need to do it, for the different tasks you're going to be hiring for in your business. Now, of course, say you're hiring for something that you don't know how to do it exactly. You need to hire like a back-end coder for something, or like a web designer, but you yourself don't really know how to do web design. Then, just record the video still, but just show them examples of what it needs to look like or what you expect from them. Compile any resources like design examples if you're trying to hire a web designer, but you can't design it yourself, then get examples of what you want it to look like. Compile any sort of materials you can so they have a good idea of where to start, because it's something, just giving them a roadmap, even if it's not that great, it's better than just total scratch and them trying to come up do the job with no idea of what you expect at all. So there's a greater chance it's going to come out correctly. They're going to do a good job instead of having to go back and correct errors from just starting with no onboarding at all. Okay, so now you prepared a detailed description of what you want done with videos, a Google Doc, etc., of how the task should go that you're hiring for. You have your onboarding process ready. Now you're ready to submit and request for your first job and hire your first outsourcer or employee to build your agency with. Now the first question is, now where do I go for someone who can do the best job, but at the lowest price, at the price I need? And first it starts with defining what you're looking for. So what you can do is you can hire an individual outsourcer to do a project, a freelancer can do it, who might become like a full-time employee you work with later on. Or you could just bypass that, and if you have a big project, you can flip it to another agency. Do like an arbitrage thing where you hire a full team, or another full agency to do the project, and you just charge your client more. Or you go out and hire multiple solo freelancers or multiple employees that are all just going to work together as a team, and you already have that prepared. You're going to hire people that will work together right away. But no matter which one of those three you're going to choose, the best place to start is with referrals. So what you can do is, if you know clients or friends, you've networked with other agencies, you can just email, reach out, or ask people, hey, who'd you get to do your website? Who'd you get to do X? Do you recommend anyone who can do Facebook ads? Check out your business colleagues first and ask them, who do they recommend for this? Now also, you can join forums. You can join Facebook groups. Post in those groups and ask, hey, who do you think's the best at X? Who can do website design in under a week for under $2,000, and then you're going to get some referrals back. Now, this is usually the best and safest bet, especially for expensive projects. I'm talking about like if you had to code a site, like software coding or back-end coding, things that might take months, instead of just going off hiring a guy you don't even know from Upwork and then realizing like 2 months in, you got a huge problem on your hands because this guy doesn't know what he's doing. Or you can reach out to someone yourself. Now, if you're monitoring other people and you see someone in your industry who's a really great designer, they're doing A+ work, then just ask them to go ahead and work for you. And this includes, just not just asking them for a job, asking them what they charge, but say, hey, would you like a secure job and come work for me? I notice you're a freelancer, but maybe you're tired with that. Usually they'll say no, but maybe they're in a point in their life where they're looking for something more secure. Go out and mine the best talent yourself. Don't wait for it to come to you. So what if you post in groups, you ask friends, you don't really know anyone, you don't really get a solid answer to what you're looking for? Then you can go ahead and start submitting the job proposals on job sites to find outsourcers and employees, both online and offline. Now, as far as the hiring, you can do the hiring yourself, which I'd recommend, or you can hire a project manager to go out and just find and do the hiring for you. You can, in fact, hire an entire fulfillment company, something like Zen Assistant, Virtual Staff Finder. These are just full companies that will just go out and they find, in this case, the VAs for you. So you don't have to worry about interviewing, doing the hiring, doing the work. You just tell them what you want, and then they go out and they match you with someone. So should you use a project manager or a staff finder company? Well, again, it depends on your situation, the strengths and weaknesses. Just like any hire. If you don't want to do the hiring, the interviewing, and you're too busy, then yeah, a staff finding company can work. However, you're going to pay a lot more to these companies, or you're going to pay a lot more to a project manager to go out there to go do what maybe you can do in like 10 minutes. And also, they don't know your business. They don't understand what you're looking for. So, they're just going to guess on who's the best, fit for you. However, though, if you know nothing about the project you're hiring for, if you're hiring for like a back-end coding job that your client requested, you don't know anything about software development, well, then you need a project manager because they can vet the correct people and get someone good on board. If you're hiring to code an app, it might help to pay a little bit extra to bring on a project manager to manage the project and go out and find the competent outsourcer first before you go out and try to interview for something that you don't even understand. So there's good things and bad things as far as that. All right, so where do you go to begin hiring? Well, here's a bunch of places that you can start to check out, ranging from places where you can get people, out flip their job, like Fiverr.com. You can arbitrage a job for $5, all the way to hiring someone right out of college to work full time on like Monster.com. So we have Fiverr, Upwork, Freelancer, TopTal. These are all outsourcing sites, kind of in order of how good they are, although I would put Upwork ahead of Freelancer. There's niche hiring sites, niche hiring boards. There's Monster.com, Indeed.com is another one, Handshake. So let's take a look and go through some of these right here. So first, just for quick projects, things requiring immediate attention, something that needs to be done overnight in 24 hours, go to Fiverr.com. And in fact, you can even sell some of your agency services here to kind of start your funnel. This is a place for finding stuff for a low price. This isn't, the best employees or outsourcers here. It's mostly people. It's not, people for hire. It's just like gigs or projects that you can buy someone. For example, if you need lower thirds added to a video real quick for a project, you can get that from here for like $10. You need someone to edit the green screen real quick. You don't have time, get it here for $20 or something with a turnaround time in under 24 hours. Just hire that day. They do it overnight. You come back the next morning, and then it's done, waiting for you to go ahead and finish the video with. There's every service here pretty much that you need online. This site is now huge, and it ranges from $5. It used to just be $5 for everything, but now there's more tiered jobs. There's more premium people up to like a couple $1,000s. So search for the job you need, check out the reviews, and then hire that way. Now there's two major freelancing sites and outsourcing sites. You should probably maybe set up your agency there as well in the beginning to get some initial money. One of the better ones for the quality for the price you're getting is called Upwork.com. There's also Freelancer.com. That's more for like fast, really quick, need a job done ASAP. Sometimes the quality isn't that great, but Upwork.com is kind of a lot better. Basically, there's tons of categories of freelancers and agencies for you to submit your job proposal, add tags and descriptions of your job, and then active freelancers or agencies will see it and then submit a bid to complete your proposed project. These are people who work for themselves, or there's actually companies who are agencies themselves overseas who will do the job for you. Now it's a little bit higher price than freelancer, but based on my experience, this is one of the best places which you're going to get the quality for the price you're going to pay. There's another one called TopTal, which is has even higher quality freelancers than Upwork. But this isn't something that you can like arbitrage or flood. These people are a lot higher priced, but still, if you need something done quickly, you need it done very well. These are some of the better freelancers out there on TopTal.com. Also, you can check out one I don't have listed. It's called LinkedIn Pro Finder. That's another freelancer site. It's newer, but they may be able to deliver some higher quality work. That's on LinkedIn. And again, you can check out TopTal as well. They claim to organize the top 1% of freelancers, and that works similar to Upwork, only the quotes are going to be more expensive. There's also niche outsourcing sites where just like a freelancer and Upwork work, they work just like that, only they're for one specific category. Instead of doing website design, coding, SEO all in one place like Upwork does, they focus on just one niche service. For example, VoiceBunny.com is one that has a wide collection of voiceover artists. So if you need a voiceover and the quality isn't what you thought it would be on Upwork, you're having time trying to find a great voiceover artist, you can go on VoiceBunny.com and check out that. And there's going to be more links below in the resources section to these different types of hiring sites. There's also job boards, sites and forums, including Facebook job boards that help you find competent outsourcers and freelancers. For example, there's one called the Pro Blogger Job Board. Now, this is one specifically for writers and bloggers. If you need content created, that's a great place to kind of check out for people to do your content for cheap, but have it still legible. There's also community job boards that are forming on Facebook, like this one, the Cult of Copy job board, specializes in freelancers who are copywriters. And of course, the main service they offer is copywriting. So if you need copywriting, you can actually post in this group to find people who will write copy in a variety of niches for you, just like that. Now, there's also crowdsourcing type sites. We already went over 99 designs before, but again, this is another place that you can get logos, book covers, flyers done for clients as well that you can include in your quote. Something I've used multiple times before. Now, unlike Upwork or Freelancer, instead of relying on one person, you can just submit the project, get a wide variety of people bidding on it, and then pick the one that you want instead of hiring one guy, hoping it turns out right. You can get a bunch of people all competing against each other, and then you pick the winning design, and then the winner, of course, gets paid for whatever prize money you selected to set up the contest. Now, if you don't want to hire overseas, or you don't want to hire on like freelancing sites like freelancer.com or Upwork, you can hire people locally, of course. Search for some people on monster.com. They don't even have to necessarily be locally, but they're out there looking for like a part-time job to a full-time job. Especially if you're in the USA and you want to hire in the USA, you can find someone through monster.com who's looking for a job. interview them that way. And also a similar one is called Indeed.com. These are both kind of job boards for people looking for employment. They do both full-time employment and people looking for part-time jobs. Also, you can go to Handshake.com. Now, this is one that specializes more in hiring new college graduates. So if you want to work with people who are graduating college, maybe even have them work part-time, see if they're a good fit, and then hire them full-time, you can sign up on Handshake.com to find new college graduates. So overall, again, you can hire these individual freelancers on all these sites that we went over. You can search for full teams there to do the work or arbitrage them, or you can, eventually you want to go ahead and find a bunch of freelancers or employees that are going to work together as a team eventually. But these are some good places to go ahead and start digging in and finding your first outsourcer, or hopefully what will be your first full-time employee that's going to work right alongside you. Okay, so let's say that you couldn't find any solid referrals, or you don't know any solid outsourcer or agency to use for your task. You know what you need to be done. Now it's just time to submit a proposal, whether it's through Upwork or a similar site, which future employees, current freelancers will see, bid, and submit proposals back to do the job. Now in this video, we're going to go over some basics on what to write. We're going to go over a sample proposal to get the most qualified candidates, and then hire the best one for the most affordable price. Now, I'm going to be using Upwork as an example here, but you want to apply the same concept to wherever it is you're hiring from Monster.com through a newspaper. Now, these are just kind of an overview of the fundamentals. Now, there's more complicated hiring techniques, like Google asks these, kind of trick questions, and we're not going to be going over this. This is just kind of the fundamentals. This is just the basics that you need to be aware of when hiring, trying to find someone solid to do your work and join your team. So whenever you submit your proposal, there's going to be a lot of fields that Upwork and these different outsourcing sites require you to fill in. For example, what category is it in, the skills you need, the price you're looking to pay. But you're going to have your own job description, in it, and you're going to be doing most of the work, filling in all the information that they need to know about. So what should be included in your job proposal, your job description? We're going to go over a number of things here, but first, what you want to make sure is that your candidates are reading the description in the first place, word for word, before they apply to the job, so you know that they're qualified. Now, most freelancers, whenever you submit your proposal, especially on places like freelancer.com, and no one is reading your job description. They see, the headline, then they bid really quick and like an estimated price. They have an actually copy and paste thing that they'll put in their proposal, and then they just do this for as many jobs as they can. And the truth is that they have no idea what you're looking for, if they can even do it or not, and you can potentially be hiring someone who's going to try to figure it out as they go, which is exactly what you don't want to have happen. So a way to avoid this is to use a secret word in your job description, like potatoes, for example. Something random that they have to put back in their headline or mention back to you whenever they're applying. Now, this ensures that they've read the entire proposal word for word. So mention something along the lines of, when replying to this position, please use the word potato as your first word in your reply back, so that I know that you've actually gone through and read the job description. And then put the sentence at the bottom of the job description, for example. And again, freelancers and job applicants, they're just going to send you a pre-written proposal to work with you. They just copy and paste from job to job. Most of them won't read the description, and they're going to waste your time because if they didn't put the effort to even know what the job's about, what kind of effort they're going to put into actually doing the job. So this is going to weed out a lot of people right away. Then you need to be as clear and concise as you can and outline what it is that you specifically need done. This includes a written description with steps on how to accomplish the job, video demos of how you want it done. You can use these from the previous video that we went over. All the requirements that need to be completed. So you need to go into detail here. Don't just write, hey, we need a Facebook app developed that can do this. You're going to have to write down things like the software is going to need a license integrated in it. We're going to need it coded in this specific code. It needs integrated with these APIs. It needs to comply with these standards. You're going to have to be able to send us the source code during these sprints. Be specific as you can so they know exactly what needs to be done up front. And this is going to help them as well know what to bid for your job. Because if it's too vague, they're not going to be able to give you an accurate quote. Then put in deadlines that they need to meet. Especially if you're hiring for like a one-time project, or you're testing out someone for like a one-time run, you're not sure you're going to hire them per hour. This is especially important. If you're not sure these are reasonable, then just put that these are estimated and then mention it in the next step whenever you're discussing it one-on-one with them. So for example, the first working prototype needs to be done 7/18, that date, or it needs to be done in 4 weeks, for example. The beta test version needs to be done by 8/18. Phase 4 testing could be, this date, etc. Put down, when it needs to be done and accomplished. If they're going to be working for you part-time, how many hours are required per week to put in? Yes, this is important to mention because I've hired outsourcers that had great reputations, like 5-star reputations, really great portfolios. And then, after 2 weeks, I checked up on them and they realized that they didn't do any work. And they said that, yeah, they were working on it, but they only have 3 hours to dedicate because they're actually working on all these other projects for other companies. So it's important to be upfront and say, hey, we're going to need you to work 15 hours per week. You need to work 20 hours per week. Don't say that, hey, I'm available to work, but I can only work, 1 hour a week. Then they're just going to waste your time. Also, in your job description, you need to go over payment terms. And below, I'm going to link to like a sample job description so you can see all this like written out for you to go over and use for yourself. So the payment terms meaning, you're going to get paid 25% on acceptance of the job. You're going to get 25% on the first prototype, 25% on the first beta test completed. If this is going to weed out people, again, if they want everything paid up front and you're not comfortable with that, then right away you can weed out people who just want to grab the money, do a bad job, and run off with it. And then again, it's going to weed out people where, they're asking too much up front, or maybe they're not going to do the job at all. There's some people that will say, hey, I'll work for this for free. They just trying to get some experience, and then you're not paying them at all, so there's nothing to leave a review if they actually do a poor job, or they don't even show up and do the job at all, right? So this is important too. You also need to get some more information, including examples of previous work they've done, like a portfolio, for example. So don't just hire a web designer and go off what they say. Look at the previous work they've done. Make sure it's their portfolio. There's other people that will link to other people's portfolios to try to get a job, so make sure it's actually theirs on their site. Contact information from past employers. Again, make sure that they actually did the job. What were they like to work with? Maybe they have a stunning looking portfolio, but then maybe you get you ask for a reference letter, or you contact a past employer that was on their portfolio and they say like, hey, this guy's a nightmare to work with. That lets you know not to hire him. The code word again. Ask them to submit back key points of your description. For example, like the deadlines, the payment terms, to make sure they actually read it and went through it. And then you need to, finally, on your proposal, make sure that you get their best contact information for you to reach out to them and proceed to step 2. So if everything looks good, make sure to have them submit their best contact information. So then you can talk to them one-on-one, make sure they thoroughly understand the job, get a final quote for the project, and you can hire them and move forward. So whenever you're setting this up, you're going to be asked to submit how much you can pay per hour or for a general project. Now this is on Upwork, and you can see that you can choose to pay a fixed price or you can charge per hour, and they have like a desired level experience. If you want to find the top people in your industry, you can click expert. If you want just the cheapest people, you can click entry level expert, and then you can actually put in your budget as well, so you get a good idea of how much you can spend for this. Okay, so how much should you pay? What should your budget be like? Well, first, the higher the price the freelancer is charging, usually means that they can do a better job. But that's not always the case. You want to find someone who's doing a quality job by looking at all the stuff like the reviews, the portfolio, things like that. But you don't want to overpay, of course. So don't start with all your budget up front. Leave room for negotiation, depending on how skilled the agency or freelancer is. So whenever you put your budget in, don't put it to the max that you can afford. Make sure that it's high enough to avoid missing out on some of the higher priced freelancers and agencies that are going to do the more quality job, but it's not all the way to your max budget where that's where the negotiation is going to start with, because then you're going to be overpaying for the job. So you don't want to do that. So what should you look for whenever you're hiring? So whenever the proposals start coming in, you're going to be able to check things like their reviews, the completion percentage. This is on Upwork, meaning how well they're actually getting through the job, the rating, portfolio, references. So this is what it will look like whenever jobs start coming in. And what you can see here is, first you can see the job success rating, meaning how accurately or how much they're actually completing the job. So there's some people that they'll start the job and then people will just pay them to kind of quit. They'll leave a good review and there won't be anything negative, but it's because they're taking too long, or maybe the quality's not there and the person who hired them was being nice. So it's important to check out their job success rate. Are they actually completing the projects that they were hired for? Also, you can check out how much they've earned. So the more they've earned, the longer they've been established, the more they're doing accurate work. So that's important as well. If they don't have anything earned, they have just a few bucks earned, that means that they're brand new. And it doesn't really matter about the job success in that case, because they could have just done one small project. So make sure you're also checking about the amount earned, and also you can also see the amount of hours that they've been billed, or how long they've been on Upwork, how much money and projects they've taken on. So, and as well, you can actually dive into each portfolio, each person here, check out their portfolio, their description, ratings on each specific project. So maybe they had like 5-star ratings in the first year, and then the next year, like, it kind of dropped down to 2 or 3, for example. Maybe they started slacking off once they got some initial good reviews. That's something that you want to look for too. So go through reviews carefully, and you can also tell if this is like a fake review, like a family member did it or not. If it has like a 1-sentence line like, "Hey, they were great to work with, thanks," that's probably like a fake review, or someone who like had a mediocre experience and they're just trying to end the contract and get on with it. If there was something like a paragraph where, "Hey, they really responded on time, they did a great job, we were really excited," that's a legitimate happy customer, someone who used them, and those are the people that you want to hire. Also, check out their references and their portfolio. Now, like I mentioned this before, newer freelancers, sometimes they'll fake a portfolio or just link to someone else's online. So make sure you're doing your due diligence. Even check with their past hires if you need to. If something looks kind of strange, if it doesn't look like there's any way that you can clearly tell it was their work, they just send you like a Google document with these different snapshots of cool websites, doesn't mean that they did them. So make sure you do your due diligence for that. And if everything seems to be checking out, then you can proceed to phase 2 of the hiring process, which could be talking to them and then having them do, for example, a quick have them solve an issue or do a little sample project and discuss their understanding of the project in depth whenever you get on a call or Skype with them. So if it's a long-term project or someone you're going to be hiring long-term, like coding, for example, they're going to be SEOing your site, or they're working a lot in your business, it might be wise to have them do a paid simple test. I'm stressing paid here because the best freelancers, they're not just going to work for free with no money up front. You're going to have to pay a little bit extra and pay them to do a simple test. For example, they can answer a few questions on a quiz to complete their knowledge of SEO, or have them decode a software with a bug in it that you purposely put in it, if you're good with that. Do an example of writing a piece of content if they're going to be doing content marketing. Give them a topic, have them go out and research it with all the images, see if it's up to your level, and then of course pay them for their time before you hire them. These are all examples that you can use before you press the hiring trigger to make sure that they're actually doing a good job, and then weed out those who are submitting back the subpar work. They don't follow instructions, or maybe you pay them to do the task and they just never get back, right? That's a good thing that you didn't pay them for the whole job, or you lost a client. And then if they've done the debugging right, they've done your test right, they've answered all the questions, they seem coherent, the portfolio is checking out, Then make sure to set up a call to confirm everything via Skype to do a more depth interview so you can hear their thoughts on the job. What do they think? Make sure they fully understand all the requirements, all the sprints that are necessary to be done. Make sure that they have any questions. Now on the call, this is phase 2 now after we've kind of weeded out some people. Here's some things to go over. First, try to find out why they would want to work with you. Meaning that eventually to really scale as an agency, you want people on your team that are excited about the projects you're working with, that are doing it for more than just a paycheck. Now, if they don't really care about what you're doing, your mission, their actual work, they're a designer that doesn't really care what their graphic design looks like, maybe that's not a good person long term. Yeah, maybe they're doing solid work right now, but if they're in it just for the paycheck, they don't really care what they're doing, then that's something, maybe that's someone you don't want to have on your team long term to grow with. Make sure you have them repeat the job back correctly to you. Just say, hey, can you give me a brief description of what we're looking for? And have them, walk you through each step so that they understand what needs done. Get details on how they plan to accomplish this. For example, if they're doing software coding, what language are they going to be using? How are they going to solve this issue? What are they going to use for this database, for example? Don't just say like, oh yeah, we're gonna code it on Facebook and it will be done great. Get details on how exactly they plan to do it. So this is to weed out people who are going to figure it out as they go. Don't hire someone who's going to say they're going to SEO optimize your site. Say, so what parts are you going to do on the on-site SEO optimization? Where are you going to get the backlinks from? What's your strategy for that? Don't just say like you can hire someone and say, oh yeah, we'll get you 200 links a month or we'll get 200 links a month for your client. Find out how they're doing it so they're not figuring it out as they go. Go over the proposed sprints and milestones and make sure that they work for the freelancer too. Don't just set these hard dates and then they agree, but then it turns out that no one could realistically get these done in time. And even they know that, but they just want to have the job, so they're going to say yes to everything. And then you're running into huge issues because you promised your client one thing, the freelancer it has a different timeline in their head. That's going to lead to problems. So go over the proposed sprints and milestones and make sure that this is comfortable for your outsourcer or whoever you're hiring to do the work. Also, you need to know how often they should update you. Do you want an update once a week? If this is something you're going to be working with every day, how do they update you on when it's done? Are you going to talk to them through Skype, through Slack? Are they going to email you? Get that taken care of. And let them ask any additional concerns or questions. Ask them, hey, do you have any questions about the job? Do you have any concerns from your perspective? Are we doing things right? Ask them, and if they're a good freelancer, they might bring up something that you didn't think of that's going to help them do the job right and you get the job done correctly. So far, this might seem like a lot of work just to hire one person. But have you ever heard the saying, hire slow and fire fast? Well, it turns out there's some truth to that. What's even costlier than wasting some time or taking some time to hire someone is hiring someone too fast and then finding out weeks or months later that they're not the right person for the job. So overall, here's the steps that you want to take to make sure that you're not wasting time long term. First, hire through a job platform that can hold your freelancer or outsourcer accountable for the money and performance. This is a mistake that I've used. I've tried to hire off of Upwork.com to save some fees, and whenever you do that, they're no longer held accountable. They can submit bad work. They can just not even show up. They can just take your initial deposit and run away, which is what they did. And there's no way to report them, leave a bad review, because it's off of that platform that you found them on. So always hire there, even if the price is a little bit higher. If this is someone that you don't know, you need to be able to hold them accountable for leaving a review, getting your money back, putting it in escrow, and then filing a dispute even if they're doing really subpar work. Then, only after they've proven that you can trust them over time, then you can hire outside to avoid the extra fees that these platforms come with. But always hire first through the platform. You always want to send the money up front, or at least send the money in escrow. This is another hiring mistake that I made. There's people who said that they would work for no cost up front, and only if I was satisfied would I have to pay then. So the problem with this is, of course, is that if they say that if they're too busy, if they're already working on projects and they just want to have something in like the background in case the other projects don't work out, then they'll say that they can do it. And in the worst case scenario for them, they'll just not get around to it, and there's no contract initiated, there's no money sent that they're accountable for. And in the worst case scenario, they'll just say, oh, well, I'm too busy, sorry, and then move on. And you just wasted a month of time waiting for them to finally get ready or finally do it right. So send them money up front. This holds them accountable that they have to get the job done, or at least hold it in escrow. And that way, if it's, this puts the pressure on them to actually show up and start doing the job instead of, wasting a week, 2 weeks, maybe even a month messing around with someone else's business, doing work for another company. And then keep in close contact immediately after you hire. Even if you think this is like a sure win, a great hire, they're going to do the job great, save you a lot of money. If they're not up for doing a quality job, then move on quickly. Now, these freelancers, depending on what they do, especially if they're just solo entrepreneurs, if they could cut corners, they're going to do it because they want to save as much time as possible. Remember, they're doing everything themselves, probably like you're doing if you're trying to start hiring new people. And if they can get away with something, cut corners, maybe not submit the site as nice as they could do, they're going to do that. If it means they're going to get paid and they're going to get a 5-star review. Why are they going to put extra work into it if that means wasting a weekend or something like that, or losing out on another job? So keep in close contact after you hire. Make sure that they're following up on everything that they do, that they promise to do. Hold them accountable, and they're going to know. If you say, okay, great, I'll talk to you again in 2 weeks, whenever it's done, they're going to know that, hey, this guy's not taking it seriously. He's probably not taking his business seriously or his client's business seriously. Maybe he's just doing it on the side. So we're just going to cut corners here. We'll send him something over. It'll be good enough. But if they know that, hey, this guy's following up, he wants to know how it's going, he did this interview, he had all these steps with the secret keyword, this guy's serious about quality, I better put my best effort on this one, which is what you'll get. You'll get it done faster on time, and you'll get a better quality of work. So make sure you keep in close contact with them, ask them how it's going, follow up. And if they're not responding real well, if they said, oh, I haven't got to it yet, but I'm going to get to it soon, don't worry, then just fire them and move on to the next guy quickly. Hire slow, but fire fast if they seem like they're just wasting your time. So over the past few videos, we've gone over some tips and strategies on how and where to hire initial freelancers, outsourcers, and start hiring and delegating jobs to build your agency. Especially if you're brand new to hiring or looking for decent work, but maybe you don't have the profit yet to hire someone who's just going to be a full-time salary-based with healthcare for your business. So let's say that you did find some initial people to start working with. Maybe you do have your first employee working full-time, whether it's from a referral or you hired overseas, or maybe even in your area. Now, hiring and completing tasks, that's just one step of what your long-term vision for your agency should be. Creating a team that buys into your long-term vision and can essentially replace you is what you're aiming for. To make your business very productive, eventually you're going to have help from others, as we discussed, but not just employees that can do tasks that you assign them. But the best employees and the best team are ones that are really going to ramp up your business to the next level, or ones that are dedicated to your vision. They've bought into what your agency is all about, why it's different from everyone else, what's unique about your business, your mission statement, and they want to be on board long term, meaning that they love the work they're doing. They're not just yes men that are working for a paycheck at the end of the day. Meaning that it's more than just doing a task. It's more than just getting their paycheck at the end of the week. But this is a way of life for them. Maybe similar, how do you treat your business? So imagine if you had employees that work like that. They're actually excited to work on projects with you for your clients. How much better would the projects be, and how much more could you get done? Now, of course, it's not easy finding real business advocates. This is going to take time. But it does start with you, your company culture, defining your mission statement, some of the stuff we went over already in the previous videos, and thinking about your business long term right from the start. Yeah, maybe you can't hire your first employee yet, but there's no reason why you can't start thinking about this long term. So whenever you're hiring someone, make sure you're communicating that, not what just their job is for the day or here's what the task is for the week, but what's the long-term impact they're having on others? What are they changing with their design or their video? What's the big vision that you have and you want them to try to buy into? Because, if they feel like they're more fulfilled, then their productivity will increase, their quality of work will increase, they'll be excited to show up and do the projects. That's what you're aiming for. Now, I want to take this a step further. Of course, I mentioned it's not just individual employees. That's the goal, but informing a team that's bought in together and works together and actually replaces you. That's the goal. Meaning that you don't dictate what really needs done anymore or even do the hiring anymore. You set up teams that figure out solutions based on your initial vision, and maybe these are solutions that you yourself couldn't even come up with. And you have people on the team that do the hiring for you already. But it all starts with loyalists who want to work together as a team and buy in long term. Now, have you ever heard of companies doing retreats, company picnics? Now, they're not doing that because they want to suck up your time and waste more of your time to try to annoy their employees, but they want to form a family, so to speak. That's why they're doing this, these different business retreats. Now, there's businesses, of course, that kind of miss the point. They just do it because some corporate executive told them to do it, or some consultant, so they don't really understand it. But, the whole reason you're supposed to do that is, to form a team that works together and is all on the same page. And having a well-oiled machine that works together that's all bought in can get major projects done in half the time and land major clients in little time at all. Now, for most people, this thing is down the road. But it's important to keep this in mind again. Even when you're hiring for that first position, is this guy just going to be a yes man who eventually just phases out and just does his basic task? Or is this someone who really loves what they're doing? They want to be part of a bigger team? Which guy do you want long term? And also, when you start with a team of employees, what systems can you put in place to help them become more productive? And what do I mean by this? Well, think about McDonald's and the first McDonald's. Now, the McDonald's brothers, the restaurant didn't start out too well. They actually saved it by adding in systems. They got rid of things like low-income producing products, replaced those with better ones. Activities that were taking up too much time, they redid those. They put in systems to make their kitchen more functional, that people could walk around, including better machinery, things that could make milkshakes 10 times faster, the layout even. They actually even shut down the restaurant for a while just to have to redo the kitchen so employees can walk around it a lot faster and come up with a system to deliver the meals much faster. Now, before they were the burgers and fries joint we know them for, they served a lot of food. There wasn't just burgers and fries, basically. It was all types of different foods, like other restaurants. And they actually didn't have drive-through. People had to walk up to be served. And actually, they started out with they came to people in cars. You pulled up with your car, and then they had a staff that they all hired that would come out and bring the meal to your car. But the business wasn't profitable. They were going to lose money, so they had to get rid of kind of the lower leverage things, the lower leverage systems in their business, the low foods that weren't profitable. They were costing them money, but they weren't selling, and get rid of and install new systems to make more money a lot faster. So they ended up seeing that most of their money came from burgers, fries, and milkshakes. So what they did instead was they cut out all the other food, even though other restaurants were doing that. They decided just to be, only a burgers and fries and milkshakes joint, because that's where most of the revenue was coming from anyway, and it was the cheapest. So they got rid of all the extra expenses. Instead of having the team come out and deliver you food in the car, that was an extra expense. So they decided just to have people come up to them, and they came up with, basically they wrap stuff in paper, and whenever you're done eating, you just threw it away. Like a paper bag that you come up and got it with. And that got rid of trays, they got rid of hiring staff that came up. So that was an extra expense that was saved. And actually even made things more efficient for them. They remodeled their entire kitchen to allow the staff to actually move more freely in it. And they came up with a team about what happens whenever you do this stage, and then it gets passed on to this person. And then after the burger's done, then it goes to this person who's going to wrap it. They came up with like an assembly line almost for burgers to help people get served way faster who are waiting in line, but without sacrificing the quality. Basically, they cut out unnecessarily unneeded elements. They doubled down on those things that were profitable. They came up with strategic systems to work in place of things that were cut, and it saved the restaurant a lot of money. And of course, eventually they went on. Ray Kroc joined them, and franchised it all over the country. So again, think about this is almost like the 80-20 rule. 80% of your results are going to come from just 20% of the system. So can you apply that to your team? Once you hire a few people, the work doesn't stop there. What systems can you put in place in your agency to get the jobs done faster? Cut out the projects that aren't producing the results. Make life easier for your freelancers or your team to get results done faster. Now, again, a lot of these questions are probably down the road for most people watching this video, but it doesn't hurt to focus on them and keep these back in the back of the mind whenever your agency starts to grow. So here's a few questions to consider. So what high leverage activities does your team need to be doubling down on? Where's most of the revenue coming from? If it's coming from Facebook ad clients and building funnels, and you're selling everything from website design to SEO to security, why don't you just become the Facebook funnel guy? Focus on that and potentially double your profit. What waste can you cut down on? Can you cut out the SEO stuff? Maybe that includes extra team members who you hire just to do SEO, but really, SEO itself, if it was your only service, it wouldn't profit at all. So why are you selling that? And why are you paying people full salaries to do the stuff that's not profiting? What waste could you cut out of? Can you make it easier for team members to communicate to you? Is everyone reporting to you? Can you set up like a Slack channel if they're overseas? Or run an office, people to come together and communicate and work a lot more efficiently and save time. What are some ways that you can get things done as frictionless as possible? Think about the McDonald's, like assembly line for the burgers and fries. Is there one person in charge of the full order like it was before, or is there one guy for fries and there's one guy wrapping the burger and then there's the grill guy and they get passed off to each person? How can you get things done as frictionless as possible and set up systems? Now, what are some issues that are going to have to be dealt with in the future? Are Facebook ads cost rising? And that's going to be a big hit for your business. Consider some stuff. You don't have to worry about it too much, but it's better to plan for the future and have a backup system than to all of a sudden be hit with some sort of change with Facebook or whatever it is, Instagram, and now you just lost half your client base. So have some, make sure you're talking about and you're focusing on the issues that you're going to have to deal with in the future. Also, is there already an agency that's making way more than you? And if so, can you model yourself after them? What are they doing to land clients? Can you pretend to be a client and get a quote, see their full system? How are they pricing their things? Are they continuity based? Are they doing it per project? How are they making more money than you, than beating you out? Is there something that you can model and kind of emulate to be more successful? And finally, how do you come up with your own unique systems? Maybe you're already doing everything by the book. Maybe you're the biggest guy in town. Is there some sort of new system like McDonald's invented that you can come up with yourself and put in your own place, something that works with your specific team? So apply all these strategies we've gone over to your actual business and create a proactive automation systems throughout it to make your employees' life easier and your business produce more results. So if you're listening to this and you haven't even hired anyone yet, you don't have a team, then again, just keep these in mind and come back to them in the future. Now, if you do have a team and you're starting to scale, well, here's an exercise that you can do. Well, first, ask yourself sometime this week, has everyone really bought into what your brand stands for? Does everyone actually love what they're doing? And is there like a vision for your business? Is there some sort of thing that separates it from everything else out there? Or if like someone would pay them, $10 more to come to join their agency, would they be out the door the next day? Now think about Apple employees. Even though the pay is not too great, people are dying to work with them. In particular, work at the Genius Bar and get to be called an Apple genius. So, these people are getting paid, pretty much the same as someone would get paid working at Subway or, maybe a manager at Walmart, even though they have these, highly advanced computer skills to fix computers, but they want to be called the Apple genius and get to be at that Genius Bar, right? So they're willing to forego the better salary just to get the blue shirt that says they're a genius. Now, can you make your own Genius Bar or some sort of long-termer things? What steps can you take to get people more aligned and more proactive? Think about like the flow aspect. Are they if they're aligned with what they're doing, it's going to be easier for them to come in and do the job and want to work more. You don't want people who are clock watchers. As soon as it's 5:30, they're out of there. They're not working on your project anymore. They're not going to respond. You kind of want these flow state employees that they're not watching the clock. They'll work some extra hours for free just because they really want to get the job done and have the project turn out awesome for the client. That's the kind of people you want. And then finally, is your team functioning at the highest level you think it can? Is there any waste in your business, like products that could take up a lot of time and manage, but really they're only contributing to 5% of the bottom line? Is it time maybe just to cut them out? You have a virtual team. Is it taking them days to get back? Is there someone who, they're responsible for a certain part of your business, but they're asleep when someone else is awake and you're wasting a whole day? If so, is there some way that you can get it so they can reply back and forth a lot faster? Well, take some time to evaluate and come up with solutions and systems to put in your business to make things easier and get more done. And this even includes maybe cutting back or eliminating certain positions. Instead of adding more, maybe adding less to actually grow a lot faster. So these are some of the final steps that you can take to finally grow a full agency business that's thriving, that's bought into a mission, and is going to deliver awesome results for clients and, of course, make you some serious money. So if you made it this far, give yourself a pat on the back because that was a lot of information and training we just went over. So at this point, what I want to do is just go do a brief summary of everything we went over, just kind of a bird's eye view, in case maybe you skipped through any videos or maybe some of it was overwhelming and you forgot what to do. So let's just do a brief summary here. Now in Pillar 1, we went over what it means to really be an agency and the mindset you need to fully understand what it takes to start growing successfully, including how you want to positively help your client's business grow and your own business grow and develop this ongoing mutual rewarding relationship where you're helping them grow, you're growing as well, and together you're both making each other money and adding value. Then we went over the differences between being a freelancer versus being a full agency, as well as some important information on what to expect when just starting a business and starting a business in general from scratch. So make sure to keep that stuff in mind. Now in Pillar 2, we got into some more specifics, which includes what do you actually sell, what's best to sell, the monopoly strategy of choosing the right product and the right city to target, how to position your business correctly, the importance of creating a lasting brand, how that's going to help you in the future, why you have to have a portfolio set up, or you at least have to have a website set up showcasing your work, or what you can do, plus a lot more than that. So that was a good one to review if needed. Then in Pillar 3, this is where we started to go over how to actually find and prospect the clients. We went over like a general mindset strategy, went over some examples and templates, as well as specific instructions on a number of different channels like Upwork, Craigslist, etc., on how to find the clients and get them to contact you back to potentially work with. In Pillar 4, we went over even more ways. Now, remember what I said before. I recommend picking one of these lead generation methods first and really mastering it before you move on to more. So if you're wondering, which one should I start with? Should I start offline, online, start at Upwork? Pick the place that you're most familiar with just to start making some money, get the bills paid, and really master that one. Now, if you're really struggling with that, then go over another method and pick one until you're starting to get stable leads, and you can get reliable leads from that channel or that method continuously, so you're making money. So in 3 to 4, we went over where to find the clients, how to get them to contact you back. And then Pillar 5, we went over how to close the leads. We got responding back, including what you should charge, how to create an accurate proposal, how to get them on a call, what to do on the call, how to deliver the product in a way that reduces refunds and revisions, and a lot more. This also included an important video, if you remember, about setting up referrals, so you're not having to go out there and continually trying to get cold clients. So you don't have to constantly prospect, and your business will grow from within with clients that you already work with, actively going out there and generating the warmed up leads for you. Then Pillar 6, we went over ways to start growing your agency and team. So we talked about how you can just be a freelancer, and that's fine. You can work from remote locations, have flexible hours, but you're pretty much stuck doing everything from getting the clients to fulfilling the work, to doing the accounting. So we went over how you can go from just being a freelancer to really being that full-out agency that's a full team, and the team can even replace you, even allowing you to work on bigger projects, get paid more money, increase billable hours. And we went over how to hire correctly, where you even hire from, onboarding techniques to save time, business systems you can set up in the future, and more. So now you have more than enough information to start taking action and landing your first deal and your first client. At this point, the best thing you can do is pick something to sell. Go out there and try to sell it and see what's working, what's not, and improve based on that. Like I mentioned in the introduction, no course is going to have all the answers to every little thing, like what should I say in this situation, or what's the best city for SEO clients now, or is Skype better or phone better for this certain business owner, etc. So if needed, rewatch the videos and then try what it says at the end and see what happens. If you put in some effort and use the knowledge as it makes sense, I guarantee things are going to happen. Now, I'm not saying you're going to quit your job in 1 week, but you're going to learn far more than simply watching videos or doing more training at this point. So it's a lot better. You're going to learn a lot more by actually taking action and see what's working and what's not. And remember the video on confidence. You don't have to be the best in your industry. You don't even have to be the best in the room or even on your street. You don't have to be the best guy in town that does the work. If you can help someone improve their business and grow it over time in some way from when they first met you, and you help solve a problem that they had in an efficient, effective, and timely manner, then you deserve to get paid and your business will grow. And the more you work with clients, the more you're going to understand them, understand what they want, and how to provide your service better and better. Now, the people with the most knowledge doing the best work are the ones out right now in the field testing to see what's working, what's not, and they're actively making money working with people one-on-one. So, be confident. Make sure that you put in the elbow grease, the work to go out and do it. This isn't going to just fall in your lap. There's no such thing as a free lunch. And don't be afraid to fail. Being part of an entrepreneur and starting a real business, which starting an agency is, it means you're going to get punched in the face a lot, so to speak. There's going to be fires to put out each day. There's going to be problems, but that's okay. You just need to compare yourself to where you were last week or where you were last month. Are you making progress? Or the project's getting better? Or the client's getting happier? Do you have more clients than you did a month ago? And if you are, then you're making good progress. Don't worry about the multi-million-dollar agency downtown. Don't competing with them or think that you don't have a chance. Just focus on helping one business get a better result and then go from there. Now, of course, if something wasn't clear in all this training, don't be afraid to reach out for more specifics. Don't rush into something if you didn't really understand what the video was or you're not sure. Reach out and we'll help you along the way. Now, that being said, thanks for going through all the training. And I look forward to hearing about how your freelance business is growing, how your agency is progressing in the future. So feel free to reach out and let me know. So thanks again for watching all the training, and I'll talk to you again soon.